Meet. The foolish sword sage was instantly vigilant. He felt that it was a trap. He had asked about Hanju after his defeat. This child was extremely cautious and never left the heavenly Tao. He asked cautiously, "Why do you want to see me? Let's catch up and discuss the divine authority generals." "Not in the dream? Are you afraid of me? You've stepped into the great Tao Supreme realm twice, after all. Are you still afraid of me? How do you know that?" The foolish sword sage became even more vigilant. Hanju said, "I heard from Red Fate. She has already decided to move to the heavenly Tao and join forces with me." The foolish sword sage's brows relaxed. "You really want to deal with the divine authority generals?" "That's right." "Then, how about I come to the heavenly Tao too?" Hanju was stunned. He didn't expect the foolish sword sage to come. On second thought, this was a good thing. He secretly asked, "Can I insta-kill the foolish sword sage? 400 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Yes." That was good. Hanju said, "Of course." The foolish sword sage smiled. The divine authority generals are indeed impressive. They aren't ordinary great Tao sages. They can even monitor the independent domain of a great Tao Supreme. I've also been thinking about how to resist the divine authority generals during this period of time. Hanju asked curiously, "A great Tao Supreme can't defeat 10,000 divine authority generals?" Foolish sword sage rolled his eyes. "How?" "It's said that they have the cultivation of great Tao sages, but they're still formed by the supreme rule. It's just that the level of power is equivalent to a great Tao sage. It's essentially very difficult to destroy them." "Then, how many divine authority generals can you fight?" 100. Hanju showed a frown. That was equivalent to 100 foolish sword sages at the great Tao Supreme realm. Hanju asked, "There are also great Tao Supreme existences among the chaotic fiend celestials. Won't the chaotic fiend celestials have a chance of winning if they all join forces?" Foolish sword sage shook his head. "How can there be so many great Tao Supremes? There are only a few among the chaotic fiend celestials. As for the other great Tao Supremes in the chaos, they are mostly great Tao divine spirits. They are either timid or cautious and have been in seclusion, not daring to come out. No matter how you look at it, they will definitely not be able to stop 10,000 divine authority generals." Hanju was deep in thought. Foolish sword sage asked, "Have you also attained the great Tao Supreme?" Hanju hesitated for a moment but still chose to nod. He should trust this guy with such a high favorability. "How impressive," the foolish sword sage said with a strange expression. He cursed silently. No wonder. This fellow wanted to bully him? The foolish sword sage was even more shocked. Hanju's strength was already terrifying. How could he be an enemy if his cultivation realm caught up? "By the way, who killed you the previous time when you were a great Tao Supreme?" Hanju asked curiously. The foolish sword sage replied, "I'm not sure, either. Speaking of which, I was also confused at that time. I had just attained supremacy and thought that I was the only great Tao Supreme. I don't know who the other party is, but he's definitely terrifying. He might even be the strongest existence in the chaos." Hanju didn't use the derivation function. In any case, he was the foolish sword sage's enemy. That ancient deity did not attack now that the foolish sword sage had attained the great Tao Supreme again. He had probably let go of karma. The two of them chatted for a while more before the foolish sword sage agreed to come to the heavenly Tao. Hanju opened his eyes after the dream ended. The feeling of attaining the great Tao Supreme was really comfortable. Hanju directly began to preach the Tao. All the disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River were pulled into a state of Tao comprehension by the great Tao of extreme origin no matter what they were doing. 100 years later, the lecture ended. Hanju wanted to continue cultivating, but after thinking about it, he still headed to the 33rd heaven. He directly entered the Universal Hall. Only Heavenly Venerate Xiandu and Lao Dan were in the hall. Seeing him appear, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu hurriedly asked, "Why are you here, fellow Taoist Han?" Lao Dan opened his eyes and sized him up, looking surprised. Han Ju's treasures were not simple. His temperament was even more impressive. Lao Dan inexplicably thought of lousy. Han Ju nodded slightly at Lao Dan to show his courtesy. Then, he said to Heavenly Venerate Xiandu, "Gather all the sages for a meeting. The sages of the hidden sect will also be called over." Although he was no longer afraid of the divine authority generals, he still had to make his stance clear to prevent some sages from acting recklessly because they were too afraid. It was normal for sages to be afraid of death. At least Han Ju could understand. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was stunned. Then, he immediately sent a voice transmission to gather the sages. Before long, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Qiu Shilai, Fang Liang, Jin Shen, Pan Xian, Su Dudao, Su Qi, Li Taigu, Primordial Chaos Buddha, Zhang Guxing, Long Hao, Ji Xianxian, Divine Might Buddha Yang Che, Tai Suyin, Tianzhan, Han Yu, Qin Ling, Xia Jizuan, World Salvation Buddha, Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan and Zhang Yi all arrived. Lao Dan looked at the number of sages and became dazed. Even the human school in the deity realm of the ruins of End did not have so many sages. At first, he did not feel anything, but after all the sages arrived, the shock was still very strong. The sages became excited when they saw Han Ju. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage was the Heavenly Tao's greatest trump card. Lao Dan stood up and prepared to leave. Han Ju glanced at him and said, "It's fine. You can stay too. The Heavenly Tao welcomes you at any time." Lao Dan was moved and sat back down. He also wanted to hear what Han Ju had to say. Han Ju was the first to speak. "The matter of the divine authority generals has been in everyone's mind recently. Although I'm in seclusion, I've also heard that the divine authority generals not only want to destroy the chaotic fiend celestials but also the heavenly Tao created by Pengu is also in their target range. This means that the heavenly Tao will fight the divine authority generals. I hereby express that this battle must be fought." He spoke very slowly and softly, but the words were heavy. He had to fight. The sages were excited. Although the sages had temporarily reached a consensus, they were still afraid of the divine authority generals. Han Ju continued, "The heavenly Tao has no backing ever since it restarted. It's all thanks to us sages, the heavenly devil calamity, the flame race calamity, the calamity races calamity, the divine spirit calamity, and so on. When has the heavenly Tao ever relied on the chaos? All along, the heavenly Tao has won and is constantly becoming stronger. This is our foundation. So what if they're the divine authority generals? In the past, when have we not been in desperate situations? Besides, the divine authority generals' opponents are not only the heavenly Tao but also the chaotic fiend celestials. We are not alone in this battle. I hope that all the sages can calm down and stabilize the heavenly Tao. Who in the chaos will dare to provoke the heavenly Tao in the future if we win? How can the chaos tolerate us if the heavenly Tao is gone? How can we be slaves in other worlds?" Han Ju stared at the sages and spoke firmly. The sages were all excited. Thinking back to the past, it was indeed not easy, but they survived. The new sages also wanted to join the legends and become great sages who resisted the calamity. It was not that Han Ju's words were beautiful, but mainly because of his determination, as if he could definitely survive this calamity. Who did not know that the divine might heavenly sage had unparalleled potential and had never lost? "Fight! What are you afraid of?" Heavenly Venerate Wufa said. The other sages also began to express their stance. Pan Xian laughed. "It's been a long time since we last fought. I hope the divine authority generals can fight us. What are we afraid of with the divine might heavenly sage on our side? Although we are new sages, we are not afraid of battle. This battle can show the heavenly Tao's power to the chaos. TSK. The exquisite world invited me, but I rejected them without any hesitation. When will the divine authority generals arrive? You make me want to fight now." The sages spoke one after another, and the atmosphere was agitated. Hanju glanced at Heavenly Venerate Xian. He understood and took over the authority. He began to summarize the recent development of the Heavenly Dao and deployed the space around it. Lao Dan, Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Zhang Yi listened quietly. Their feelings were very different. He did not expect the Heavenly Dao sages to be so harmonious. At first glance, it was even more harmonious than the discussion of fellow disciples. There were no conflicts of interest. Lao Dan sighed. This divine might heavenly sage has some methods. He doesn't only know how to enter seclusion. He felt that Hanju might have threatened the sages in private. Otherwise, how could they be so harmonious? Dao Sovereign and the other two were even more proud. The Heavenly Dao already belonged to the hidden sect. No wonder Hanju didn't deliberately develop the hidden sect. He had already occupied a high-rise building, so the development of the grassroots was naturally casual. After Heavenly Venerate Xian Du finished instructing, Hanju said, I've roped in 2 great Dao sages. One of them will bring their world here. At that time, they will be distributed near the Heavenly Dao. They will develop with the Heavenly Dao and help each other in the future. The sages were shocked. 2 great Dao sages? They already knew of great sage Void Soul's existence. With 2 more, wouldn't there be 4 great Dao sages? The sages enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison thought of the divine robe Taoist. There were 5 of them. Li Taigu said excitedly, Senior Han is really powerful. In that case, we have more confidence in resisting the divine authority generals. The other sages flattered Hanju sincerely. Xia Jizuan and the World Salvation Buddha didn't know much about the great Dao Sage realm, but they knew that it was 2 major realms higher than them. Definitely unfathomable. They looked at Hanju with reverence. Zhang Guxing looked at the calm Hanju with mixed emotions. He recalled the Sword Dao River. At that time, he had never thought that this would happen. Felt like a dream. He understood one thing. Meeting Hanju and showing goodwill was the greatest opportunity in his life. If not for Hanju, how could he have been elected as a sage? Hanju stood up and said, In short, everyone, manage the Heavenly Dao well. I will definitely take action when the divine authority generals arrive. There's no need to panic. As for your connection with other worlds, grasp it well and choose a good path. I can let bygones be bygones, but I don't want to see it a second time. With that, Hanju disappeared. The sages looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. If Hanju didn't say that, they would always be nervous, afraid that those things would become evidence against them. Su Dudao looked at Yang Che and said in a strange tone, Be careful. Yang Che snorted. You too, idiot. I'm already a loyal servant of the divine might heavenly sage. How can he hurt me? Pan Xian looked at Jin Shen and said, We have to hurry up on the second chaotic heavenly road. Choose one side from the alliance of 100 worlds as the end. Jin Shen nodded. The other sages also chatted. Lao Dan looked at Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and said, The divine might heavenly sage is indeed impressive. It seems that you didn't choose blindly. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du replied, Following fellow Taoist Han is at least responsible and not inactive. Lao Dan frowned. The 2 of them spoke without restraint. The other sages heard it, but they pretended not to. They knew very well that Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was expressing his loyalty to the divine might heavenly sage. Hanju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus after returning to the 100-peak Immortal River. He did not cultivate immediately. Instead, he looked at the Supreme Treasure Fusion Cauldron in the Myriad Worlds projection. He had too many Dharma treasures in the system. It was time to fuse them. The first thing he thought of was the Primordial Judgment Sword. The heaven-opening axe was still Pangu's weapon no matter how impressive it was. The Primordial Judgment Sword was Hanju's birth Dharma treasure, and was paired with the Primordial Fiend Celestial. However, its realm had always been lower than his cultivation realm, so it had always been stored in his warehouse. The Supreme Treasure Fusion Cauldron could fuse all Dharma treasures. This might be able to help the Primordial Judgment Sword. Hanju waved his hand and took out all his Dharma treasures. Qilin's sword, demon-binding rope, burning fiend bell, heart-protecting immortal chain, calm meditation mat, heavenly spirit bracelet, purple gold soft armor, God-slayer sword, heaven and earth primordial sword, 9 elements 10,000 life sword, and so on. He suddenly had a bold thought. Should he also fuse the heaven-opening axe into the primordial judgment sword? He asked in his mind, will I lose control of the primordial judgment sword if I fuse the heaven-opening axe into it? No. Then, can the primordial judgment sword surpass an ultimate Tao treasure? Possible. Only a possibility? Hanju hesitated for a moment and started the fusion. The supreme treasure fusion cauldron was not a physical object but a function. Hanju let the system do it. Dozens of Dharma treasures fused into the primordial judgment sword, including the heaven-opening axe. The main item was the primordial judgment sword. The product would still look like this sword after the fusion. Do you want to start the fusion? Yes. Do you need to make sure? Are you afraid that I'll act recklessly when I'm drunk? Hanju found it funny. Fusion begins. Please wait patiently. It involved an ultimate Tao treasure and would probably take some time. Hanju was not in a hurry and began to meditate and cultivate. In the Pangu Hall, Pan Xian opened his eyes in the middle of his meditation. For some reason, his heart suddenly felt empty, as if he had lost something. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He sensed carefully and could not figure it out. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the heaven-opening axe is calling me? Pan Xian frowned. After all, he had used the heaven-opening axe for a period of time. However, he couldn't find it. Damn it! I'll kill all of you sooner or later, Pan Xian thought hatefully. He could only try his best not to think about it. In the dark forbidden zone, a majestic pagoda was advancing. Countless cultivators gathered around it, as well as chaotic beasts. It was unstoppable. On the top of the tower, Zhou Fan had his arms crossed as he looked ahead. It was dark, but he could already see the heavenly Tao. We're finally going back, Zhou Fan muttered to himself and smiled. Mo Fuzhou stood beside him and asked curiously, we're almost there? Zhou Fan nodded. Mo Fuzhou looked expectant. He had been thinking about the heavenly Tao after reviving. He had been very confused when he learned that he had been revived in the chaos. He felt out of place. Everything was like a dream. Only now that he was returning to the heavenly Tao did he feel that he was really alive. I wonder if the Jade Pure Sacred Sect is still around, Mo Fuzhou muttered to himself. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. However, there was no choice. To Zhou Fan, he had lived for more than 3 million years, but to Mo Fuzhou it had been 2 million years since then. After reviving, he had been cultivating in seclusion. Their state of mind could not be compared. Zhou Fan said, it should still be there. The hidden sect disciples mentioned that the reroll world, where the Jade Pure Sacred Sect is located, is the second mortal world of the heavenly Tao. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect is also the #1 sect in the reroll world. Mo Fuzhou smiled. So powerful? It seems that our Jade Pure Sacred Sect is really lucky. Zhou Fan curled his lips. How was the Jade Pure Sacred Sect powerful? It was clearly because of Hanju. He didn't dare to look down on him. After all, he was also benefiting from him. The two of them chatted as they waited for the Great Tao Tower to reach the Heavenly Tao. At the edge of the Heavenly Tao, Fang Liang had already begun to wait and was in charge of receiving the Great Tao Tower. After all, the Great Tao Tower led many cultivators. They had to make arrangements or it would easily cause panic. The Great Tao Tower's arrival also caused a huge commotion in the Heavenly Tao. The news that Zhou Fan was a disciple of the Hidden Sect also spread, revealing the Hidden Sect's foundation to the Heavenly Tao cultivators. The Hidden Sect had always been a major force in the immortal world, but it kept a low profile and rarely fought for great providence. Usually, cultivators would find it difficult to think of them. Because of the Great Tao Tower, all living beings began to dig up information about the Hidden Sect. The more they understood, the more shocked they became. Year after year passed. 40,000 years later. On this day, a notification appeared in front of Hanju. Fusion successful. Primordial Judgment Sword has been upgraded to an ultimate Dao treasure. Hanju was a little disappointed. He had thought that the Primordial Judgment Sword could become an ultimate supreme treasure. However, it was impossible upon thinking about it carefully. Other than the heaven-opening axe, the grade of the other Dharma treasures was not enough. Hanju took out the Primordial Judgment Sword. In an instant, purple-red light burst out, causing the entire Taoist temple to become sinister. A terrifying killing intent spread out. Hanju hurriedly used his supreme power to control it. The Primordial Judgment Sword was his birth Dharma treasure. To begin with, he did not need to refine it again. Hanju began to sense the Primordial Judgment Sword's power and fused it with his will. Unlike the heaven-opening axe, Hanju felt extremely close to the Primordial Judgment Sword. He could easily mobilize all the power it contained. The Primordial Judgment Sword's blade was red. It was as wide as a palm and 5 feet long. The sword body emitted a faint purple light that complemented each other. It was mysterious. After a long time, Hanju began the simulation trial to familiarize himself with the Primordial Judgment Sword. 100,000 foolish sword sages. Hanju fused the 1,949 fiend celestial Dharma idols into his body and used the primordial divine rage to slash out. He killed them all. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. The Primordial Judgment Sword was even more ferocious than the previous heaven-opening axe. Apart from the killing intent of the heaven-opening axe, there was also the power of primordial chaos. When fused together, it truly displayed the power of an ultimate Tao treasure. Hanju's strength suddenly increased after acquiring the new Primordial Judgment Sword. Indeed, Dharma treasures were also very important. Pangu could fight against 3,000 fiend celestials with the heaven-opening axe. He could only fight dozens of fiend celestials without it. Of course, this was also related to Pangu's cultivation. Hanju began to increase the number of foolish sword sages. 200,000 foolish sword sages. This time, Hanju felt a suffocating pressure. After fighting for a long time, he finally killed all 200,000 foolish sword sages. He frowned. He was still far from being invincible. After all, he was still a realm higher. Facing the foolish sword sage, he actually killed as many as came. Hanju sighed and opened his eyes. He suddenly felt an aura. The foolish sword sage's aura. At this moment, the foolish sword sage was staying in the Great Tao Tower. When did this fellow arrive? Hanju was vigilant. He had been careless. He immediately used the simulation trial to test the foolish sword sage and copied his data again. Then, he began the simulation trial again. One-on-one insta-kill. 100 foolish sword sages were insta-killed. 1,000 foolish sword sages took 10 breaths of time. Hanju continued fighting. After several rounds, he found a way to insta-kill 1,000 foolish sword sages. The battle became difficult after he increased the number to 10,000 foolish sword sages. Hanju discovered that the foolish sword sage was indeed much stronger than before, but there was not much difference. Perhaps the previous foolish sword sage had already attained the Great Tao Supreme realm. He could also show the level of a half-step Great Tao Supreme with his perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm cultivation. The foolish sword sage had said that he could fight 100 divine authority generals. In other words, Hanju could kill 1,000,000 divine authority generals? In that case, the divine authority generals were not worth mentioning. It was also possible that the foolish sword sage was bragging. Hanju thought carefully. The reason he was so much stronger than a Great Tao Supreme of the same realm was all thanks to the Grand Unity aspect and the stellar primordial body. The Grand Unity aspect allowed him to have nearly 2,000 helpers, and they could also fuse into his body. It was equivalent to increasing his strength by 2,000 times in battle. Of course, other cultivators would not be able to withstand 2,000 idols of the Grand Unity aspect. Because of the non-coexistence of the Great Tao, it might be difficult for them to cultivate more than one Great Tao power. 7 Tao Sage was something. He had actually grasped 7 Great Tao. Hanju thought of the 7 Tao sage and suddenly felt that he might be someone with great providence. If not for him, with his methods and potential, he might have grown into Laozi or an even stronger existence. Unfortunately, he was courting death and insisted on finding trouble with Hanju. After thinking, Hanju put away the primordial judgment sword and stood up to see the foolish sword sage. He wouldn't die even if the foolish sword sage ambushed him. As for whether the chaotic consciousness would attack, Hanju was not worried. He could spy on the entire chaos. He could discover it immediately if the 7 supreme rules and the 3,000 great Tao fluctuated. In addition, he had left a trace of will in the Taoist temple. He could be instantly revived in the Taoist temple even if he died. It was very safe. It was perfect. At the top of the great Tao tower, the foolish sword sage floated above Zhou Fan's head and observed him comprehending the great Tao tower. Zhou Fan, who was already a freedom sage, did not sense the foolish sword sage above his head. The two sides were less than 50 feet apart. They were so close, but Zhou Fan couldn't discover him. It was enough to show the difference between the great Tao Supreme Realm and the Freedom Sage Realm. Hanju suddenly appeared behind Zhou Fan and snorted. "Don't be a peeping Tom. Haven't you heard?" Zhou Fan opened his eyes and hurriedly turned around to bow to him. "Master, what peeping Tom?" Zhou Fan asked carefully. This was his territory. What was there to peep? On. Foolish sword sage smiled. "I'm just curious about the great Tao tower. Back then, I also had a relationship with the 7 Tao sage." Zhou Fan suddenly looked up, trembling in fear. There was actually someone above him. Zhou Fan was instantly filled with fear. When did the other party arrive? He actually did not sense anything. The foolish sword sage landed and looked at Hanju. "I can't see through you. It seems that I'm still not your match." His tone was intriguing, but Hanju heard a hint of unwillingness. "You can't defeat me. Even 10,000 of you are not my match." "You're alone?" Hanju asked. He didn't mind the foolish sword sage's offense towards Zhou Fan. After all, he didn't hurt him. The foolish sword sage said, "I once created a world. Later, I felt that it was cumbersome and abandoned it. The world perished in less than 10 billion years." He spoke casually as if that world had nothing to do with him. Zhou Fan frowned. However, the mention of 10 billion years caused him not to dare to be hostile. To be able to live for 10 billion years, who knew how strong he was? Hanju said, "I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Don't disturb the heavenly Tao lifeforms casually." Foolish sword sage snorted. "Don't worry. There's nothing else in the heavenly Tao that makes me curious other than the great Tao tower." Zhou Fan became nervous. Hanju said, "Don't think about the great Tao tower. This is my disciple's supreme treasure." "I understand. I don't have to snatch treasures from juniors. Let's go. Lead the way. The two of them disappeared from the hall. Zhou Fan was relieved and curious about who that person was. On the other side, Hanju brought the foolish sword sage to the welcoming sacred palace and introduced him to Sect Master Tianju. Foolish sword sage. Sect Master Tianju took the initiative and instantly became respectful. Clearly, he had heard of this name. Hanju looked at the foolish sword sage and said, "You can stay here and cultivate in the future." The foolish sword sage nodded. He turned around and walked to a corner to meditate. Hanju left after instructing Sect Master Tianju. The foolish sword sage's arrival quickly spread to the sages, making them believe Hanju's words even more. He could really rope in a great Tao sage. 20,000 years later, Red Fate arrived. She opened her right hand and released a vast world that landed beside the heavenly Tao. It was almost half the size of the immortal world. Red Fate took the initiative to negotiate with Heavenly Venerate Xiandu and explained that she was invited by Hanju. The sages were excited. Another great Tao sage had arrived. Not only that, but she also brought a world. This world was so vast that it naturally attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao cultivators. The news could not be hidden. For a time, the situation in the immortal world changed. All sorts of rumors circulated. In the blink of an eye, Hanju entered seclusion for another 50,000 years. Hanju's cultivation speed decreased again after reaching the Great Tao Supreme Realm. Not only was his cultivation speed slow, but he also suddenly lost his sense of direction. He didn't know how to cultivate. He opened his eyes and began to stabilize his Tao heart. One could definitely cultivate in the Great Tao Supreme Realm. It was definitely not stagnant. However, the Great Tao could no longer help him become stronger. What should he care about? Hanju's gaze landed on the primordial world. Previously, it was to refine stars. What should he do now? Hanju began to try various methods. The stars had already reached their limits and could no longer be refined with supreme power. The nebulous primordial chi had already transformed into a primordial space and was very stable. Could no longer be improved. After countless attempts, Hanju finally found the method. Expansion of the primordial world. This method needed to open up the space in the soul and let it constantly expand. The primordial space would expand as well, causing an endless stream of nebulous primordial chi to be born and connect to the primordial space. Hanju's cultivation level would also increase as the nebulous primordial chi increased. He didn't know if the expansion of the primordial world had a limit, but he could cultivate for now. Hanju opened his eyes and sent a dream to Red Fate. They chatted for a while and finally met. Red Fate had already settled down. With the help of the sages, the heavenly Tao cultivators did not find trouble with the Red Fate world. Hanju checked the emails after the dream ended. After so many years, he didn't know how his friends were doing. Hanju could directly observe them, but that was too troublesome. The emails were more interesting. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your son Han Tuo has returned to the chaos. Your good friend Yi Tian has returned to the chaos. Your good friend Jiang Juesher was attacked. X19. Your good friend Di Jiang has received guidance from your good friend Pangu. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hutu has received guidance from your good friend Pangu. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has fused with the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine Robe Taoist was cursed by a mysterious curse. Han Tuo and Yi Tian had returned? It seemed that the Great Tao Divine Spirits had been careless recently. The meeting between the 12 ancestral magi and Pangu was a sign that the battle was about to begin. Hanju didn't plan to interfere in the battle between the chaotic fiend celestial and the divine authority generals. After all, both sides were his enemies. Once his identity was exposed, the chaotic fiend celestials would definitely join forces to deal with him. It was better to let them fight to the death before he harvested the divine authority generals. As for the consequences of killing the divine authority generals, Hanju didn't have much of a burden. The hidden sect disciples had already returned one after another. He could just take all the disciples back to the Tao field if he really angered the chaotic deities. However, he felt that the chaotic deities would not attack. He was an existence higher than the chaos, and Hanju was defending himself. How could the chaotic deities attack? In addition, Hanju still had Pangu as his backing. The current resurrected Pangu was only a clone. Pangu's main body was still around even if he was destroyed. Could Pangu stand by and watch if the chaotic deities dared to attack the heavenly Tao? Hanju had a feeling that Pangu was not much weaker than the chaotic fiend celestials. There was also the mysterious and unknown Tao ancestor. These two were the true backing of the heavenly Tao. Hanju sent a dream to Divine Lord Peacock after reading the emails. This fellow had not been careful recently and was injured again. Could the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority that attacked him be a Divine Authority General? Hanju met Divine Lord Peacock in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes and saw Hanju. He immediately looked awkward. The dark forbidden lord would visit him in his dreams every time he was injured. Although it was out of concern, it also made him lose face. Divine Lord Peacock hurriedly said, "This time, I wasn't defeated by someone at the same realm, much less suppressed by a great Tao sage. It was a divine authority general. 10,000 divine authority generals are too strong. One of them casually glared at me and I almost lost my soul." Speaking of this, Divine Lord Peacock still shivered when he thought about it. He had never encountered such a terrifying thing. Hanju asked, "When will you attain the great Tao?" Divine Lord Peacock replied, Soon. I've already been checked by the divine authority generals. I can cultivate in peace now. Legend has it that the divine authority is about to destroy the chaotic fiend celestials, the heavenly Tao, and the mysterious primordial fiend celestial. Is that true? Hanju said, "I don't know. It doesn't matter as long as you're safe." "What do you think of the divine authority generals?" Divine Lord Peacock asked carefully. There were various opinions regarding the Dark Forbidden Lord's identity. Some time ago, because of a sentence before the death of the first life Black Sovereign, the chaotic living beings thought that the Dark Forbidden Lord was a great Tao divine spirit. Hanju said, "It's just a trigger of the chaotic rule. It has nothing to do with us. Don't ask and don't think too much." Divine Lord Peacock immediately had many guesses. Hanju instructed, "Hurry up and attain the great Tao. I'll be forced to reevaluate your potential if you're injured before attaining the Tao." "All right." Divine Lord Peacock agreed immediately, but he was panicking inside. He also felt embarrassed. His performance in the past 2 million years was far inferior to the past. It made him look like he was bragging. Hanju didn't say anything else and directly removed the dream. Realizing that he had returned to reality, Hanju began to observe the heavenly Tao. 2 more sage positions appeared in the heavenly Tao after the calamity ended. Hanju didn't plan to interfere and let nature take its course. Hanju looked at the chaos next. He captured the 10,000 divine authority generals advancing in the chaos. They were still far from the heavenly Tao, but they were already very close to the grand primordium domain. Dozens of chaotic fiend celestials gathered in the grand primordium domain, including Pangu. After reviving, Pangu's aura was not inferior to before. The other living beings in the grand primordium domain had already been dispersed, leaving only the fiend celestials waiting for the final battle. The divine authority generals seemed to sense the chaotic fiend celestials and deliberately approached the grand primordium domain. Hanju looked forward to this battle. Hanju retracted his gaze and continued cultivating after watching for a while. Deep in the chaos in the dark forbidden zone, a beam of light sped away. It was Jiang Juesher. Jiang Juesher suddenly stopped and looked forward with a sharp gaze. The dark space fluctuated and a figure slowly walked out. "Ancestor Shitian." Jiang Juesher asked, "Why did the ancestor only appear after chasing me here?" Ancestor Shitian said expressionlessly, "You know very well that I'll leave after saying a few words. Just pretend that I didn't catch up to you." Jiang Juesher frowned and fell into confusion. He had never been able to figure out Ancestor Shitian. It seemed that he had been captured by him, but all these years, Ancestor Shitian had provided him with a safe cultivation environment. He felt that Ancestor Shitian had entered life with ulterior motives. Although the heavenly Tao has existed for a long time, there are very few opportunities like yours. In the past, only Pangu and the Tao ancestor could compare to you. Your fate is extraordinary. I hope that you can act cautiously. Especially now, the situation in the chaos is unknown. You will only attract trouble if you wantonly display your potential. Ancestor Shitian said softly, causing Jiang Juesher to frown even harder. In his opinion, the chaos was not lively. On the contrary, it was lonely. It was rare to see a living being in hundreds of years. Under such circumstances, his potential was easily spied on. Jiang Juesher fell into self-doubt. Could it be that the chaos was really more terrifying than he had imagined? Were there many eyes staring at him? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He had indeed been careless. After all, reincarnation for hundreds of thousands of years was too long. Ancestor Shitian continued, "The future heavenly Tao still needs you to save it. I'll teach you the great Tao of karma before I leave." He waved his sleeve, and a ball of light quickly entered Jiang Juesher's forehead, preventing him from reacting. Jiang Juesher was stunned. Ancestor Shitian was already gone when he opened his eyes again. He did not stay in place and quickly left. In the darkness, a majestic golden Buddha dragged a world with one hand. It was the sacred true martial Buddha. The heavenly Tao was already ahead. Sacred true martial Buddha's gaze landed on the red fate world. He was slightly moved. He could sense a terrifying aura hidden in the red fate world. He had come to the heavenly Tao before, but there was no such world then. Chu Shuren's voice floated into his ears. "Don't worry, that's a great Tao sage invited by my grandmaster. The Buddhist world is to position itself on the other side of the immortal world, forming a defensive formation on both sides." Sacred true martial Buddha immediately stopped asking when Chu Shuren mentioned his grandmaster. He circled around the heavenly Tao and arrived on the other side of the immortal world. Sages appeared one after another and looked curiously at the sacred true martial Buddha. Feng Liang had already revealed that the Buddhist world was also moving here. They were already looking forward to it. The sages introduced themselves. Sacred true martial Buddha did not put on airs. He knew that he had to stay near the heavenly Tao for a long time. They might also fuse together in the future. He did not resist. Instead, he was very satisfied. It was indeed difficult for him to rely on the Buddhist world alone. The immortal world was different. He would die even if a great Tao divine spirit attacked. The sacred true martial Buddha chatted politely with the sages. 10,000 years later, after discussion by the sages, they began to arrange for heavenly Tao cultivators to go to the Buddhist world and the Red Fate world. They would first spread the providence of the heavenly Tao. Under the accumulation of time, they would fuse with the heavenly Tao sooner or later. Red Fate and sacred true martial Buddha had no objections. The foolish sword sage had been staying in the welcoming sacred palace. At first, sect master Tianju was not used to him, but later he was very happy. The welcoming sacred palace was the place where the heavenly Tao received the chaotic forces. Chaotic mighty figures would come every once in a while. The foolish sword sage's existence gave the chaotic forces a lot of pressure and also displayed the heavenly Tao's foundation. The heavenly Tao was not afraid of the divine authority generals. The foolish sword sage had fought Pangu twice and survived. His reputation had long shaken the chaos. For a time, the negative impact of the divine authority generals on the heavenly Tao decreased. Instead, it had a positive effect and attracted more and more heavenly Tao cultivators to return. It was as if the divine authority generals would no longer target the heavenly Tao. This situation made the sages very happy. At the same time, they were glad that they did not leave the heavenly Tao. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. He had been in seclusion for another 50,000 years, and his cultivation level had increased greatly. The primordial world had already nearly doubled in size. It was not bad. As the primordial world increased, the distance between the stars also increased. They began to develop meteors, which was quite magical. Hanju habitually checked his emails. The wait for the divine authority generals was a little boring. However, the later the divine authority came, the more confident he was. Soon, Hanju was attracted by an email. Your good friend evil heavenly emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. He continued reading and saw another related email. Or was your good friend evil heavenly emperor was attacked by the great Tao Providence divine authority. His body was destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul. So tragic? Hanju's heart tightened, and he immediately sent a dream to the evil heavenly emperor. The dream was the forest back then. The evil heavenly emperor opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Hanju. Your Majesty, have you encountered a divine authority general recently? Hanju asked. The evil heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. That's right, but I'm fine. I've long escaped the providence of the heavenly Tao and am not a heavenly Tao lifeform. Hanju was relieved after hearing that. The evil heavenly emperor said, "You're preparing to deal with the divine authority generals? I've heard of the heavenly Tao situation. It hasn't collapsed yet and is even constantly absorbing mighty figures. Are you going to fight?" Hanju felt that there was nothing to hide and nodded. "It's our duty to protect the heavenly Tao." The evil heavenly emperor clicked his tongue in wonder. "I'm beginning to suspect that you're not a chaotic fiend celestial. The divine authority generals are about to suffer." The evil heavenly emperor was shocked and looked at Hanju in disbelief. He knew him too well. This kid would not guard the heavenly Tao to his death. It was obvious that he was confident. Hanju felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the evil heavenly emperor knew his limits and didn't continue to guess Hanju's identity. What was higher than the chaotic fiend celestial's potential? "By the way, I met an acquaintance among the divine authority generals. The Tao ancestor. He's also one of the divine authority generals." The evil heavenly emperor changed the topic and said with a dark expression, "Tao ancestor? What do you mean? One of the divine authority generals looks like the Tao ancestor. Or is the Tao ancestor commanding the divine authority generals?" Hanju frowned. He had seen the divine authority generals in the illusion before. They didn't have a leader or independent thoughts. They looked like fighting machines. The evil heavenly emperor said, "I'm not sure either, but I did find the Tao ancestor among the divine authority generals. This matter is really strange. I have to think of a way to investigate." Hanju nodded and noted this down. The two of them chatted for a while more before Hanju removed the dream. He opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "I want to know why the Tao ancestor is among the divine authority generals? It cannot be deduced without karma. What did it mean by no karma?" Hanju began to ask all sorts of questions about the Tao ancestor, but no matter how he asked, he couldn't derive them. It was as if the Tao ancestor did not exist. This was interesting. The Tao ancestor was clearly still in his interpersonal relationships. How could he not have deduced it? It seemed that the Tao ancestor had not been idle during this period of time. He had been secretly working hard. Hanju shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then he entered cultivation again. The fiend celestials were gathered in the hall in the Grand Primordium domain. Beside the Grand Primordium fiend celestial sat a burly figure. It was Pangu. Pangu's hair was disheveled and he emitted a wild aura. As he breathed, it was like turbid flames spitting out. At this moment, Pangu suddenly opened his eyes. The other fiend celestials seemed to sense something and opened their eyes with solemn expressions. The Grand Primordium fiend celestial frowned. "It's coming." The other fiend celestials began to speak. Why did they suddenly turn to the Grand Primordium domain? Indeed, a mysterious existence is manipulating the divine authority generals. They're just afraid that we chaotic fiend celestials will grow stronger. Unfortunately, I wanted to rope in some mighty figures. There are always people afraid of death. The chaos will be under our control in the future if we win this battle. Ha 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 ha. Come. The chaos belongs to us fiend celestials. Back then, there was no great Tao divine spirit when we fought, let alone a divine authority general. The chaotic fiend celestials were all high-spirited and fearless. They were already mentally prepared. Before the battle, they naturally would not dampen each other's morale. Most importantly, they had no way out. Pangu said, "Prepare to set up the formation." The Grand Primordium fiend celestial nodded and stood up. An ancient battle that was rare in billions of years was about to erupt. Heavenly Tao. Time flew. Hanju continued to cultivate without stopping after he entered seclusion for 50,000 years. In any case, the Heavenly Tao's development was smooth sailing. Great Tao sages and great Tao supremes were also guarding it. Only the divine authority could cause trouble in the future. He continued to cultivate in seclusion. The primordial world continued to expand and the nebulous primordial chi it contained increased. causing his supreme power to accumulate and become stronger. After a certain period of time, Hanju suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. He felt a huge battle erupt in the chaos. He calmed down and calculated. It had only been a little more than 90,000 years since he entered seclusion. Had the divine authority generals already reached the grand primordium domain? It was a little fast. In other words, the heavenly Tao's future would also be brought forward. Hanju took a deep breath. He was already prepared to fight and was not afraid. He looked at the grand primordium domain. The dozens of chaotic fiend celestials were already surrounded by 10,000 divine authority generals. Outside the battlefield, the 12 ancestral magi brought the Magus race over, but they did not dare to go up. It was not only the Magus race. Other races were watching the battle and preparing to attack at any time. They were probably related to the chaotic fiend celestials. The battle was intense. Pangu was the most eye-catching. He fought 1,000 divine authority generals alone and was not at all inferior. After a divine authority general was destroyed, he instantly revived as if he could not be killed. He couldn't see who would win for the time being. However, Hanju felt that the divine authority generals would win. Apart from the grand primordium fiend celestial and Pangu, the other fiend celestials were not as powerful as the foolish sword sage. Most chaotic fiend celestials would find it difficult to fight a divine authority general alone. The undying divine authority generals would win sooner or later. Hanju watched with relish. This battle wouldn't end anytime soon. After watching for a while, Hanju lost interest. How long until the divine authority generals reach the heavenly Tao? He asked in his mind. 1 quadrillion years will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 500,000 years. Hanju knew that this was the latest forecast. The actual time would only speed up. He could affect the development of karma, and so could others, let alone existences stronger than him. Come on. I'll be waiting for you. Hanju thought proudly. It was time to test his strength after secretly cultivating for 3 million years. Hanju sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Venerate Xiandu, asking him to prepare early to prevent chaos. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu immediately gathered the sages in the welcoming sacred palace. After sect master Tianju left, the foolish sword sage opened his eyes and stared at the chaos, watching from afar. He frowned and clenched his fists in his sleeves, trying his best to restrain his emotions. The divine authority general's power made him uneasy. Pangu was already his mental demon. But even such a powerful mental demon was suppressed by the divine authority generals. The foolish sword sage had mixed emotions. He was both terrified and glad. The divine authority generals seemed to be proficient in some kind of restriction that sealed the grand primordium domain. Some chaotic fiend celestials who had been killed wanted to escape, but they were blocked. Dead end. A chaotic fiend celestial had already died. The foolish sword sage stopped watching and looked at the immortal world. What was Hanju thinking now? Should he visit him in his dreams? No. Hanju must already know that the battle has erupted. Won't I look timid if I go looking for him? The foolish sword sage adjusted his state of mind, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. So what if there are 10,000 divine authority generals? My sword Tao will use you as a whetstone. The foolish sword sage's eyes flickered as he became high-spirited again. Thousands of years later, Hanju was still cultivating when a choice suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the divine authority generals are about to attack the heavenly Tao. You have the following choices. 1. Prepare to fight the divine authority generals. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a primordial fragment, and a supreme treasure. 2. Immediately escape the heavenly Tao and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a creation spirit stone. Hanju chose the first one without hesitation after looking at the choices in front of him. It was rare to choose the first option. You chose to fight the divine authority generals and obtained a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a primordial fragment, and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate Dao treasure, ultimate mortal robe, ultimate mortal robe, ultimate defensive Dao treasure. A supreme treasure formed by absorbing mortal power. It is invisible and colorless. It can defend against a blow from a Dao creator. Hanju's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Could defend against a blow from a Dao creator. Although it was only one strike, it was enough to make Hanju excited. How safe? The system was truly caring. Hanju first took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of fiend celestial chi. Then, he took out the ultimate mortal robe and refined it to recognize him as its owner. The ultimate mortal robe was a ball of red chi in Hanju's hand. It didn't look like a robe in the slightest. Hanju finally succeeded after 500 years. Something pleasantly surprising happened again. The ultimate mortal robe directly dissipated and turned invisible. It attached to his body, and he didn't even need to take off the Time Dao robe. In other words, he was wearing two robe Dharma treasures at once. It was simply too defensive. Impeccable. Perfect. Hanju was full of confidence now. He immediately began the simulation trial and challenged 10,000 Great Dao Supreme Foolish Sword Sage. He stood still and let them hit him. They finally shattered the ultimate mortal robe after 5 minutes. It was stable. Hanju could finally rest assured. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The battle at the Grand Primordium Domain ended with the complete annihilation of the chaotic Fiend Celestials. Even the powerful Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial and Pangu had perished. This battle completely changed the situation in the chaos and also shocked all living beings. Chaotic Fiend Celestial. All living grew up listening to the legends of the chaotic Fiend Celestials. Fiend Celestials were the highest existences in the hearts of all living beings. The Divine Authority Generals had actually annihilated most of the chaotic Fiend Celestials in one battle. For a time, the entire chaos fell into an uproar. After the shock, most of the living beings reacted with excitement. After all, the Divine Authority Generals could not threaten them. All living beings in the chaos would have a chance to rise once the chaotic Fiend Celestials were cleaned up. A chaotic Fiend Celestial could control a domain. Once it died, the forces and power it affected would be immeasurable. At the same time, the gazes of the chaotic living beings landed on the heavenly Dao. The chaotic Fiend Celestials were dead. Next was the heavenly Dao. The various factions closest to the heavenly Dao were originally shocked by its recent development. They even felt that the heavenly Dao had a chance to stand firm. However, they felt that the heavenly Dao was doomed when they saw the chaotic Fiend Celestials' tragic outcome. All the living beings in the immortal world also learned about this when the news reached the heavenly Dao. They were in danger. The sages preached the Dao in their respective Dao fields and took the opportunity to comfort the listeners. They then spread it by word of mouth to every corner of the immortal world. As for the thousands of mortal worlds below the immortal world, they did not know about this at all. The difference in cultivation level was too great, and information was completely blocked. In the Universal Hall, sages gathered. Even the sages of the hidden sect came. Everyone was talking about the battle in the Grand Primordium Domain. I really didn't expect them to all die. Even Pangu died. Yes, I used to think that the chaotic Fiend Celestials could pose a threat to the Divine Authority Generals. It's said that the 10,000 Divine Authority Generals are complete. Sigh, it's almost our turn. Don't say it. I'm suddenly nervous. What are you afraid of? Isn't this good? The chaotic Fiend Celestials have failed. How impressive will that be if we win? What are you bragging about? We will all be spectators when the time comes. We still have to see the Divine Might Heavenly Sage and the 3 Great Dao Sages attack. If not for the sages of the hidden sect trusting Hanju completely, the hall would probably be gloomy, silent, and oppressive. They had guessed that the chaotic Fiend Celestials would lose, but they did not expect them to all die. None of them survived. The shock and pressure brought by such an outcome was too strong. They felt suffocated when they first learned of this news. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, The chaotic heavenly road will be temporarily closed. Only the heavenly Tao lifeforms are allowed to return. You are not allowed to leave. Pan Xian and Jin Shen nodded. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du continued to deploy. Every sage had arranged things in an orderly manner. His steadiness also calmed the sages. They could only choose to believe in the divine might heavenly sage. Han Ju entered seclusion for another 50,000 years. Then, he opened his eyes and came to the second Tao field. He released the new Fiend Celestial and let Murong Qi take it away. Tao Comprehension's sword asked, Master, the divine authority generals are about to attack. Are you confident? She already knew the grand primordium domain's outcome in the myriad worlds projection and was very worried. Liao also looked at him. Hanju said, No, Tao Comprehension's sword panicked. Then let's run. Hanju smiled faintly. Liao said helplessly, Would Sect Master need your reminder if he was really not confident? Tao Comprehension's sword was enlightened. Hanju said, Cultivate in peace. The divine authority generals will definitely not be our last enemy. There might be stronger enemies in the future. I need your help with the next calamities. You can't rely on me to do everything personally, right? Liao nodded. Tao Comprehension Sword was ashamed. Speaking of which, these hidden sect disciples had never helped him resolve his problems. Hanju chatted with them for a while before returning to the 100-peak Immortal River. He looked at the chaos next. Siari. From the point of view of the chaos, the 10,000 divine authority generals were advancing towards the heavenly Tao in a straight line. The divine authority generals were really coming. Although Hanju was already prepared, he still became a little nervous. He had lived for more than 3 million years, but he rarely encountered such a battle. Excitement, anticipation, nervousness. He was also a little scared. Hanju asked in his mind, Will I die if I kill 10,000 divine authority generals? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, Will the chaotic deities personally take action if I kill 10,000 divine authority generals? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. The chaotic deities wouldn't attack even after this? Were they cowards? Something was wrong. Why won't the chaotic deities take action after I kill 10,000 divine authority generals? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A mysterious existence is restraining them. Hanju narrowed his eyes. It was either Pangu, the Tao ancestor, or the two of them working together. Hanju was completely relieved. Actually, he was not afraid even if the chaotic deities attacked. At most, he would hide in the Tao field. Hanju continued to stare at the chaos. Indeed, the divine authority general speed was increasing, faster and faster. Hanju stood up and jumped out of the heavenly Tao with great sage Void Soul. He came to the 33rd heaven and directly entered the universal hall. Great sage Void Soul was nervous. He knew why Hanju brought him out. He had also spied on the chaos before and witnessed the divine authority general's dominance. Boss, why did you bring me here? I'm nothing. Great sage Void Soul was sad, but he did not dare to say it. The last time the divine robed Taoist attacked, he had lost all his face and had been looking for a chance to regain it. The heavenly Tao was finally facing a calamity, but the outcome was 10 million times more terrifying than before. Why was this happening? Great sage Void Soul felt that a mighty figure was targeting him. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately stood up when he saw Hanju. He would not do that in the past. It could be seen how much pressure he was under. Although he was usually calm, he was actually under the greatest pressure. He had to support the overall situation of the heavenly Tao and not collapse. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du asked carefully, Fellow Taoist Han, what's the matter? He was very nervous. afraid that Hanju would say that he couldn't win and wanted to escape. In that case, how could he face the living beings of the heavenly Tao and the other sages? Hanju sat down beside him and said, "Gather the sages. The divine authority generals are coming. We'll wait for them together." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately followed upon hearing Hanju's instructions. Soon, the sages arrived one after another. They all came without missing a single one. At this juncture, the sages did not dare to leave the heavenly Tao, afraid that they would encounter the divine authority generals. They could not cultivate in peace and felt uneasy. The sages sat down and looked at Hanju. The uneasiness in their hearts immediately vanished. Hanju was still here, so hope was still there. They believed that Hanju already knew the chaotic Fiend Celestial's outcome, but he still dared to guard the heavenly Tao. That meant that he was confident. Hanju closed his eyes and didn't say anything. The atmosphere was oppressive. No one dared to speak. It was the same for Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Great Sage Void Soul scanned all the sages in the hall and secretly despised them. "Why are you so nervous? You're not the ones fighting." A group of Heavenly Tao sages and Freedom sages were not even qualified to participate. Wouldn't they turn into dust when the divine authority generals glared? "Don't be nervous. You can chat amongst yourselves. We'll wait for the divine authority generals to arrive." Hanju's voice sounded. The sages immediately felt relieved. Long Hao, Tao Sovereign, and the other hidden sect disciples were the most relaxed. They were the first to speak, and the atmosphere soon became lively. "What divine authority generals? Kill as many as come." "That's right. Those chaotic Fiend Celestials are really useless. They lost too quickly." "It still depends on my master." "Don't panic. I was still preaching just now. The grand primordium domain is very far from the heavenly Tao. The divine authority generals shouldn't be able to come so quickly, right?" "No, they're almost here. The divine authority generals are not as simple as the rules. They clearly received the order and directly came to the heavenly Tao. They can't wait any longer. Monitoring the chaos is only a pretense. The focus is still to eliminate the chaotic Fiend Celestials and the heavenly Tao." The sages discussed and the atmosphere became relaxed. Hanju waited patiently. "Foolish sword sage sent you a dream. Do you accept?" A line of words suddenly appeared in front of him, making him feel strange. Couldn't he just send a voice transmission? He was clearly beside the heavenly Tao. Hanju could feel that the foolish sword sage was still in the welcoming sacred palace. He hesitated for a moment but still chose to accept the dream. The dream was the welcoming sacred palace. The foolish sword sage's expression was strange as he said, "Fellow Taoist Han, the divine authority generals are coming." Hanju said, "I know. You. Are you afraid?" "I'm not. It's impossible. Fellow Taoist Red Fate didn't visit me in my dreams. I'm just reminding you. How can I be afraid?" The foolish sword sage snorted and removed the dream. Hanju opened his eyes and found it interesting. He did not expect the foolish sword sage to have such a side. But it made sense on second thought. Pangu was already dead. How could the foolish sword sage not be afraid? Time passed. It was impossible for the divine authority generals to arrive in a few years no matter how fast they were. Not long after, the universal hall fell silent and the sages cultivated separately. In the dark forbidden zone, a strong light shone from the depths of the darkness. The strong light quickly stretched out like a beam of light. Looking closer, terrifying figures 10 million feet tall could be seen in the strong light. All of them were mighty and domineering. They walked side by side and were unstoppable. Divine authority generals. The chaotic heavenly road happened to be ahead of them. The chaotic heavenly road stretched through the void, with no end in sight. At this moment, several cultivators were hurrying along the chaotic heavenly road. They subconsciously narrowed their eyes when they saw the strong light in the distance. "What's that?" A woman frowned and asked. A green-robed Taoist beside her had a drastic change in expression. "Oh no, It's the divine authority generals. There's someone in the strong light. Run. Return to the heavenly Tao. With that, he was the first to leap and speed through the chaotic heavenly road. The other cultivators reacted and hurriedly followed. They did not dare to leave the chaotic heavenly road. After all, they had heard rumors that the divine authority generals would slaughter the heavenly Tao lifeforms. However, they could not compare to the divine authority generals no matter how fast they were. 0. The 10,000 divine authority generals arrived in front of the chaotic heavenly road in less than 10 steps. The 10,000-foot wide chaotic heavenly road was like a thin line in front of them. The divine authority generals stepped on the chaotic heavenly road together, instantly shattering it. The living beings on the heavenly road were destroyed, no matter how far they were from the divine authority generals. Many cultivators had not even seen the divine authority generals. Their deaths were too sudden and confusing. At the edge of the heavenly Tao, the nearby chaotic city shook because of the collapse of the chaotic heavenly road, startling countless cultivators. Even the sages were alarmed. Dog! Pan-Xian gritted his teeth and deduced who had attacked the chaotic heavenly road. Although he cursed, he did not stand up. He knew his limits. He was not a divine authority general's match. The collapse of the chaotic heavenly road caused his cultivation to become unstable. Hanju slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cold and murderous. They were coming. It had to be said that the divine authority general's actions made him very unhappy. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or on purpose. The chaotic heavenly road that the heavenly Tao had built for 2 million years was gone just like that. It was even crushed. The other sages counted with their fingers. They were furious after understanding the situation. Too arrogant, Zhou Fan said angrily. This was not stepping on the chaotic heavenly road but on the heavenly Tao's dignity. The other sages denounced. Hanju looked at the chaos. The divine authority generals were so fast. As if provoked, they suddenly accelerated. 10,000 divine authority generals surged over. Every step shook the dark forbidden zone. The dark space twisted as if it would shatter at any moment. The heavenly Tao sages could already sense the divine authority general's aura in less than 10 minutes. Pangu sent you a dream. Do you accept? Hanju showed a frown. At this time? He immediately accepted it, wanting to see what Pangu had to say. The dream was on Buzhou Divine Mountain. Pangu stared at him and said, "The divine authority generals are coming. The heavenly Tao will depend on you. I will support you and help you at the critical moment. You must do your best to protect the heavenly Tao." Hanju said, "What if the ones behind the divine authority generals come? You only need to deal with the divine authority generals and survive this calamity first. All right?" Hanju directly removed the dream and didn't say anything else, lest the divine authority generals take advantage of his distraction to shatter the heavenly Tao. He opened his eyes and discovered that all the sages were staring at him. The foolish sword sage and red fate had already appeared outside the heavenly Tao and were looking into the darkness. "Fellow Taoist red fate, are you afraid?" The foolish sword sage asked with a smile, pretending to be relaxed. Red fate said, "What's there to be afraid of? At most, we'll die." The foolish sword sage nodded, feeling uncomfortable inside. Wasn't this woman famous for being afraid of death? Why was she so determined? He was secretly curious. What did Hanju do to her? At this moment, Hanju's voice floated into their ears. "Don't attack later. You are responsible for watching the battle." The foolish sword sage was stunned. Responsible for watching the battle? What did this mean? He had prepared for hundreds of thousands of years to welcome this battle. In the end, he did not need to do anything. Although he was puzzled, the foolish sword sage heaved a sigh of relief. He was really not confident. The Pangu he was afraid of had been killed by the divine authority generals. How could he not be afraid? Hanju immediately disappeared from the Universal Hall after comforting the foolish sword sage and red fate. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 10,000 divine authority generals. He instantly used the simulation trial to copy their cultivation levels and disappeared. The entire process was too fast, so fast that Hanju seemed to have never appeared. The other sages did not notice his disappearance. Hanju predicted that it would take at least 5 minutes for the divine authority generals to arrive. He immediately entered the simulation trial and challenged 10,000 divine authority generals. He fused with 1,949 fiend celestial dharma idols and waved the primordial judgment sword with the primordial divine rage. With a slash, supreme sword chi swept out and destroyed all 10,000 divine authority generals. Instant kill. Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, nothing happened. He was really afraid that after the battle in the Grand Primordium domain, the divine authority generals would be strengthened. He entered the simulation trial again. This time, he did not attack first to test the divine authority general's power. Several breaths later, Hanju opened his eyes and pondered. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu turned around and asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, are you confident?" He could already sense the terrifying aura of 10,000 divine authority generals. He believed that Hanju could also sense it. In terms of aura, there was probably a number. In any case, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu felt that he would die if he went out. The aura of 10,000 divine authority generals gathered together was too powerful. So powerful that it crushed all wishful thinking. The other sages looked at Hanju, all filled with anticipation and nervousness. They were afraid when they truly felt the aura of the divine authority generals. Even Zhoufan, Long Hao, Zhao Shenyuan, and the others who had shouted earlier did not dare to brag. Facing their gazes, Hanju said, "You probably won't believe me if I say that I'm confident. I'll try my best. Don't go out. Just watch me fight the divine authority generals." The sages heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid of being sent out to fight. Although they were ashamed, this was the heartless truth. Hanju suddenly stood up and took out the primordial judgment sword. The sword overflowed and purple-red light shone in the hall, dazzling the sages. At the same time, they felt a terrifying killing intent. Killing intent. Pan Xian was stunned as he thought of his heaven-opening axe. "Curse the life faction for seizing my supreme treasure." Hanju raised the primordial judgment sword with one hand under the sage's gazes. The tip of the sword pointed at the divine authority generals attacking from the chaos. Shadows appeared above Hanju's head and quickly entered his body. In an instant, Hanju had already fused with 1,949 fiend celestial dharma idols. He raised his left hand and stretched out his index and middle fingers. He slowly slid them along the blade as if he was holding a gun. His gaze and the tip of the sword looked in the same direction, aiming at something. The sages were extremely nervous, not understanding what he wanted to do. Zhoufan couldn't help but ask, "Master, what do you want to do? Was he going to attack from here?" Such a ridiculous thought appeared in the minds of all the sages. They were the divine authority generals. Wouldn't the enemy be alarmed if he attacked from so far away? Hanju said expressionlessly, "Everyone, tell me, can my sword kill 10,000 divine authority generals?" The entire universal hall fell silent. The sages widened their eyes and breathed heavily. Even Heavenly Venerate Xiandu and Lao Dan were the same. Lao Dan did not speak, but he was already prepared to escape with Tao Sovereign and the other two when the 10,000 divine authority generals arrived. He didn't expect Hanju to be so arrogant, killing 10,000 divine authority generals with a single strike. No one dared to jump out and question him. They all stared at the primordial judgment sword in Hanju's hand in a daze. Their hearts beat faster. If Hanju was really... gasp. They did not dare to continue thinking. Logic told them that it was impossible. That was a terrifying power that could destroy dozens of chaotic fiend celestials. Even the giant god of creation, Pangu, died at the 10,000 divine authority generals' feet. In the mysterious space, murky mist filled the air. The evil heavenly emperor stood in front of a mysterious shadow that shone with a strong light. Between the two sides, an illusion floated and reflected the scene of 10,000 divine authority generals galloping. The evil heavenly emperor's expression was ugly as he felt the terrifying aura of the 10,000 divine authority generals. He had encountered divine authority generals before. They had always walked forward calmly. This was the first time they were running so quickly. This was an obvious sign that they were determined to flatten the heavenly Tao. The evil heavenly emperor looked up and asked, "Senior, are you really not allowed to make a move? I only want you to save the hidden sect." The mysterious giant shadow said faintly, "I won't enter karma or the chaos. I naturally won't interfere. Evil heavenly emperor, don't try to interfere. Behind the divine authority generals are the supreme rules and the great Tao Providence divine authority. Any existence that dares to stop them will be doomed." The evil heavenly emperor suddenly knelt down and gritted his teeth. "Senior, please make a move. I'm willing to serve you forever and be your pawn. Senior always said that you won't enter the chaos, but you always pay attention to it. I know that you have your ambitions. I'm willing to serve you no matter what. Since Senior can see me many times, you must have a use for me." The mysterious giant shadow did not answer. The evil heavenly emperor was still kneeling as he stared at the 10,000 divine authority generals in the illusion. He was extremely nervous. The divine authority generals' speed was tremendous and their strength was terrifying. They could flatten the heavenly Tao in an instant once they reached it. The evil heavenly emperor was originally confident in Hanju, but he learned a terrifying piece of information. The mysterious giant shadow said, "I've already told you that it's impossible for 10,000 divine authority generals to be destroyed. This is the supreme rule of the chaos unless they have the strength to overturn the chaos. Besides, even if I kill 10,000 divine authority generals, an even more terrifying force will appear next. The heavenly Tao is already at a dead end. There's no way out." The evil heavenly emperor was moved. He suddenly looked up and asked in a low voice, "Is there an existence stronger than you in the chaos?" The mysterious giant shadow said, "Perhaps not, but the chaos itself is the strongest." The evil heavenly emperor was indignant and was about to continue speaking. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent came from the illusion, startling him. A sword chi attacked from the depths of the darkness, striking the 10,000 divine authority generals. So fast. Before the evil heavenly emperor could think further, he saw the sword chi drown the 10,000 divine authority generals. It was unstoppable and incomparably domineering, shocking the dark forbidden zone. The sword chi dissipated, and a huge hole was torn in the dark forbidden zone. Layer after layer of space shattered, revealing the primordial void. The divine authority generals had already vanished. The evil heavenly emperor was stunned. He blinked and stood up to take a closer look, but he still did not see the divine authority generals. "Senior, where's the divine authority generals? Hurry up and turn to them," the evil heavenly emperor urged anxiously. However, he did not receive a reply. The evil heavenly emperor asked, "Senior," the mysterious giant shadow said faintly, "the divine authority generals are gone." "Gone? What do you mean?" Evil heavenly emperor's heart beat faster than ever as he asked carefully. If he was not wrong, the divine authority generals were killed by that sword chi, killing 10,000 divine authority generals in one strike? How was that possible? In the Universal Hall, Hanju slowly put down the primordial judgment sword. He had just used the primordial judgment sword as the foundation and used the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing swordfinger to kill 10,000 divine authority generals. He admitted that he had definitely used his full strength just now and even shook the heavenly Tao. The outcome did not disappoint him. They were insta-killed just like in the simulation trial. The sages had yet to react, but they were all shocked by the sword strike. All of them were silent. Lao Dan's eyes widened and he trembled. Laozi had grasped the sword Dao, so he was naturally familiar with it. However, Hanju's sword chi just now shocked him. It was definitely not the power of the sword Dao, but it's even more terrifying than Laozi's sword Dao. Most importantly, Lao Dan felt that the aura of the 10,000 divine authority generals was gone. Could it be? He did not dare to think about it. The sages also sensed that the aura of the divine authority generals had vanished. All of them stared at Han Ju, the shock in their hearts indescribable. Zhou Fan was the first to break the silence. He asked carefully, "Master, the divine authority generals." Han Ju sat down and said, "Dead. Did anyone guess that I can kill 10,000 divine authority generals with one strike?" Boom. The universal hall exploded in excitement. All the sages had gone mad. That's right. Mad. The divine authority generals had given them too much pressure in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Especially in the battle of the Grand Primordium Domain, dozens of chaotic fiend celestials led by Pangu were forcefully killed. The pressure brought about by this battle reached the extreme. Although they had expectations for Han Ju, they originally thought that there would be a fierce battle. Unexpectedly. Instant kill. Killing 10,000 generals with one strike. All the sages were shocked and even felt that it was unreal. They're really dead? Just one strike. Divine might heavenly sage, what realm are you at? Is that true? I can't sense their aura. Gone? This is too exaggerated. The divine might heavenly sage is so powerful. I'm convinced. The sages discussed excitedly. Su Dudao and Pan Xian even knelt down and faced Han Ju with fanatical expressions. The sages of the hidden sect also kneeled, causing the other sages to have no choice but to kneel. Only Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and Lao Dan were still standing. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du hesitated for a moment before bowing. The other sages were fine. They either followed Han Ju as their master or were new sages. After hearing Han Ju's legend, kneeling to him was like kneeling to an ancestor. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du would never be able to stand up again if he knelt. At least, he knew that he was not qualified to sit beside Han Ju if there was a sage meeting in the future. Lao Dan was not a heavenly Dao sage to begin with, so he naturally did not have to kneel. However, he could no longer maintain his calm. Han Ju smiled and said, "Stand up. Why are you kneeling? The calamity might not end here." The sages stood up. At the same time, outside the heavenly Dao, Foolish Sword Sage and Red Fate were shocked for a long time before they came back to their senses. 10,000 divine authority generals are gone? Red Fate asked nervously. The Foolish Sword Sage nodded indifferently. Impossible. How could he be so powerful? Foolish Sword Sage roared in his mind. He had never been so excited. At this moment, Han Ju's image in his heart suddenly soared. This was the first time he admired an existence. Worship. The Foolish Sword Sage had imagined countless endings and even had the illusion that Han Ju would win. However, he didn't expect him to kill the divine authority generals with one strike. The divine authority generals had yet to touch the heavenly Dao before being killed. This was even more exaggerated than Pangu slaughtering the 3,000 fiend celestials back then. At that time, the cultivation of the 3,000 fiend celestials was far inferior to the divine authority generals. Their numbers were also inferior. Pangu was not as strong as Han Ju. Foolish Sword Sage couldn't help but ask, "So it's over?" This time, it was Red Fate who pretended to be cold and said, "Perhaps." Foolish Sword Sage cursed. This woman really knew how to pretend. She's almost caught up to me. In the mysterious space, the evil heavenly emperor was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. He asked, "Senior, didn't you say?" He did not finish, afraid that he would offend the mysterious giant shadow. The mysterious giant shadow said after a while, "I was indeed wrong. Han Ju is not simple. I can't see through him. Perhaps he's the primordial fiend celestial." The evil heavenly emperor said, "I watched him grow. He shouldn't be a primordial fiend celestial. He might be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. You don't have to be nervous. I don't care if he's the primordial fiend celestial, but the calamity of the heavenly Dao is not over. Is the existence behind the divine authority generals about to appear? Take a look. The mysterious giant shadow did not say anything else. The evil heavenly emperor had no choice but to look at the illusion. He saw countless stars appear in the ruined void where the divine authority generals had disappeared, as if something was condensing again. That is? The evil heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes. He was not the only one. Hanju also saw it. He didn't let his guard down after sitting down. It was too calm. Nothing happened after the deaths of the 10,000 divine authority generals. It was clearly abnormal. Hanju seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. His gaze passed through the entire chaos and arrived above the 3,000 Great Tao. The 7 supreme rules that surpassed the 3,000 Great Tao. One of the supreme rules began to twist slightly before emitting a light that transformed into a beam of light that swooped down at the chaos. This beam of light quickly landed in the dilapidated void where the divine authority generals were previously, absorbing all the surrounding stars. Boom! The dark forbidden zone shook violently, and even the heavenly Tao trembled. The myriad worlds in the universe seemed to welcome a huge earthquake. The universe between the mortal worlds fluctuated violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Everyone was in an uproar. The sages in the Universal Hall became nervous again and looked at Hanju. They were relieved upon seeing that his expression didn't change. The heavenly Tao couldn't die with the divine might heavenly sage around. All the sages thought so. It was because Hanju's previous strike was too shocking. Primordial ancestor God has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 6 stars. Hanju saw a line of words appear in front of him and immediately checked his interpersonal relationships to find the primordial ancestral God. Primordial ancestor God. Perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm. Great Tao Divine Spirit. Chaotic Origin Spirit. Great Tao Controller. Leader of the Divine Spirits. Because you killed 10,000 divine authority generals. He is filled with trepidation towards you. Current hatred points. 6 stars. The leader of the divine spirits. He had finally exposed himself. Hanju was secretly pleased. Since he knew the name, he could curse him in the future. Even if he couldn't curse, Hanju could visit him in his dreams and kill him with the dark forbidden zone. The leader of the divine spirits had not reached the Tao creator realm either. Hanju was satisfied. He would be frightened to death if a Tao creator really appeared. Hanju was already fighting for the peak, and it was not far away. He stopped thinking and looked at the broken void where the divine authority generals had disappeared. A mighty figure vaguely appeared in the pillar of light. Hanju could feel that the other party's aura was increasing rapidly. The sages were moved. Heavenly Venerate Xianxua's expression darkened as he muttered, "Tao Ancestor." The sages were moved the moment the Tao Ancestor was mentioned. At this moment, Hanju suddenly stood up and took out the primordial judgment sword again. He instantly fused with 1,949 fiend celestial Dharma idols and used the primordial judgment sword to execute the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing swordfinger. Hanju wouldn't give him time to become stronger no matter who the other party was. A fair battle? Impossible. Just die. Hanju attacked extremely quickly. The heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing swordfinger had already slashed out before the other sages could react. The sword chi passed through the door of the Universal Hall and entered the dark forbidden zone with unstoppable force. The invisible wall of the heavenly Tao in this direction had been destroyed earlier, so there was no obstruction this time. Sword chi swept through the chaos. It would directly kill the Tao Ancestor. In the supreme pillar of light, the Tao Ancestor had yet to walk out. His aura soared crazily. A sword chi shot out from the heavenly Tao and drowned him. The supreme pillar of light was severed and the space twisted violently. The scene was illusory and blurry. A section of the supreme pillar of light had already been severed after the sword chi dissipated, and the Tao Ancestor no longer existed. In the Universal Hall, Hanju's expression didn't change as he stared at the pillar of light that fell from the supreme rule. The other sages were the same. The dilapidated void was not far from the heavenly Tao. Ordinary heavenly Tao sages could also see it. The sages secretly heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Hanju kill the Tao ancestor. At this moment, the figure of the Tao ancestor condensed in the supreme pillar of light again. Hanju used the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger to kill the Tao ancestor again. Soon, the Tao ancestor continued to revive. Hanju also attacked and repeated this hundreds of times. The sages looked at Hanju with strange expressions. They would have panicked long ago if it were them. However, Hanju actually enjoyed it and even smiled. The reason Hanju persisted was that he could feel that the supreme pillar of light was weakening. It would dissipate sooner or later if this continued. That's all you've got? Hanju secretly felt disdain. He continued. After 1,000 times, the supreme pillar of light shattered and the Tao ancestor finally disappeared. Peace returned. The universal hall was silent. All the sages did not dare to let their guard down. He had rejoiced too early. In the mysterious space, the evil heavenly emperor asked, "Senior, is it over?" The mysterious giant shadow replied, "I'm not sure. It depends on if the other party still has a backup plan. I have to say, this child." He didn't say the rest, but the evil heavenly emperor understood. Cough cough, this kid's determination is indeed extraordinary. The evil heavenly emperor said awkwardly, his heart filled with pride. What was this? It seemed dishonest, but this was a life and death battle. Could it be that he had to wait for the enemy to fight in their peak state? The evil heavenly emperor asked, "Is the previous Tao ancestor his main body?" Of course not. The heavenly Tao ancestor is indeed powerful. If not for him being unable to let go of the heavenly Tao, he would have long transcended. The mysterious giant shadow's words caused the evil heavenly emperor to ponder. After a while, the evil heavenly emperor asked, "How strong is the Tao ancestor in the chaos? How is he compared to you?" The mysterious giant shadow said, "You already know of the existence of the great Tao Supreme. The great Tao Supreme is the peak in the chaos. The Tao ancestor is a top-notch existence among the Supremes. The number of cultivators who can compare to him can be counted on one hand. Among the great Tao divine spirits, only the leader of the divine spirits can compare. He has always wanted to surpass the supreme realm, but unfortunately he's far inferior. As for me, I'm not in the chaos. A top-notch existence among supreme existences." The evil heavenly emperor asked, "What about Hanju?" The mysterious giant shadow was silent. In the universal hall, Pan-Exion smiled upon seeing that there was no movement for a long time. "Is it over?" The other sages didn't reply but looked at Hanju. Hanju asked in his mind, "Has the heavenly Tao calamity ended? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "No." "I knew it." Hanju narrowed his eyes and continued to ask in his mind, "Who will attack the heavenly Tao next? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." 20,000 divine authority generals. Hanju showed a frown. "Doubled? Can I insta-kill 20,000 divine authority generals? 2 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Yes." Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. After all, Hanju could defeat 10,000 foolish sword sages. They were now the great Tao Supreme. The foolish sword sage claimed that he could fight 100 divine authority generals. In other words, Hanju should be able to fight 1,000,000 divine authority generals. Cough cough. It sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth. Although Hanju was cautious, he still had a clear understanding of his strength. Since he wanted 20,000 divine authority generals, so be it. He had to kill the primordial ancestor god and the chaotic deities to give up on eradicating the heavenly Tao. Hanju said, It's not over yet, but I'll let them end it. His tone was light, but it was domineering. The sage's blood boiled. Qiu Shilai praised him. The heavenly Tao has the divine might, heavenly sage. It's not inferior to any supreme existence in the chaos. It's the heavenly Tao's fortune. Pan Xian cursed silently. This fellow was too fast at flattery. Su Dudao suddenly knelt down and exclaimed, "Divine might, heavenly sage's merit is immeasurable." The sages of the hidden sect immediately knelt down and praised Hanju. The other sages had no choice but to kneel down. Pan Xian was the same. He secretly glared at Su Dudao. This fellow was too wise. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had no choice but to bow again. Lao Dan had a strange expression. Hanju frowned. "Don't do this. The calamity isn't over." "Yes, yes, yes." The sages stood up. Hanju was secretly pleased and glanced at Su Dudao. This child had a good future. They were also enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison. This was the nature of the other sages. They were not as hypocritical as Su Dudao. But who did not like to be praised? It was the same for sages. At this moment, another pillar of light descended from the supreme rules above the 3,000 great Tao. This time, divine authority generals had already condensed before the supreme pillar of light reached the heavenly Tao. In an instant, 20,000 divine authority generals successfully condensed. Their auras were vast as they rushed towards the heavenly Tao. At the same time, another beam of light appeared above the 20,000 divine authority generals. It was tiny compared to the supreme pillar of light, but this beam of light was even faster. Too fast. It went straight to the heavenly Tao. This scene reminded Hanju of the drop of water thrown by the Holy Mother of Order in the past. This beam of light contained the power of a great Tao Supreme. The primordial ancestor god had attacked. However, he did not appear. He probably wanted to break through the heavenly Tao. Ridiculous! Hanju's eyes narrowed. The Dharma idol of the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial condensed above the peak of the heavenly Tao. His figure was domineering and his face was sinister. He leaned back and pulled the bow. His right fist struck from below. This punch contained the ferocious power of the heavenly constellation Great Tao. Hanju was already a Great Tao Supreme. Thus, his Dharma idol was also a Great Tao Supreme. Roar! The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial's roar was isolated by the heavenly Tao, but the sages could hear it. They were shocked. Compared to Hanju's previous strike, the Fiend Celestial Dharma idol's posture could show Hanju's power more clearly. With a punch, his aura surged into the chaos. The heavenly constellation's supreme power transformed into a dazzling light that soared into the sky. The two supreme powers collided in the darkness. The strong light that burst out tore through the darkness. The heavenly Tao was not affected. Hanju used his own strength to negate the primordial ancestor god's power. The heavenly Tao did not shatter, but the 20,000 divine authority generals followed closely behind with an aggressive aura. In the universal hall, the sages all looked up and saw 20,000 divine authority generals attacking. All of them were 10 million feet tall, as if the chaotic sky had collapsed. Hanju also looked up and summoned the primordial judgment sword again. The sages were uneasy. Xianxia asked carefully, "Has the number of divine authority generals increased?" The divine authority general's aura was too strong. His sage sense burned the moment it touched them. He was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted it. There are indeed more. Not only more, but they also doubled. Why is this happening? Is there no end to it? Who is manipulating the divine authority generals? Why must you destroy my heavenly Tao? The sages were indignant. At this moment, they had already forgotten their fear and worry, and only felt endless worry. They couldn't help but look at Lao Dan. Lao Dan sensed their anger and said awkwardly, "Why are you looking at me? How would I know?" Hanju ignored them. He fused with the 1949 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols again and was already prepared. He raised the primordial judgment sword and pointed the tip at the top of the universal hall. Hanju suddenly used the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger when the distance was right. Boom! Sword chi soared into the sky and shattered it, then quickly rushed out of the heavenly Tao. Under Hanju's deliberate control, the sword chi didn't hurt the heavenly Tao's foundation and quickly rushed into the darkness. Just like before. Absolute speed. The 20,000 divine authority generals were still diving down. They were drowned by the sword chi just as they saw it. This speed had already surpassed the definition of speed and time. The divine authority generals were all destroyed. It was still a sword. The vast pressure of the 20,000 divine authority generals instantly vanished. The sages were not as surprised as before. They were only happy. Hanju felt uneasy. Would they come again? How could that be? With a thought, his will instantly jumped out of the chaos. He looked down at the chaos and said, 10,000 divine authority generals are not enough for me to kill with a single strike. 20,000 is still not enough. Will you send 100,000 next? 1,000,000? Or 10 million? Is this the so-called chaotic rule? Why is there such a despicable act? The heavenly Tao should exist. No matter who is behind the divine authority generals, they can come and destroy the heavenly Tao. I want to see if it's enough to withstand a single strike from me. His voice spread throughout the chaos. He did it on purpose. Other than the heavenly Tao lifeforms, all the living beings in the chaos could hear his voice. For a time, the entire chaos fell into an uproar. Countless living beings were curious about who the voice belonged to. The cultivators who had surpassed the primordial chaos Tao fruit were shocked. They all knew that the divine authority was about to attack the heavenly Tao, but from Hanju's words, 10,000 divine authority generals had already been destroyed? No. 20,000 divine authority generals were killed by a mysterious mighty figure of the heavenly Tao. Impossible. In the universal hall, the sages cheered when they heard what Hanju said. Even the usually low-profile heavenly venerate Xiandu was the same. He clenched his fists and shouted, "That's how it should be. Force out the mysterious existence hiding behind them. What's with this behavior? After 10,000, there will be 20,000. Is this still a rule? Can the rules change at any time? Besides, what's wrong with the heavenly Tao?" Actually, the sages could not understand either. Why did the divine authority generals want to clean up the chaotic fiend celestials? Who didn't know that the chaotic fiend celestials were born after the birth of the chaos? They were equivalent to chaos children, and the great Tao divine spirits were only the rules of the chaos. The rules wanted to kill the family's children? It was unreasonable. It didn't make sense. Lao Dan looked at Hanju and sighed slightly. He didn't understand what the other party was thinking. These words expressed disdain for the divine authority and also offended the existence behind it. It was not pleasing. Now, he could completely endure and block the attack of the divine authority generals. The existence behind the divine authority generals had suffered in silence. It was fine, and as time passed, these things would quickly be forgotten. Why fall out with them? It was understandable for them to fall out with each other at the same cultivation level, but how could they survive in the chaos in the future if they fell out with the existence who controlled the supreme rules? Hanju waited patiently. Hanju would be convinced if the number of divine authority generals continued to increase until he couldn't defeat them. You can destroy the heavenly Tao if you want. I'll cultivate in the Tao field for 100 million years and then come out to slaughter all of you after becoming a Tao creator. Taking revenge could also fulfill the heavenly Tao's last wish. Hanju was already prepared for the worst. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in Hanju's mind. "You're the primordial fiend celestial?" Hanju could sense that the other party was a great Tao supreme. He immediately searched for the other party's voice and sent a voice transmission. "I'm a chaotic fiend celestial, but go ahead if you want to call me the primordial fiend celestial. In any case, the heavenly Tao is innocent and justice is in the hearts of the people. You can destroy the heavenly Tao, but you can't destroy everyone's ambitions. The other party did not reply. Hanju immediately sat down upon seeing that the divine authority generals did not appear again. Seeing this, the other sages also sat down. The entire universal hall fell silent for a time. The sages stared at Hanju. They all understood the consequences of his words, but they didn't blame him and chose to trust him. They believed that Hanju could support them. At this moment, the mysterious voice sounded in Hanju's mind again. How can a chaotic fiend celestial kill 20,000 divine authority generals? Even Pangu can't do it. Why can't I? Then, why can you control the divine authority generals? I can't deduce your background. I don't know who you are either. You'll be a threat to the chaos if you are a primordial fiend celestial. Perhaps I might be wrong, but would you let go of a possibility if it were you? Who said the primordial fiend celestial will harm the chaos? Even if that's the case, what about the divine authority generals slaughtering the chaotic fiend celestials? Isn't it all thanks to the chaotic fiend celestials that the chaos can be where it is today? If not for the chaotic fiend celestials developing the chaos, how could there be great Tao living beings and deities? You don't thank the chaotic fiend celestials but rely on your strength to act ungratefully. Perhaps you great Tao divine spirits should come to the heavenly Tao world to learn morality and kindness. Hanju faced the other party confidently. However, he did not say anything overboard. He actually already knew who the other party was. It was the primordial ancestral god. He wanted to pretend not to know and act aggrieved to make the other party let down his guard. Then, he would personally kill the primordial ancestor god one day. He couldn't be spared with 6-star hatred points. After a long while, the other party still did not answer. The divine authority generals did not appear again. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the calamity had passed. However, the sages didn't dare to let their guard down. They were all waiting for Hanju's answer. Only when he personally said that the calamity had passed did they dare to completely relax. The mysterious voice sounded in Hanju's mind again. I will no longer target the heavenly Tao as long as you can prove that you are not the primordial fiend celestial. How can I prove it? Enter the supreme rules and be sealed by them until the great Tao immeasurable calamity ends. You can sacrifice your freedom in exchange for the heavenly Tao's peace. Hanju smiled when he heard this. He almost wanted to take out the Book of Misfortune, but he couldn't use it now. The chaotic fiend celestials cared more about the dark forbidden lord than the primordial fiend celestial, sacrificing himself for the heavenly Tao. Impossible. Hanju wasn't that kind of person. He immediately replied with the supreme power. What a joke. Then, come and destroy the heavenly Tao. I'll definitely remember this grudge and avenge the heavenly Tao one day. Hanju and the mysterious voice communicated in their minds. The sages in the Universal Hall couldn't hear them and were still waiting patiently. Hanju didn't receive another reply. He was already prepared to face 100,000 divine authority generals. They had to fight even if it was a dead end. In any case, he had a wisp of will in the Tao field and was not afraid of death. Hanju cursed in his heart. What was Pangu doing? He had said that he only needed to block 10,000 divine authority generals. Why was there no end to it? A line of words appeared in front of him just as Hanju thought of Pangu. Pangu sent you a dream. Do you accept? Accept. Hanju entered the dream. At the same time, he retained half of his will in his body in case the divine authority generals attacked again. In the dream, Hanju saw Pangu. Pangu's expression was solemn as he said, "There are variables in this matter. There are only two choices if we want to completely end. 1. You sacrifice yourself and let the supreme rules suppress you in exchange for peace. 2. You fight the divine spirit's leader, the heavenly Tao, and you can both be protected if you win." Hanju didn't answer. Pangu waited patiently. Several breaths later, Hanju asked, "Is this the outcome you fought for?" Pangu said, "The one who truly controls the supreme rules is an existence that surpasses the great Tao. Even I can't say his name or spread his appearance. The heavenly Tao will really perish if he makes a move. Hanju showed a frown. He was a little disappointed in Pangu. From the looks of it, Pangu was not the chaotic consciousness's match. He was at a disadvantage in the negotiations. Hanju said, "You have to start now if you want to challenge the divine spirit's leader?" Although he could fight 10,000 foolish sword sages, he might not be able to defeat the primordial ancestor god. The primordial ancestor god was in existence with a perfected great Tao and was the leader of the divine spirits. His cultivation was definitely powerful. "I'll try my best to help you," Pangu said in a low voice. Hanju tacitly agreed. After a while, Pangu said, "I can at most help you stall for 10 million years. 10 million years later, you will fight alone with the leader of the divine spirits. The supreme rules will no longer target the heavenly Tao if you win. But if you lose..." Hanju pretended to be troubled. "Only 10 million years?" Pangu sighed. "Your growth speed is too fast. 10 million years is already the limit. 1 billion years would not be a problem if it were anyone else. The leader of the divine spirits takes 100 million years every time he enters seclusion. It's enough to show how afraid he is of you." Hanju also sighed. "All right, that's settled." With that said, the dream shattered. Hanju didn't tell the sages about this immediately but continued to wait. The divine authority generals didn't appear again, and the primordial ancestor god didn't send any more messages to Hanju. Everything was calm. After a long while, Pan Xian asked carefully, "It's over? It's been so long." The other sages stared at him. Hanju asked in his mind, "Has this heavenly Tao calamity ended? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "It's over for the time being." Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Pangu had indeed succeeded in negotiating. He looked at the sages and said, "It's over for the time being. I will fight the leader of the divine spirits and resolve the karma for this calamity in 10 million years. Before that, the development of the heavenly Tao will continue as usual. I'll leave everything to you." With that, Hanju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. Cheers erupted in the Universal Hall. The words "divine might heavenly sage" could be heard the most. The mysterious domain was filled with fog. The evil heavenly emperor looked at the illusion in front of him. Not seeing the divine authority generals again, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this calamity over?" He suppressed his excitement and did not dare to look at the mysterious figure. The mysterious giant shadow replied, "It's over for the time being. 10 million years later, Hanju needs to fight the leader of the divine spirits. The heavenly Tao will survive if he wins, but the heavenly Tao will be destroyed if he loses. 10 million years?" The evil heavenly emperor was secretly puzzled. Was the leader of the divine spirits so arrogant? Pangu made a move and set a 10 million year agreement. However, this is also a way to give the supreme rules a way out. The divine authority generals are indeed not Hanju's match. It's not good for the leader of the divine spirits to appear personally. The mysterious giant shadow said faintly. The evil heavenly emperor asked, "What if Hanju agrees, but doesn't accept the challenge 10 million years later?" The mysterious giant shadow said, "He will definitely accept the challenge. He has no choice but to accept." These words confused the evil heavenly emperor even more. He hurriedly asked, but the mysterious giant shadow no longer replied. "You should leave." The mysterious figure's voice was illusory. The evil heavenly emperor bowed and left. He had just taken a few steps when the mysterious giant shadow's voice floated over. "Evil heavenly emperor, don't forget your own fate." The evil heavenly emperor did not look back and vanished. All 10,000 divine authority generals collapsed near the heavenly Tao after the heavenly Tao calamity ended. The name of the divine might heavenly sage shook the entire chaos. Even countless cultivators in the heavenly Tao were discussing this. Gradually, the news spread throughout the immortal world. The divine might heavenly sage became a legend that all living beings worshipped. Buddhist world. The sacred true martial Buddha faced Chu Shuren and remained silent for a long time. Chu Shuren asked, "How's my grandmaster?" Sacred true martial Buddha said, "Invincible." He looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. That was the 10,000 divine authority generals who had slaughtered the chaotic fiend celestials. They were actually killed by Hanju with a single strike. They didn't even touch the edge of the heavenly Tao. The sacred true martial Buddha indeed had expectations for Hanju before coming to the heavenly Tao. However, he didn't expect him to not only block 10,000 divine authority generals, but also kill them with a single strike. It was unbelievable. The sacred true martial Buddha had lived for so long, but this was the first time he was so shocked. He also felt indescribable reverence for Hanju. Joining the heavenly Tao might be a huge opportunity. He had also heard Hanju's shout clearly. Now that the calamity had been resolved, the heavenly Tao would definitely soar and even become the most prosperous place in the chaos. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He finally smiled. In the crimson sky of the endless sea, a shining figure stood on the Holy Mother of Order's shoulder. This child will definitely be stronger 10 million years later. Are you confident? The Holy Mother of Order asked. The figure of light snorted. So what if I give him 10 million years? His potential is powerful and can reach the great Tao Supreme Realm. Do you think it's possible for him to catch up to me in 10 million years? The reason we set this agreement is because the divine authority generals can't do anything to the heavenly Tao. 20,000 is already the limit. I even paid a considerable price. I naturally have to take it since Pangu gave me a way out. The Holy Mother of Order asked, "How will you make him accept the challenge 10 million years later?" The figure of light said, "Watch carefully. He'll accept the challenge." The chaotic fiend celestials have almost all been eliminated. Only a few are left. A new person with great providence will appear in order to promote the great Tao immeasurable calamity. I'll create momentum for the divine might heavenly sage and make him unable to cultivate in peace for 10 million years. As for the day of the final battle, I have already calculated it. He has to fight. He'll also die in misery. Outside the 33rd Heaven Universal Hall, the sages were still gathered here. Heavenly Venerate Shendu had already asked Lao Dan to avoid suspicion and leave. The sages of the hidden sect also left when they saw this, leaving only the heavenly Tao sages. Heavenly Venerate Shendu scanned the sages and slowly said, "Everyone, the heavenly Tao calamity is not over. You should have heard what fellow Taoist Han said about the 10 million years agreement. Next, we have to help fellow Taoist Han strengthen the heavenly Tao. This battle has already proved that the leader of the divine spirits is behind the divine authority generals. We can't just sit and wait for death. We have to be prepared. We can't always rely on fellow Taoist Han." The sages nodded. Although they didn't attack in this battle, it greatly increased the heavenly Tao's cohesion. Their Tao hearts were still excited and couldn't calm down after witnessing Hanju kill 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike. Of course, from today onwards, the heavenly Tao will be completely independent of the chaos. Since we've already offended it, what's there to be afraid of? That's right. In any case, the heavenly Tao never relies on the chaos. Who cares about the great Tao divine spirits? They only know how to play tricks behind our back. The divine authority generals caused the chaos to panic. We can deliberately exaggerate and say that the divine authority general is a power controlled by the great Tao divine spirits. The great Tao divine spirits are reckless. Previously, it was the chaotic fiend celestials. Other mighty figures will definitely suffer in the future. We can think of a way to set up the great Tao divine spirits as a chaotic danger. I think it's feasible. In addition, we have to publicize the divine might heavenly sage's power. His divine might protects the heavenly Tao and is invincible. How about that? The sages began to discuss. This time, Heavenly Venerate Shendu did not directly set a plan and let all the sages participate. Looking at the commotion in the hall, Heavenly Venerate Shendu was excited. He seemed to see the rise of the heavenly Tao. One day, the heavenly Tao would become the center of the chaos. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was considered knowledgeable in the chaos. Few people in the current chaos were Hanju's match. The strongest was the leader of the divine spirits. Hanju was not the strongest, but he was still the second in the chaos. Moreover, why would the leader of the divine spirits set a time limit of 10 million years if he could really defeat Hanju? The more Heavenly Venerate Xiandu thought about it, the more excited he became, and his reverence for Hanju deepened. He made up his mind to follow Hanju forever. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus as he recalled the process of this battle and reviewed his words and actions. He had already disguised himself as a reckless person who did not care about the heavenly Tao's survival. It was unknown if the primordial ancestor God and the chaotic consciousness believed him. No matter what, 10 million years was a buffer. Hanju's strength would definitely reach a new level 10 million years later. However, Pangu was involved. How could the leader of the divine spirits wait for 10 million years? It was impossible no matter how arrogant he was. After all, Hanju had already displayed his strength. The primordial ancestor God still had 6-star hatred towards him. He had to find a chance to curse this fellow, but it couldn't be now. It would easily expose his identity. He could start cursing him in a million years. Hanju thought silently. He had to strengthen the Book of Misfortune if the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone appeared again in the future. As it became stronger, he believed that as long as the Book of Misfortune was strong enough, it could ignore all obstacles one day. Hanju started the simulation trial. He challenged 100,000 Great Tao Supreme Realm Foolish Sword Sage. After a simulation trial, he calmed down a lot. Realizing his weakness and limits, his anxious heart calmed down. Thus, he began to cultivate with a calm heart. He still had to cultivate diligently after the glory. Hanju wanted to become stronger. He wanted to maintain this state where he could always win no matter how strong an enemy appeared. Everything was deceptive, but cultivation was not. He could change everything as long as he worked hard. In the dark universe, countless meteors were everywhere. Figures sat on a meteor. Among them were Li Daokong, Ancestor Shitian, and Shi Dudao. Ancestor Shitian slowly opened his eyes and said, "The divine authority is about to be destroyed. We have survived the calamity." Hearing this, all the lives opened their eyes. The Life faction had been leaderless ever since the first Life Black Sovereign's death. They had also encountered the divine authority generals and had no choice but to hide. All of them felt uneasy and even despair. They couldn't escape the identity of the Calamity Life Controller. Some Life members were already killed by the Divine Authority Generals. How could they be a match for 10,000 Divine Authority Generals? They could only hide. Li Daokong looked at Ancestor Shitian with flickering eyes. He had already learned about the battle situation of the Heavenly Tao from the Myriad Worlds projection and was extremely excited. Go on, start bragging. Li Daokong thought silently. Ancestor Shitian said, 10,000 divine authority generals attacked the Heavenly Tao and were killed by the Heavenly Tao's divine might Heavenly Sage. You should have heard the previous voice. It's not arrogance. Not only did the divine might Heavenly Sage kill 10,000 divine authority generals, but another 20,000 divine authority generals were also killed by the divine might Heavenly Sage with a single strike. Boom. Dozens of lives became excited and even stood up, trembling. Really? Such a person actually appeared in the Heavenly Tao. It said that the divine might Heavenly Sage also killed a great Tao divine spirit when it attacked the Heavenly Tao. This divine might Heavenly Sage is too impressive, just like Pangu in the past. Not only that, Pangu was killed by the divine authority generals when he revived. The divine might Heavenly Sage has long surpassed Pangu and became a legend. Aren't the divine authority generals under the chaotic rule? The divine might Heavenly Sage can already ignore the chaotic rule. Dozens of lives were extremely excited and praised Hanju. Although they didn't know the divine might Heavenly Sage, him destroying the divine authority generals was equivalent to saving them. They were naturally happy. Speaking of which, the divine might Heavenly Sage also had a grudge with life, but it had nothing to do with them. Ancestor Shitian said, "The divine authority generals are gone, but we still have to be careful. I will make plans. It's time to develop the life faction again. As for the divine might heavenly sage, from today onwards, I will treat this as a favor from the heavenly Tao. Try not to offend him in the future. We're not the evil existences the great Tao divine spirits make us out to be. We just want to overturn the unbearable and rotten rules of the chaos." Dozens of lives nodded. Li Daokong smiled. Shi Dudao also smiled. As expected of the dark forbidden lord. How powerful. He has both identities. His methods are also impressive. Shi Dudao thought in admiration. Li Daokong glanced at him and asked, "What are you laughing at? Are you so afraid of death? Then, why are you smiling? The divine might heavenly sage is my sect master. Of course I'm proud." "Hee, you've already betrayed the hidden sect. What's there to be proud of? I had no choice." Shi Dudao couldn't be bothered to talk to Li Daokong. "Can your old relationship compare to mine? The dark forbidden lord acknowledges my potential the most." Shi Dudao thought to himself and felt that his awareness level was completely different from Li Daokong's. Li Daokong thought that he was on the second level while he was higher. He had long seen that Li Daokong was a spy of the divine might heavenly sage, but Li Daokong did not know his relationship with the dark forbidden lord. What did this mean? This meant that in the dark forbidden lord's eyes, he was the trusted aide. Li Daokong was only the most ordinary pawn. Ancestor Shitian said, "Prepare to leave. Since the life faction is leaderless, we will regain control of it. The chaos has also quietened down now that all the chaotic fiend celestials have perished. This is life's chance." The name of the divine might heavenly sage stirred up a hurricane in the chaos in this battle. His limelight lasted for a long time, and the situation in the chaos also changed. The divine authority generals had killed dozens of chaotic fiend celestials. Their influence was far-reaching, equivalent to killing more than half of the great Tao sages. Their forces were even more complicated and involved a wide range. However, the divine might heavenly sage easily suppressed 10,000 divine authority generals, indicating the heavenly Tao's rise. Furthermore, it was an unshakable overlord. The heavenly Tao would be the strongest force in the chaos as long as the divine might heavenly sage was around. At the same time, the chaotic living beings' gazes landed on the heavenly Tao. As time passed, if the heavenly Tao did not encounter any more attacks from the chaotic rule, a large number of cultivators would join the heavenly Tao, a place that could guard against the chaotic rule. Wasn't this a holy land? Just like that, year after year passed. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, inside the Taoist temple. Hanju opened his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. His cultivation level increased again. The primordial world expanded by nearly twice. However, he felt that something was missing. He felt that the primordial world was too empty. He should produce living beings himself. Although the nebulous primordial chi was endless and could reproduce chaotic fiend celestials, it had yet to truly create a chaotic fiend celestial alone. Hanju thought for a moment. He lacked the power of creation. The power of creation was the strongest rule among the 7 supreme rules. It could create everything. Creation was the most important among the 7 great rules. Hanju looked up above the 3,000 great Tao. The mighty creation rule was so mysterious and noble. It was fascinating. Hanju's heart almost sank just looking at it for a while. He fell into deep thought. The grand unity aspect contained the power of 3,000 great Tao, but he had yet to comprehend the creation fiend celestial. There was a production fiend celestial. He had previously tried to fuse the great Tao of production into the primordial world, but it was quickly drowned by the nebulous primordial chi, and a living being could not be created. Creation and production seemed to be similar, but they were extremely different. Hanju had a feeling that if he wanted to constantly become stronger, the primordial world couldn't remain empty. The chaotic consciousness was not in the chaos. Could the chaos be a world created by the chaotic consciousness? Hanju's heart skipped a beat. Who created the chaos? Hanju asked in his mind. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive? Even the Tao creator had only cost a quadrillion years. 100 times his value? He immediately chose to continue. Ninth chaos. Cultivation unknown. Spirit of the primordial chaos, creator of the chaos. Cannot be named and is not affected by any rules. The primordial chaos once gave birth to 9 primordial spirits. The first 8 failed. The 9th chaos successfully created the chaos. The number 9 became the extreme number of the chaos, containing special meaning. There were living beings in the primordial world? Wasn't there only the primordial fiend celestial? Or am I thinking too much? Hanju only saw the notification in front of him, but the figure of 9th chaos didn't appear in his mind. He didn't know if this fellow was still alive. Can the 9th chaos reach the creation dominator realm? Hanju asked in his mind. Above the Tao creator was the creation dominator realm. He had asked before. There was no such existence, but some time had passed. Perhaps there had been a change. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. That was good. At the same time, this also proved that the 9th chaos was still alive. Hanju suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the chaotic deities did not dare to personally interfere in the chaos because of the 9th chaos existence? The chaotic deities were powerful, but how could they compare to the 9th chaos who had created the chaos? Hanju asked in his mind, is the 9th chaos restricting the chaotic deities' interference? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. That made sense. Hanju suddenly felt more secure. Is there anyone stronger than the 9th chaos? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju smiled. The peak finally appeared. I'll be at the peak when I reach the Creator Lord realm. At that time, he could roam freely with no fear. I can do whatever I want. Whoever dares to offend me will be killed without consideration for their backing. Hanju was filled with anticipation. He checked the emails and wondered if his friends were doing well. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by an inauspicious evil X89922200003. Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan was attacked by an inauspicious evil X7909833211. Your good friend Lao Dan was attacked by an inauspicious evil X9002833924. Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by an inauspicious evil X8008799326. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren spread the Buddhist Tao and his providence increased. Your good friend evil heavenly emperor created an inauspicious deity. His providence has declined. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked X572. Your son Han Tuo received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. It was lively again. Hanju saw that the 3 beaten brothers had become 4, and couldn't help but mourn for Lao Dan. Why are you following these 3? Hanju smiled. He liked Lao Dan even more now. The last time in the Universal Hall, Lao Dan had kept a low profile. He had not thought of escaping even when the Divine Authority Generals attacked. He was quite pleasing to the eye. He also knew Lao Dan's goal. He wanted Tao Sovereign and the other two's potential. Hanju turned a blind eye to this. On the path of cultivation, most of them had masters, benefactors, Tao bearers, and so on. Hanju was not afraid that Tao Sovereign and the other 2 would be poached. He was letting them grow on their own. Hanju continued reading. The disciples who had returned had gone out again. However, the Buddhist world, the Great Tao Tower, and the Red Fate world were still near the Heavenly Tao. They already had the Heavenly Tao's providence. They would fuse into the Heavenly Tao sooner or later. Hanju sent a dream to Huang Zuintian after reading the emails. It had been too long since they had contacted each other. He had to show concern lest Huang Zuintian change his mind or suffer. The dream was in front of the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect. Huang Zuintian opened his eyes and hurriedly bowed when he saw that it was Hanju. Master, you're too powerful. That was 10,000 divine authority generals, equivalent to 10,000 great Tao sages. It said that 20,000 divine authority generals appeared later. This matter has already spread like wildfire in the chaos. You're already the strongest chaotic fiend celestial. There are even rumors that you're the strongest in the chaos. Huang Zuentian said excitedly. The strongest in the chaos. Han Ju was secretly pleased. He remained calm and said, I had no choice. How have you been? Do you need my help? Huang Zuentian hurriedly said, How can I need your help? It's all thanks to you that I can be where I am today. Otherwise, I would have died in the mortal world back then. Your actions can give me countless inspirations. You can guard the heavenly Tao. I'll help you obtain life sooner or later. I can contribute more to you when I become the Life Lord. He began to talk about his recent encounters, becoming more and more high-spirited. Han Ju listened carefully. Huang Zuentian's story was indeed legendary. Han Ju felt that it was much more exciting than his. He went from a captive to someone in charge of the life faction, and he even inherited the Providence mystical power of the Calamity Life Controller. Although he was promoted by a benefactor along the way, it was also fought for by Huang Zuentian. I will create a huge domain for you and expand the Heavenly Tao's territory one day. Huang Zuentian waved his sleeve and said with a confident expression. He was like a completely different person from when he was in the Jie school. Han Ju frowned slightly at his bragging. Huang Zuentian noticed the change in his expression and immediately shut up. He started to reflect before Han Ju could speak. What did he say wrong? Han Ju said meaningfully, No matter what high position you are in or what achievements you have to always keep a low profile and maintain humility and caution. Back in the mortal world, you were arrogant and walked towards doom. All these years you have been walking on thin ice. Perhaps you are tired, but this is the key to your success. Look at me again. When have I ever been proud? Huang Zuentian was ashamed. He had indeed woken up. Thinking about it carefully, he was quite arrogant now. He had a high and mighty attitude towards people and things. He had neglected his subordinates' thoughts and was not as considerate towards his superiors as before. Huang Zuentian hurriedly said, I'm indeed too arrogant. Thank you for your reminder, Master. I'll definitely do as I promised, but I won't say these things anymore. I'll use my actions to prove it. These words were a little high level. He promised and sincerely accepted Han Ju's criticism. Anyway, Han Ju felt quite comfortable. No wonder this fellow was doing well everywhere. Han Ju asked, Is there really nothing you need my help with? You can learn a mystical power if you want. Huang Zuentian said, There's really no need. I usually won't make a move. I'll easily expose myself if I learn too much. I've grasped a great Tao Providence mystical power. It's enough to protect me at the critical moment. Han Ju nodded and cancelled the dream. Huang Zuentian had developed very well, so he could rest assured. Han Ju sent a dream to Shi Dudao next as the Dark Forbidden Lord. This time he gave him a mission. Think of a way to secretly spread the news that the Divine Authority General is a power used by the great Tao Divine Spirits to restrain the chaos. It's not just a rule. You have to think of a way for the other living beings to help spread the news. Don't take the lead. It's easy to deduce. Han Ju reminded. This news was not very useful, but he wanted to plant a seed. What if it was useful? Shi Dudao finally had a mission and immediately agreed excitedly. From the beginning to the end, he did not mention the battle of the heavenly Tao. The longer he stayed in the chaos, the more he knew how terrifying certain existences were. Some things could cause chaos just by talking about them behind their backs. Let me teach you a mystical power, Han Ju said. Shi Dudao immediately thanked him. Unlike Huang Zuentian, Shi Dudao did not have so many opportunities. Han Ju taught him 3 mystical powers that he seldom used. Then he cancelled the dream. He sent a dream to Li Daokong in his true form next. However, Li Daokong did not need a mystical power. The 10,000 life sword was enough for him to cultivate. Han Ju didn't give him a mission. He hoped that he could take care of himself. Next was Jing Tiangong. Speaking of Jing Tiangong, this fellow had been wandering in the chaos, but he still hadn't made a name for himself. Han Ju casually taught him a mystical power and ended the dream, but Jing Tiangong was still flattered. Only Divine Lord Peacock was left. Han Ju checked his portrait in his interpersonal relationships and discovered that this fellow had yet to become a great Tao sage. He immediately had no intention of taking care of him. Worthless. He would wait until this guy became a great Tao sage. Han Ju looked at the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao became even more lively after 100,000 years. The two chaotic heavenly roads were still being repaired. They would probably recover in, at most, 5,000 years. The heavenly Tao welcomed 2 more sages recently. This meant that the heavenly Tao was developing better and better. Not bad. Han Ju closed his eyes in satisfaction and continued cultivating. In the dark purple starry sky, a figure moved forward quietly. It was Han Ju's reincarnation avatar, Liu Bei. Liu Bei scanned his surroundings nervously. After so long, he was still looking for a place for the third Tao field. This area is all right. There are no living beings, but there are fewer restrictions. Liu Bei thought silently and felt a little regretful. Perhaps the previous hidden sect island had set a high standard for him, so he had special requirements when he searched for a place for the third Tao field. At the very least, he could not see the Tao field with the naked eye. Liu Bei continued forward. Several months later, a huge crimson planet appeared in front of him, attracting his attention. This planet was filled with a mysterious aura. It was not chaotic chi or spirit chi, but it attracted him. He quietly approached. He wanted to use his divine sense to observe this planet, but it was isolated by a mysterious aura. He hesitated for a moment and decided to check. Perhaps this was the suitable place he was looking for. After landing, Liu Bei felt heat from the bottom of his feet, but there was no burning pain. The high temperature here could instantly fuse with an immortal emperor, but it was nothing to him. Liu Bei began to wander around and sized up the planet. He was very fast. After all, this planet was huge. Several hours later, Liu Bei suddenly stopped and stared at a hill ahead. The hill was bare and covered in magma. A figure was meditating halfway up the hill. This person wore a tattered robe. Most of his hair had fallen off and his face was like dry bark. His eyes were tightly closed, but a vertical eye between his eyebrows stared at Liu Bei. Liu Bei was almost frightened to death as he broke out in cold sweat. Being stared at by that vertical eye, his blood ran cold. Liu Bei quietly retreated after a moment of stalemate. "Stop right there." An ancient voice sounded softly. Liu Bei immediately stopped. He knelt down and shouted, "Senior, I didn't mean to disturb you. I happened to be passing by. I also want to find a place to cultivate. I have no ill intentions. I'll pretend that I've never seen this place and never mention it." Liu Bei began to kowtow. The ancient voice said, "You're only a clone. Who is the main body?" Liu Bei replied, "My main body is Chao Chao from the heavenly Tao." "Chao Chao? The heavenly Tao is very far from here." Liu Bei lowered his head, feeling uneasy. "Don't leave. Stay here and cultivate." "Ah? Yes. All right," Liu Bei agreed aggrievedly. In the blue sky there were green mountains and rivers. A river crossed the mountains and rivers, floating like clouds. Han Tuo and Etian meditated in the forest. A black light descended from the sky and landed in front of the two of them, startling them so much that they opened their eyes. The black light dissipated and devil ancestor Lu Yuan appeared. Etian smiled teasingly. "You're still alive. I thought you were like the chaotic fiend celestials." Lu Yuan looked down at him and said, "I have a mission for you." Etian curled his lips. Han Tuo asked, "What mission?" "The leader of the divine spirits is summoning the great Tao divine spirits. Go immediately." "But we just escaped from him." "Don't worry. I've already discussed it with him. Let bygones be bygones. Gathering the divine spirits this time is a huge opportunity. The great Tao Sage realm will not be the limit in the future once you succeed. The devil ancestor Lu Yuan said indifferently. Han Tuo frowned. He smelled a conspiracy for some reason. He asked, "By the way, where's the divine authority generals?" Previously, there were rumors that 10,000 divine authority generals were about to attack the heavenly Tao. The divine authority generals lost, Lu Yuan replied calmly. Han Tuo and Tian looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, they had heard Han Ju's voice, but they didn't dare to confirm the situation. As expected of my godfather. He's really powerful. Tian smiled proudly, causing Han Tuo to roll his eyes. Lu Yuan said, "Follow me." Han Tuo and Tian had no objections. They immediately nodded and flew up. The three of them quickly fled. Along the way, Tian was very excited. He kept asking the devil ancestor Lu Yuan how the divine authority generals died. Was it really as Han Ju said, that 20,000 divine authority generals had appeared? The devil ancestor replied truthfully, causing their blood to boil. Another 100,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. His cultivation level increased again. Although it was not fast, it was indeed increasing. He couldn't estimate how many years it would take for him to break through. The primordial world was still expanding and there was no limit for the time being. And it was still far from the final battle with the leader of the divine spirits. Han Ju still had a chance to break through at least 2 minor realms or even more. Han Ju habitually checked his emails. Everyone had their own opportunities, including getting beaten up and unlocking a new map. After reaching the Great Tao Supreme Realm, although Han Ju could observe the entire chaos, many areas were isolated by a special force. He could only see how big it was and couldn't see everything contained in it. Therefore, in a sense, a Great Tao Supreme couldn't completely understand the chaos. Han Ju looked at the heavenly Tao after reading the emails. The 2 chaotic heavenly roads had been repaired. An endless stream of cultivators was coming and going. It was even more prosperous than before the divine authority generals attacked. The Buddhist world and the Red Fate world were also connected to the immortal world. The heavenly Tao's providence circulated in the 3 realms. It was becoming more and more prosperous. Han Ju nodded in satisfaction and started to preach the Tao to the disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River. Now, the number of disciples had already reached 15 million, and this was still under control. Han Zuetian and Li Shenao still controlled the authority of the hidden sect. Han Ju was still very confident in them and just checked occasionally. 100 years after the lecture, Han Ju came to the second Tao field and continued to preach the Tao to the 47 chaotic fiend celestials. 100 years later, the heavenly constellation fiend celestial, Murong Qi, and the Crimson Fox began to break through to the Freedom Realm. Han Ju was very satisfied. The first tier of the fiend celestial army had finally caught up and could quickly surpass the other hidden sect disciples. This was normal. No matter how lucky Zhoufan, Tao Sovereign, and the others were, their potential could not compare to the chaotic fiend celestials. Han Ju didn't disturb Liao and Tao Comprehension Sword and left quietly after the lecture. Back in the Tao field, Han Ju was about to cultivate when he suddenly felt something. His will jumped out of the heavenly Tao and arrived at the peak of the chaos. He looked up and landed at the edge of the chaos. He saw a universe. It was formed by a star that Han Ju had thrown out when he had attained the Great Tao Supreme Realm. At this moment, a thread formed by the creation rule was connected to that universe. This thread was strengthening. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. Was this the sign of obtaining the creation rule? With such a power of creation, that universe would sooner or later give birth to living beings. Furthermore, the speed at which it evolved was faster than ordinary universes. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. He might be able to rely on that universe to obtain the power of creation. Han Ju paid attention and his will returned to his main body to continue cultivating. In the mysterious palace, the divine robed Taoist sat on his throne and looked down at a figure in the hall. This figure had a dragon head and a human body. He had a sinister expression and wore a white Taoist robe. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and his eyes were cold. You want to flatten the heavenly Tao? Stop fooling around. The divine-robed Taoist shook his head and smiled, his mockery obvious. Taoist Dragonhead said, that divine might heavenly sage is called the number one expert in the chaos. I naturally have to ask for guidance. I'm only here to inform you, lest you think I'm not giving you face. The divine-robed Taoist's expression turned strange. You're only a great Tao sage. How dare you challenge the divine might heavenly sage? Do you want to be cannon fodder? Humph, the great Tao sages have their own methods. If his divine might heavenly sage can destroy 10,000 divine authority generals, so can I. Hee hee. Humph. Taoist Dragonhead turned around and left. The divine-robed Taoist's eyes flickered. In the end, he didn't attack. After all, he couldn't figure out the other party's cultivation. In any case, he was definitely not Han Ju's match. To prevent any accidents, after Taoist Dragonhead left, the divine-robed Taoist sent a dream to Han Ju, but the other party didn't accept it. The divine-robed Taoist could only give up. He believed in Han Ju. The divine authority generals had already died for more than 200,000 years. The divine might heavenly sage had already been given the strongest title in the chaos. Furthermore, a mysterious force was deliberately promoting the divine might heavenly sage. The details of Han Ju killing 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike spread. Under such a reputation, there was actually someone who dared to challenge Han Ju. The divine-robed Taoist couldn't figure it out. He thought for a moment and sent a dream to heavenly venerate Xian to tell him about this. Outside the heavenly Tao dark forbidden zone, Ing's sacred palace. The welcoming sacred palace's vicinity was no longer dark. Standing in front of the door, one could see the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was like the sun, dazzling. The two chaotic heavenly roads divided the dark forbidden zone into three parts, making it not very realistic. In the palace, heavenly venerate Xiandu, sect master Tianju, and the foolish sword sage sat opposite each other. Facing heavenly venerate Xiandu, the foolish sword sage was also very polite. Perhaps heavenly venerate Xiandu's cultivation level was far inferior to his, but his future achievements were definitely not bad. The power of the heavenly Tao was unstoppable. In addition, the foolish sword sage also had a relationship with Laozi. Heavenly venerate Xiandu repeated what the divine-robed Taoist had told him. It's not good to trouble you about this. Why don't you help? I'll also help you publicize your contributions and let all the living beings in the heavenly Tao worship you. The foolish sword sage said, leave this to me. I owe the divine might heavenly sage my life, so I naturally have to help. If not for Han Ju, he might have been killed by the divine authority generals first. 20,000 divine authority generals. Thinking back, his scalp went numb. Heavenly venerate Xiandu was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. The foolish sword sage said, I want to open a Tao field and recruit disciples in the heavenly Tao. What do you think, heavenly venerate? Heavenly venerate Xiandu smiled. That's naturally a good thing. In the future, sages will also be a part of the heavenly Tao. His tone immediately became intimate. Sect Master Tianju had a strange expression. He did not expect heavenly venerate Xiandu to have such a side. He was very cold and indifferent to them. The foolish sword sage laughed and began to be polite with heavenly venerate Xiandu, getting closer and closer. Several hours later, heavenly venerate Xiandu left. The foolish sword sage smiled and asked meaningfully, Tianju, what do you think of Xiandu? Sect Master Tianju was stunned. The heavenly venerate has done his best for the heavenly Tao. I naturally admire him. The foolish sword sage smiled. However, the heavenly Tao's master is not him. You have to take sides well. Hee hee. Sect Master Tianju smiled. Are you bullshitting me? I'm the divine might heavenly sage's trusted aide. I'm even closer to him than heavenly venerate Xiandu. Of course, he wouldn't say this. The primordial heavenly prison was Han Ju's secret. Han Ju strictly forbade anyone from saying this, and he pretended not to remember it. Unknowingly, Hanju's seclusion time became 100,000 years. Another 100,000 years passed. During this period, Hanju felt a battle fluctuation outside the heavenly Tao. However, it ended very quickly and didn't harm the heavenly Tao, so he didn't pay too much attention. He opened his eyes on time after 100,000 years. It had been more than 600,000 years since he had attained the Great Tao Supreme Realm, but he was still far from the mid-stage. Hanju first looked near the heavenly Tao. The previous battle had long ended. There was no suspicious aura nearby and no traces of battle. Everything looked very normal, as if a battle had never occurred. He counted with his fingers and immediately lost interest when he learned that it was the foolish sword sage who had killed the attacker. He jumped to the chaos and began to observe the universe of stars he had thrown out. This universe had already developed as many stars as Hanju. They were dense and formed vortexes of stars of different sizes. They were dazzling. The creation rule was still nourishing this universe. All sorts of spirit chi appeared in the galaxy. The stars began to flow and gradually gained life. Hanju suddenly had an idea. He thought of establishing the third Tao field in this universe. In any case, Hanju no longer needed a new hiding place. When the time came, wouldn't it be even more beautiful to directly comprehend the power of creation in the third Tao field? After thinking, Hanju made up his mind. He first sent a dream to Liu Bei. The dream was in the Taoist temple. Hanju said, "There's no need to look anymore. Come back." Liu Bei opened his eyes and was stunned. "We're not looking anymore?" Liu Bei asked with a long face. Hanju frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Liu Bei muttered, "I'm trapped." Hanju asked, "By who?" "I'm not sure." Hanju frowned even more. After the dream was removed, Hanju asked in his mind, "Can I insta-kill the mysterious existence who trapped Liu Bei? 400 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Too weak." Hanju subconsciously wanted to ignore it, but after thinking about it, he decided to be steady. "Continue." "Yes." Hanju cursed silently. He was really cowardly. What was there to be stable about? He began to wait for Liu Bei to use the invocation technique. No matter what, Liu Bei was trembling in fear because of his orders. Even if he didn't contribute, he had worked hard. Hanju couldn't let him be bullied. Hanju's will had always been left in the Taoist temple so that he could revive when he died. After a while, a black vortex appeared in front of Hanju. He activated all his supreme treasures and divine light burst out. Then he stepped into the black vortex. Almost instantly, he arrived at a barren red land. Scorching heat surged from all directions. Hanju moved Liu Bei in front of him as soon as he caught his aura. Liu Bei was overjoyed to see him. Hanju ignored him as his gaze landed on a figure halfway up the mountain. This person had 3 eyes and exuded an evil aura. For some reason, Hanju thought of the inauspicious evil. "Why are you trapping my clone?" Hanju asked coldly. The other party opened his eyes and stared at him with 3 eyes. He suddenly stood up. "Great Tao Supreme, what an unfamiliar aura. No wonder I can't deduce this person's background. Since you're here, let's fight and test your ability," the other party said in an ancient and cold voice. Hanju asked, "You have to say your name, right?" The other party said calmly, "I'm the Mad Tao." Hanju suddenly condensed the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma idol and punched him before he could finish speaking. The 10,000-foot-tall heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial bent its back forward and punched down from the sky. This punch was too fast. The Mad Taoist was directly smashed by the mountain-like fist. Boom! The ground collapsed and dust flew, carrying countless magma. Immediately after, the entire star was covered in cracks and shattered, forming a circle of airwaves that expanded parallel to each other. The void twisted violently. Hanju grabbed Liu Bei and stepped into the black vortex. The black vortex shrank. Hanju held the primordial judgment sword and stood in front of the black vortex, waiting for it to shrink. He suddenly felt a powerful aura attack. He immediately waved his sword and the sword chi entered the black vortex, destroying Mad Daoist's body. At this moment the black vortex vanished. Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. Han Ju suddenly turned around and used a great change sealing palm to stop him. His sage sense entered Liu Bei's body and erased all the marks left behind by Mad Daoist. He only let go of Liu Bei after 10 breaths. Liu Bei asked carefully, "He did something to my body?" "Yes. Otherwise, how could he let you live for so long?" "True," Liu Bei said awkwardly. Han Ju waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. Liu Bei immediately bowed and left. The Mad Daoist has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Han Ju immediately checked the Mad Daoist's profile picture. Mad Daoist. Mid-stage Great Dao Supreme Realm. Chaotic life form. Transcendent Dao expert. Because of your terrifying strength, he is afraid of you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Never heard of him. Han Ju didn't care. This hatred was nothing. After all, Liu Bei had accidentally entered the other party's Dao field. He was a reasonable person. The previous battle was already a lesson. He couldn't kill the other party just because he didn't like him. It wasn't easy to cultivate for countless years. Can I rely on the wisp of will in the Taoist temple to revive if I leave the heavenly Tao now and am killed by the chaotic consciousness or the 9th chaos? Han Ju asked in his mind in case the other party had extraordinary methods. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. That's good. Han Ju immediately jumped out of the heavenly Tao and rushed to the universe of stars as quickly as possible. He wanted to establish the 3rd Tao field in the universe of stars. He could also try to see if he would be attacked if he left the heavenly Tao. Han Ju was still very nervous. After all, he hadn't traveled the chaos for many years. Previously, it was at most a clone. This was the first time he used his main body. He moved quickly. Several breaths later, he arrived at the universe of stars. This was the speed of the great Tao, even if the chaos was vast. Han Ju floated above the universe of stars and looked down at the countless stars. He quickly found a huge star in the center and landed, then established the 3rd Tao field. 3rd Tao field has been successfully established. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Then, he felt an invisible force circle an area of 10 million kilometers, isolating the aura of the outside world. Spirit Chi and Kanate Chi began to grow, indicating that the Tao field was about to be synchronized with the main Tao field and the 2nd Tao field. Han Ju began to erase the aura, trajectory, and karma that descended into this universe of stars. All of this could not be seen with the naked eye, but he could use his will to erase it. This was also the reason why a great Tao Supreme could appear and disappear unpredictably. I want to know if anyone discovered me coming here now? Han Ju still asked cautiously. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive? Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. He chose to continue. No. No? Why did you deduct so much lifespan? Han Ju cursed angrily. However, the system was only a system and didn't communicate with him. On second thought, Han Ju thought it through. Perhaps because he was thinking about the 9th chaos, this question was equivalent to asking if the 9th chaos had discovered him. Yeah. He could only comfort himself like this. The 3rd Tao field had been established. Although the spirit chi was still steadily increasing, the defensive array formation of the Tao field was already the same as the main Tao field. Han Ju found a mountain peak and built a Taoist temple on it. It was just a matter of waving his hand. This Taoist temple was roughly the same as the Taoist temple in the 100-peak Immortal River. But there were no tables, chairs, or beds inside. The space was simple. He sat on the ground and began to comprehend the universe of stars. He tried to capture the power of creation. After spending several hours, Han Ju still couldn't comprehend anything from the power of creation. But he was not in a hurry. This required time. He planned to cultivate in the 3rd Tao field from now on. The third Tao field would be his cultivation ground, and he would not let anyone come here. Time passed quickly. In the dark void, a figure was speeding. It was the mad Taoist who had suffered in Han Ju's hands. With his Tao field destroyed, the mad Taoist had no choice but to cultivate elsewhere. He had already traveled through the chaos for tens of thousands of years. The mad Taoist's three eyes scanned the surroundings. Light appeared in front of him. Looking closer, it was a huge tree. The branches were complicated, with each branch holding a universe. The galaxy was bright like a vortex. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 10 million universes on the tree. Every universe contained countless stars. Fusang Tree. After escaping the heavenly Tao for a period of time, the Fusang Tree was no longer the same as before. Its entire body emitted an ancient aura. Under the tree, countless meteors gathered and vaguely condensed into a continent. The mad Taoist quickly flew over and landed in front of the Fusang Tree. He sized it up and pondered. The Fusang Tree trembled slightly. It was very nervous. "Little tree, don't worry. I'll cultivate near you and comprehend your time and space rules. I'll also help you if there are enemies," the mad Taoist said. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored the Fusang Tree and landed on a huge meteor under the tree. He began to meditate and cultivate. The Fusang Tree calmed down. The Fusang Tree did not speak from the beginning to the end. Time passed quickly. 200,000 years passed. The heavenly Tao had already been renewed. The third chaotic heavenly road was already in creation. Countless geniuses appeared in the immortal world. Even the mortal worlds of the heavens began to rise. The number 1 loose heaven realm was no longer inferior to the immortal world before the heavenly Tao restarted. Outside the 33rd heaven, Tao seekers could be seen in front of every sage Tao field. It was extremely lively, and they were not afraid of disturbing the sages. This was because the sages were very open-minded and could only block the voices outside the Tao field with a thought. Buzhou Palace. Han Yu, Long Hao, and Qin Ling were meditating and chatting. Long Hao smiled and said, "Recently, many geniuses have appeared in the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Venerate seems to be preparing to introduce a new primordial 10 sages. Aren't you going to recruit disciples?" Han Yu said, "No need. I like peace and quiet." Qin Ling grinned. "I'm enough for Grandmaster. As for me, I look down on those juniors. My goal is even higher. I'm not only a sage. I want to pursue the divine might heavenly sage." After becoming a sage, he recalled that the benefactor of the divine palace he had encountered during his tribulation was the divine might heavenly sage. His heart warmed every time he thought of this. What kind of identity and status did the divine might heavenly sage have? He could still take time out of his busy schedule to take care of him. Wasn't this thinking highly of him? The scene of Han Ju killing 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike still shocked him. It spurred him to cultivate diligently and catch up. You want to catch up to my master?" Long Hao shook his head and laughed. Qin Ling said proudly, "I believe in my potential." Long Hao smiled faintly. He was also so arrogant back then. He wasn't the only one. The other geniuses of the hidden sect were the same. What a pity. The cruel reality told them that Han Ju's potential couldn't be caught up to. Long Hao smiled and said, "In that case, you have to help me. I've targeted a prodigy. He's currently in the Earth immortal world and has even wandered in the reincarnation space before. Immortal Emperor Samsara is already a heavenly Tao sage, but this fellow rarely interacts with sages. Come with me to visit him." Han Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Qin Ling naturally had no objections. The 3 sages immediately stood up and walked out of the palace. Along the way, they passed by a woman in green. Qin Ling nodded at her. The woman in green looked at Han Yu and asked, "Senior, where are you going?" "I'll follow you." Han Yu glanced at her and nodded slightly. Long Hao pondered and smiled meaningfully. This was only a reflection of the sages walking around. As more and more heavenly Tao sages appeared, the relationship between the sages was not as close as before. They began to have their own circles. The leader of the sages was still heavenly venerate Xian Du the divine might heavenly sage was a legend. The sages usually did not dare to disturb him, but they knew who was supporting the heavenly Tao. As the heavenly Tao became stronger, its connection with the chaos also increased. It greatly became the center of the chaotic domain in this area. This was naturally fueled by the divine robe Taoist. Li Xianao and Han Zueyin were in charge of the hidden sect and didn't dare to disturb Hanju. Hanju cultivated very comfortably in the third Tao field. He felt that life was peaceful again. He really hoped that this would be the case in the future, allowing him to cultivate to the Tao creator realm in peace. The primordial world had already doubled in size after 200,000 years. Hanju also comprehended the creation rule. Because the great Tao of extreme origin contained the truths of the 3,000 great Tao and included the creation rule, his cultivation was very smooth. However, the creation rule was too complicated. He still needed a long time to comprehend it before he could completely master it. On this day, Hanju opened his eyes and checked his emails. Ever since most of the chaotic fiend celestials had been wiped out, the chaos was very calm. The evil heavenly emperor did not fight everywhere. Only Tao Sovereign and the other three were beaten up everywhere. Hanju was suddenly attracted by an email. Your son Han Tuo received guidance from your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, and learned a mystical power. It was not only Han Tuo but also Qin Ling. What does the primordial ancestor god want? Using my son to threaten me? Hanju thought for a moment and decided to visit Han Tuo in his dreams. The dream was the human city back then. Han Tuo had a head full of white hair and a strong figure. His entire body emitted a powerful aura. He opened his eyes and hurriedly bowed when he saw Hanju. He was very excited, but he still restrained himself. He looked at him with admiration. Hanju asked, "How have you been?" Han Tuo said, "Etian and I are cultivating in the domain of the leader of the divine spirits. Everything is fine." The leader of the divine spirits? Hanju asked. Han Tuo hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Father, I feel that the previous divine authority generals attacking the heavenly Tao hundreds of thousands of years ago was probably the arrangement of the leader of the divine spirits. Therefore, I want to stay by his side and obtain his trust to become his pawn." What makes you think you can trick the leader of the divine spirits? Do you know how great the difference in cultivation level is? Hanju asked expressionlessly. Han Tuo said, "I'm in the freedom realm. He's in the great Tao supreme realm. He's only 2 major realms away. I've never mentioned you in front of him. As long as he has ulterior motives, he won't directly attack me even if he suspects me." Hanju waved his sleeve and in an instant, the dream changed. 3,000 great Tao appeared under their feet like beams of light crisscrossing. Below them was the entire chaos. Han Tuo widened his eyes and turned to look down at the chaos. He was shocked, and his eyes lit up. The 3,000 great Tao were not only beams of light, but also the truths of the great Tao. They invisibly attacked his soul. With just a glance, he could see the countless Tao pursuers above the great Tao and see the myriad worlds floating around. Han Tuo seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. He saw the high and mighty 7 supreme rules like the brightest stars guiding the entire chaos. "What's that?" Han Tuo muttered to himself. It had been a long time since he was so shocked. Hanju said, "This is the domain of the great Tao." He raised his hand and waved it, pulling Etian's figure out of the chaos. Immediately after, illusions appeared behind Etian. They were all about Etian's past and future, including who he had interacted with. Han Tuo was silent. He understood what Hanju meant and suddenly felt that it was a ridiculous thing to do. He had underestimated the power of the great Tao Supreme. Han Tuo was no longer the brat from back then. He had experienced many things. Although he was proud now, he also understood many principles. He often recalled his experiences and understood one thing. Although he didn't dare to admit it, the truth was that all his opportunities couldn't escape Hanju's eyes. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. "Father, what should I do?" Han Tuo asked carefully. This time, he did not dare to be careless or promise anything. He wasn't stupid and knew that the leader of the divine spirits was keeping to threaten Hanju. It would be too sinful if the enemy harmed his father because of him. So far, he had yet to repay him. Actually, it was not only Han Tuo. The disciples of the hidden sect also had this problem. They wanted to repay Hanju, but he didn't need it. This fellow had been in seclusion and there was almost no trouble. Hanju said, "Let nature take its course. Don't have any thoughts of plotting against the leader of the divine spirits. I'll think of a way if there's a chance to escape." Han Tuo could only nod. Hanju instructed again and removed the dream. Opening his eyes, Hanju sighed. Then he smiled again. "Interesting," Hanju muttered to himself with excitement in his eyes. After cultivating for a long time, it had been quite boring. The primordial ancestor god was his mortal enemy, to begin with. Now that Han Tuo was causing trouble for him, he was a little happy. There was still someone who needed him. No one looked for Hanju after 200,000 years. Even Xianxia was busy cultivating. Hanju still felt a sense of loneliness deep in his heart. Can I insta-kill the primordial ancestor god now? 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju directly gave up on using the dark forbidden zone. He still had to curse. Hanju thought silently. Then, he teleported to the main Dao field and observed the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao's development was still smooth. With the foolish sword sage, red fate, and great sage void soul guarding outside the heavenly Dao, it could be said to be impregnable. After watching for a while, Hanju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to visit Xianxia. After entering the temple, he sat beside Xianxia and chatted with her. Xianxuan's cultivation level was also steadily increasing. She was very happy to see Hanju and quickly took the initiative to chat nonstop. Hanju was sometimes very curious about Xianxuan's personality. She had always been in seclusion, but this woman always had endless things to say and would never be cold. After a long time, Hanju talked about Han Tuo. In any case, the Dao field could isolate the leader of the divine spirits from prying, and he was not afraid of being discovered. Xianxia consoled. "He did it for you. Don't blame him too much." She stared at Hanju carefully and suddenly smiled. "I see that you're also very happy. You actually came to find me for this." "That's true. You're the high and mighty divine, might heavenly sage. Usually, the disciples don't dare to disturb you. The hidden sect and the heavenly Dao are also under your control. Even if the sky collapses, they can't threaten you. It's rare for something to make you worried." Hanju asked, "Do you think our son will cause such trouble like Han Tuo in the future?" Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. "In my opinion, he can cause more trouble than Tuor. Tuor is already not bad. How many times has he troubled you since he was young? Our son's potential is so big. He will definitely be extraordinary in the future. There will only be endless trouble." Hanju smiled. "I see. Then, let him not be born in case it's troublesome." "Sure, I don't think he can come out anymore." "Do you sound like a mother?" "Hee, we can always have another child. You're the only husband I have. How can I harm you if you're afraid of trouble?" The two of them joked. Hanju left several days later. Hanju was in a better mood after chatting with Xianxia. As for his youngest son, he was still in her womb. Hanju already had an idea. When he gathered the 9 primordial fragments, he would use the primordial chaos great creation to elevate his bloodline. This way, his youngest son would be the only primordial fiend celestial. Hanju was already looking forward to that day. After returning to his Taoist temple, Hanju thought of Liu Bei and was about to summon him. Originally, he did not want to let the 3rd Dao field go, but Liu Bei had suffered in the chaos for so many years. He couldn't be neglected. Although Liu Bei was a clone, he used the body of the victorious fighting Buddha. His intelligence was already independent. Liu Bei was uneasy but also excited as he arrived at Hanju's Taoist temple. After returning, he was indeed very disappointed, but he blamed himself more. After all, he didn't complete the mission and still needed Hanju to personally rescue him. Hanju didn't say anything else and brought him to the third Dao field. Liu Bei was stunned when he saw that everything in the Taoist temple had changed. This is the third Dao field. Cultivate with me in the future. I asked you to go to the chaos to find the third Dao field. I think it's indeed difficult for you, Hanju said. Liu Bei was grateful and hurriedly thanked him. Looking at his only independent clone, Hanju's gaze softened. You and I have been together for more than 3 million years. I have indeed neglected you. Not only you, but many people have also been neglected by me. Liu Bei hurriedly said, How can that be? If not for the fact that you've been cultivating in seclusion and can always resist the incoming experts, we would have died long ago. You've already provided us with the best cultivation environment and the greatest sense of security. We're not being neglected. Regardless of whether Liu Bei meant it or not, Hanju felt very comfortable. He didn't say anything else and started to preach. The great Tao of extreme origin instantly covered Liu Bei. It was unknown if Hanju did it on purpose, but his Tao voice echoed throughout the entire third Tao field. Hanju spent 1,000 years preaching to Liu Bei, allowing him to completely step onto the path of the great Tao of extreme origin. After that, he didn't chase Liu Bei out and let him cultivate in the Taoist temple. The Taoist temple fell silent. Hanju continued to comprehend the power of creation. Time passed quickly. The universe of stars kept evolving. More and more stars appeared and gathered to form a magnificent galaxy and sea of stars. There were also thousands of forms in the stars, and the entire universe became colorful. On the other side, in the depths of the chaos, Huang Xuantian was the first to land on a barren continent. Everyone start searching in groups of 3. You must find the fiend's celestial origin, Huang Xuantian instructed. With that said, the hundreds of lives immediately dispersed. Then, Huang Xuantian flew alone and quickly traveled above the ground. It should be here. A voice sounded in Huang Xuantian's mind. It was primordial origin. They had long fused. Primordial origin was now assisting Huang Xuantian. Although he had failed to break through to the primordial fiend celestial, his ambitions had never been extinguished. Huang Xuantian asked in his mind, What should I do after finding the fiend celestial origin? Revive the fiend celestial. How is that possible? I want you to become a chaotic fiend celestial before turning into the primordial fiend celestial. Primordial fiend celestial. Huang Xuantian's heart skipped a beat and his expression became complicated. The legend of the primordial fiend celestial had long spread throughout the chaos. In the past, everyone treated the primordial fiend celestial as the greatest evil, but everything changed again ever since the chaotic fiend celestials were destroyed by the divine authority generals. Unknowingly, all living beings had already begun to forget the primordial fiend celestial. All sorts of rumors pointed to the great Tao divine spirits, claiming that the primordial fiend celestial was only a pretense. The great Tao divine spirits used the excuse of capturing the primordial fiend celestial to destroy the chaotic fiend celestials. It was the truth. Huang Xuantian originally thought that the primordial fiend celestial was fabricated. He didn't expect it to really exist. Will I be discovered by the great Tao divine spirits if I become a primordial fiend celestial? Huang Xuantian asked in his mind. Don't worry. No one in the world has seen a primordial fiend celestial, including the oldest divine spirits. Huang Xuantian was relieved when he heard that. His eyes revealed anticipation. An hour later, a voice sounded, Life Lord, the fiend celestial origin is here. Huang Xuantian immediately moved away. He came to a bottomless valley. A life floated in the air and looked down. Huang Xuantian immediately entered the valley and disappeared. 100,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes. Liu Bei was no longer in the Taoist temple. Liu Bei had quietly left tens of thousands of years ago. He looked outside the Taoist temple. Liu Bei was under a tree, with flowers and plants within a radius of 50 feet. They were red and green. Hanju smiled. He deliberately covered the third Tao field with the great Tao of extreme origin because he wanted to give birth to lives when he preached the Tao to Liu Bei. The universe without living beings was deathly silent. He had to create living beings if he wanted to comprehend the power of creation. In the entire universe of stars, only Han Ju's third Tao field had flowers for now. The flowers were also spirits, but they were faint and not worth mentioning. But this was a good start. Han Ju didn't mind. He just left it to time. He checked the emails. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has fused with the Fiend Celestial origin and transformed into a chaotic Fiend Celestial. Your disciple Dao Sovereign has grasped the chaotic domain. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor established the Heavenly God General. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage comprehended the Sword Tao and was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your disciple Zhou discussed the Tao with your enemy, the Seven Tao Sage. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara has comprehended the great Tao of Reincarnation. His soul has entered the great Tao. Your enemy Primordial Ancestor God has fused with a Divine Authority General and suffered a backlash. Huang Zuintian had become a chaotic Fiend Celestial? It was so easy? Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This primordial origin was interesting. The chaotic Fiend Celestial was not so easy to replace. Below that were mostly opportunities. Zhou Fan and the Seven Tao Sage were together again. Zhou Fan's favorability did not decrease, which meant that he was not bewitched by the other party. The two of them might be friends. No matter what, Zhou Fan indeed owed the Seven Tao Sage. If not for him, Zhou Fan would have died thousands of times. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. His attention was attracted by the primordial ancestor god. What was this fellow doing? He had actually fused with a divine authority general. It seemed that this fellow was indeed very careful, afraid that he would fail in the battle with Han Ju. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and immediately started cursing the primordial ancestor god. However, his curse missed. He couldn't curse the primordial ancestor god at all. This made him very angry. No matter how angry he was, he could only give up. Then, Han Ju teleported to the main Tao field. He began to observe the heavenly Tao. There was no danger. The Foolish Sword Sage, Red Fate, and Great Sage Void Soul were still cultivating in peace. Everything seemed so calm. Han Ju returned to the third Tao field after observing the situation. He suddenly thought of Jiang Juesher. His expression changed as his will jumped onto the chaos. His gaze quickly captured Jiang Juesher. Jiang Juesher was still wandering in the chaos. Han Ju began to fabricate a lie and moved the space where Jiang Juesher was to the vicinity of the universe of stars. He moved so quickly that Jiang Juesher didn't even notice. Han Ju smiled. He began to look forward to the scene of Jiang Juesher accidentally entering the universe of stars. Then, he continued cultivating. Year after year passed. Nearly 20,000 years later. Detected that you are 4 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and promote the reputation of the primordial Fiend Celestial. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a great Tao sage level guard. 2. Maintain your seclusion and cultivate in a low-profile manner. Stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Ju's eyes lit up. He had never yearned to obtain the heavenly Tao spirit stone so much. Furthermore, the system was so considerate. It didn't put the heavenly Tao spirit stone in the first option. He immediately chose the second option. You chose to maintain your seclusion and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Ju took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of Fiend Celestial Qi. He then took out the heavenly Tao spirit stone and the Book of Misfortune and chose to fuse them. The Book of Misfortune was already a great Tao supreme treasure. Above that was the ultimate Tao treasure. The ultimate Tao treasure, the Book of Misfortune, should be able to curse the primordial ancestral god. Hanju was looking forward to it. The primordial ancestor god was fusing with a divine authority general. This was not a good thing. He had to resolve it as soon as possible. He waited for the Book of Misfortune to level up after fusing with the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Hanju didn't wait in vain and continued cultivating. Outside the Taoist temple, under the tree, Liu Bei opened his eyes and looked at a white flower in front of him. This white flower was 30 centimeters tall and had leaves like swords. It has finally begun to absorb spirit qi. I wonder how its potential is. Liu Bei muttered with anticipation. He knew that his potential was average, so he wanted to nurture a team for Hanju. He was already a sage. Previously, he had used his sage sense to observe this universe. The entire universe was still in the process of derivation. Perhaps a world-shattering genius would be born in the future. Liu Bei began to preach the Tao to the white flower in front of him, not caring if it could listen. Most of the area in the third Tao field was still barren. Only the area under the tree was covered in flowers. Year after year passed. The Book of Misfortune was finally upgraded after 89,000 years. It was upgraded from a Great Tao Supreme Treasure to an Ultimate Tao Treasure. The Great Tao Supreme Treasure was the same as the Chaotic Supreme Treasure. The Great Tao level was the same as the Chaotic level. The reason the Book of Misfortune was not a Chaotic Supreme Treasure was probably that it was related to the Great Tao. After successfully upgrading, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune. A black light burst out and shone on his face. The terrifying curse power contained in the Book of Misfortune made the book itself heavy. Even he, a Great Tao Supreme, felt his heart palpitate. What kind of monster had he nurtured? Hanju felt a little uneasy. Will the Book of Misfortune cause a backlash on me? 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. That was good. It seemed that he had to be more cautious when upgrading next time. Hanju took a deep breath, held the Book of Misfortune, and started cursing the primordial ancestor god. I knew it. This time, he could finally curse the primordial ancestral god. Hanju's body shook and he immediately cursed with all his might. The violent curse power was like a chaotic tsunami that swept towards the primordial ancestor god with unstoppable force. At the same time, in a bright sky, circular stone platforms floated. A figure emitting divine light was meditating on the highest stone platform. All sorts of strange beasts ran around him, and his true appearance could not be seen. Primordial ancestor god. He suddenly opened his eyes. The divine light couldn't cover his cold eyes, as if he could see through everything in the world. Dark Forbidden Lord. The primordial ancestor god said a name in his mind. He panicked. This was the first time he had been cursed. One had to know that he had the chaotic divine body and could not be cursed by karma. What was going on? He subconsciously thought of Hanju when he thought of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju was very likely the Dark Forbidden Lord. After all, this fellow had once killed 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike. However, Hanju had been hiding in the Tao field. Even he, the leader of the divine spirits, couldn't spy on his Tao field. What if the Dark Forbidden Lord was not Hanju? The primordial ancestor god suddenly thought of such a possibility. The Dark Forbidden Lord was too mysterious and couldn't be deduced at all. He could deduce and know Hanju's past when the latter left his Tao field. Apart from the time Hanju hid in the Tao field, he indeed didn't curse anyone when he went out. Who else could it be but Hanju? The Devil Ancestor? The Life Lord? Or the illusory Tao Ancestor? The primordial ancestor god guessed as he resisted the curse. He was frustrated. He gradually lost control of the chaos ever since the Tao Ancestor disappeared. The primordial ancestor god couldn't figure it out. He only felt that other existences wanted to stir the chaos. Although he was the leader of the divine spirits, the higher he stood, the more afraid he was. At least, he knew that there was a terrifying existence above the great Tao, but it was not in the chaos. Just like that, day after day passed. The primordial ancestor god cancelled out the curse, so he did not panic. However, the curse power suddenly increased 5 days later. The primordial ancestor god was shocked and hurriedly tried his best to block. However, the curse power soared with an unstoppable force. It was 1,000 times stronger than before, 10,000 times stronger. How is this possible? What power is this? A storm brewed in the primordial ancestor of God's heart. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju cursed with all his might. The Book of Misfortune emitted wisps of strange black aura that formed a fog that filled the temple. As he stared at his lifespan, he opened the emails and checked the situation. His lifespan decreased rapidly. 10 billion years. 100 billion years. A trillion years. 10 trillion years. Han Ju was already prepared to bleed. Since he wanted to curse, he would curse the primordial ancestor god until he was crippled. His lifespan continued to decrease. Han Ju lost 10 quadrillion years of his lifespan after a long time. Because of your curse, the great Tao of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was damaged. Only damaged? Han Ju continued cursing. He didn't want to curse the primordial ancestor god to death. At the very least, he wanted to severely injure him and not give him a chance to fuse with the divine authority general. Han Ju suddenly felt something at this moment. As he cursed, he looked at the chaos. Someone had achieved the supreme realm. Only a great Tao supreme could sense it. Above the 3,000 great Tao, a will was looking down at the chaos, just like him back then. However, Han Ju couldn't see his true appearance. Han Ju didn't mind and didn't want to offend the other party. He focused on cursing. He no longer cared about those who had just entered the great Tao supreme realm. Han Ju secretly decided to contribute a septillion years of his lifespan to curse the primordial ancestor god. Yes. A septillion years. Han Ju's eyes turned colder. Soon, his lifespan decreased by 100 quadrillion years. Even so, he did not trigger a second email. The primordial ancestor god was something. Han Ju gritted his teeth and persisted. 200 quadrillion years. 300 quadrillion years. 400 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, the great Tao of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, cracked and his Tao heart was damaged. Continue. 500 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, the cultivation of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, has declined. The supreme power is in chaos. Not enough. Han Ju's eyes turned red. It was not that his body was burdened, but that he would break the record for spending his lifespan. 600 quadrillion years. 700 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, has developed mental demons in his Tao heart. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, has destroyed his mental demon. He has comprehended the supreme rules and his cultivation has increased. As expected of you. Then continue. Han Ju didn't panic at all. The number he had prepared to spend hadn't reached the minimum lifespan number yet. 800 quadrillion years of lifespan. 900 quadrillion years of lifespan. Because of your curse, the great Tao of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was damaged. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, suffered a backlash from the divine authority general. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, used his will to recover his body and cultivation. Heh. Let's see who can afford to waste more lifespan. The Book of Misfortune trembled slightly, and a strange black aura surrounded Han Ju. 1 quintillion years. Han Ju cursed patiently. At the same time, a ball of qi appeared in the absolute darkness at the edge of the chaos. This qi quickly condensed into a figure and slowly stepped out of the darkness. He wore a black robe and blood-stained black armor under it. His black hair fluttered wantonly and his face was cold. His eyes were pale and did not have black pupils. Leader of the divine spirits, your Tao is in shambles. I didn't expect you to have such a day. The black-robed, white-eyed man sneered and walked towards the chaos. Every step crossed the vast chaotic domain and constantly approached the 3,000 Great Tao. 1.3 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the cultivation of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, has decreased greatly. His body has been destroyed. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, used the power of the Great Tao to recover his body and cultivation. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Where did this little angel come from? Well done. Hanju became even more excited and continued cursing. 1.4 quintillion years. 1.5 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the sole origin of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was damaged. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, used his will to recover his body. Hanju was secretly shocked by the primordial ancestor god's tenacity. This fellow was something. He fought with others as he endured his curse. However, this time, the primordial ancestor god did not recover his cultivation. Continue cursing. I'll take his life when he's down. Adding insult to injury was the best revenge against the enemy. 1.6 quintillion years. 1.7 quintillion years. 1.8 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the soul of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was severely injured. His Tao heart has shattered. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. His body and soul were destroyed. Hanju was stunned. Was he dead? However, his curse did not fail. He immediately checked his interpersonal relationships and found the primordial ancestor god's portrait. The portrait was still there, which meant that he had yet to die. Hanju suddenly felt a sense of sorrow at this moment. He wasn't the only one. All living beings in the heavenly Tao and even the chaos were the same. As were. Hanju looked up. The 3,000 Great Tao trembled. Golden rain fell from all directions, causing a natural phenomenon. The leader of the divine spirits was killed by me, the ultimate god of punishment. From today onwards, I am the leader of the divine spirits and control the chaotic order. All Great Tao divine spirits, come and greet me. A domineering voice resounded through the chaos. Only those who had reached the Great Tao could hear it. In other words, even a freedom sage could not hear this voice. Ultimate god of punishment? Who was that? Hanju was secretly puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. He did not relax and continued cursing. Since the primordial ancestor god wanted to fake his death, he would fulfill his wish and curse him to death. 1.9 quintillion years. 2 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the divinity of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was destroyed. His eternal providence has shattered. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, is protected by the supreme rules. His origin soul is sealed. Hanju's curse missed after that. He felt like he suddenly missed a step as he walked. It was very unpleasant. He put away the book of misfortune and heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least the primordial ancestor god could not come out for the time being. His hatred for the ultimate god of punishment was probably greater. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. He asked in his mind, I want to know about the ultimate god of punishment. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Ultimate god of punishment. Perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm. Transcendent Tao Expert. Chaotic Origin Spirit. Great Tao Controller. When the chaos first opened, other than the chaotic fiend celestials who represented the 3,000 Great Tao, there was also a batch of chaotic origin spirits that contained the great creation of the chaos. The ultimate god of punishment is one of them. Perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm. No wonder he dared to attack the primordial ancestor god. Hanju asked in his mind, Can I insta-kill the ultimate god of punishment? 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju was a little disappointed. He could only hope that the ultimate god of punishment wouldn't find trouble with him after he took over. The ultimate god of punishment's appearance meant that some ancient mighty figures were hidden in the chaos. They hid in their respective supreme domains and rarely walked around. However, this was normal. The chaos existed for countless years. Just calculating how many years the heavenly Tao had been born was enough, let alone the chaos. Even Laozi, a living being of the heavenly Tao, could climb to the great Tao supreme realm, let alone the chaotic living beings born before the heavenly Tao. Hanju mourned for the chaotic fiend celestials. In the past, the chaotic fiend celestials were high and mighty. The chaotic origin spirits were like mortals in front of them and could only shiver. Time passed and the great Tao changed. Now, most of the chaotic fiend celestials had perished. Those who were still alive were all struggling at death's door and were no longer enough to control the situation. How tragic. Hanju was only a fake chaotic fiend celestial, so he wasn't affected. This was very comfortable, causing him to be in a good mood. He walked out of the Taoist temple and found Liu Bei. Liu Bei was still cultivating and didn't feel his approach. He only woke up when Hanju coughed. He hurriedly stood up and bowed. Hanju said, "You want to nurture living beings?" Liu Bei replied, "I know that my potential can't catch up to yours. Why don't I help you control this universe? I see that this universe has great potential and there are no factions around." He began to talk as if he was making a report. Hanju interrupted, "Work hard in that case, but don't forget your cultivation." With that, he turned around and left. As he walked, he waved his sleeve as if he was stirring the wind, but he was actually scattering the great Tao of extreme origin. He spread the great Tao of extreme origin to the entire universe of stars. An invisible great Tao spread throughout the universe. Cultivators would comprehend it one day. However, the universe of stars was still far from giving birth to living beings. Hanju had an idea. He wanted to speed up the time in this universe, but the power of creation was not enough. Time could be increased at will as long as there was enough power of creation. A day in the Tao field was enough for 10 billion years to pass in the universe of stars. However, this universe would collapse sooner or later and turn into nothingness if he accelerated the time and the power of creation was not enough. It wouldn't even be a flash in the chaos. After returning to the Taoist temple, Hanju expanded the primordial world in the depths of his soul while comprehending the power of creation. In the darkness, a stream of air pierced through, accompanied by a single-sided wind. For people walked in the wind. They were Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Zhang Yi, and Lao Dan. Tao Sovereign turned to look at Lao Dan behind him and urged, "Old man, why are you staying behind? Hurry up and lead the way." Lao Dan said angrily, "There's only one path. Why do you need a guide?" Zhao Shenyuan said in a strange tone, "This old fellow is still angry. He was clearly the one who coveted the treasure and was hated by the other party. He even blamed us for being rude and offending him." Lao Dan exploded upon hearing this. "He's a great Tao sage. How can I covet his treasure? If not for the fact that I'm related to Laozi, all of you would have died." Lao Dan said indignantly, blowing his nose and glaring. Zhang Yi said, "Is Laozi as famous as the divine might heavenly sage? Believe it or not, if we say that we are the disciples of the divine might heavenly sage, he will immediately welcome us with a smile." "Hee. How can you prove it? Isn't the heavenly Tao's freedom sage enough proof?" Lao Dan was silent. Although the development of the heavenly Tao was ferocious, there were indeed few freedom sages. The Tao Sovereign and the other two's providence was indeed easy to distinguish. Zhao Shenyuan turned around and hooked his arm around Lao Dan's neck. He pulled him to the front and smiled. "Old man, why are you gambling? We're on the same boat. We'll live and die together. You have to guide the way when we reach the Taoless deep region." Tao Sovereign asked, "Is there really a huge opportunity in the Taoless deep region?" Lao Dan shook off Zhao Xuanyuan's hand and pinched his beard. He smiled and said, "Of course. The place where Pangu revived is in the Taoist deep region. There are no great Tao rules, no karma, and no time. A huge battle erupted there. Before Pangu split the sky, at least 100 chaotic fiend celestials died in the Taoist deep region. How can the treasures they left behind not be great opportunities? Then, how can you be sure that Pangu didn't loot all those treasures? Zhang Yi asked with a frown. Lao Dan rolled his eyes and said, Pangu is not such a person. He was also the one who revealed the address of the Taoist deep region. Zhang Yi was skeptical. Zhao Shenyuan was deep in thought. Tao Sovereign said, Laozi, the heavenly sect master, and the heavenly lord of primordial beginning are formed by Pangu's essence soul. It's normal for them to be taken care of by Pangu. Laodan raised his head proudly, as if saying, Hurry up and praise me. By the way, is the Taoist deep region dangerous? Zhang Yi suddenly asked. Tao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan immediately looked at Lao Dan. Lao Dan was stunned. He thought of his experiences over the years and shivered. Could it be? No. Impossible. How could he be so unlucky? Lao Dan turned to look at Tao Sovereign and the other two with a faint gaze. Tao Sovereign and the other two were embarrassed by the stare and turned their heads away. In the endless sky, amidst layers of clouds, the divine-robed Taoist landed on a circular stone platform. Dozens of great Tao divine spirits were around him, all chatting. The leader of the divine spirits has really changed? I'm not sure. Who is the ultimate god of punishment? I've heard of him. He's said to be an ancient existence who survived the Fiend Celestial era. The Fiend Celestial era? That's indeed impressive. The ultimate god of punishment had offended the leader of the divine spirits in the past and was sent to the lowest level of the chaos to suppress the evil vengeful spirits. I didn't expect him to return. The great Tao divine spirits discussed among themselves. The divine-robed Taoist did not participate. He knew that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. He just had to wait and see. In any case, he had already betrayed the great Tao divine spirits. At this moment, the head of the Holy Mother of Order emerged from below. It was even larger than a mountain. It quickly rose and looked down at all the great Tao divine spirits. The great Tao divine spirits immediately bowed to her. The Holy Mother of Order did not say anything and waited in front of the stone platform. After a long while, a black light descended from the sky and landed on the stone platform. The ultimate god of punishment slowly walked out. His black hair was still disheveled, and the blood on his black armor was still there, as if it could never be washed away. The terrifying killing intent shocked the divine spirits into retreating. The atmosphere was solemn. The ultimate god of punishment scanned all the divine spirits and asked, "Who else isn't here?" The great Tao divine spirits looked at each other and did not dare to answer. The ultimate god of punishment smiled. "It's fine. I'll investigate clearly. Those who don't come today will die." The great Tao divine spirits were silent. "Holy Mother, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be here." The ultimate god of punishment looked at the Holy Mother of Order and smiled. However, his smile was sinister and cold. The Holy Mother of Order replied indifferently, "I didn't expect you to still be here." The ultimate god of punishment smiled faintly. The Holy Mother of Order is called the Order, but she always attacks for the sake of so-called favor. She repeatedly violated the order and is considered to have severely neglected her duty. However, I am the new leader of the divine spirits. I will let bygones be bygones. The Holy Mother of Order was silent. The ultimate god of punishment scanned all the great Tao divine spirits and said, "From today onwards, the chaos should stir up a new chapter. The bad habits of the past cannot be left behind. I want the chaos to prosper and not be as dead as today. Everyone knows that the reason the chaos is like this is because of you. You're afraid of the rise of the younger generation. You're afraid of being replaced. However, this is a huge mistake. I request that each of you lead at least 100 worlds to develop. Every world must nurture a great Tao sage. This does not include the world you created. If you have already created the world, it must be destroyed. If you are unwilling, I will personally take action to destroy you and the world. The great Tao divine spirits were in an uproar, but no one dared to resist. The ultimate god of punishment continued. The legend of the primordial fiend celestial is only a lie. The primordial chaos is a hypothesis. The time I survived far exceeds your imagination. However, I've never seen the primordial chaos with my own eyes, let alone the primordial fiend celestial. Previously, it was only an excuse used by the primordial ancestor god to eliminate the chaotic fiend celestials. There's no need to investigate the primordial fiend celestial in the future. If a new chaotic fiend celestial is born, don't make things difficult for it. There's no deadline for the mission I gave you previously. I'll investigate at any time. Once I start investigating, there won't be any mercy. The primordial ancestor god is already dead. I won't refuse if you want to follow in his footsteps. Primordial ancestor god. The great Tao divine spirits looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard the name of the leader of the divine spirits. The ultimate god of punishment waved his sleeve and turned around. Go down and execute it. I'll split the great Tao divine spirits into 3 grades. The first grade is the highest and is the level of the Holy Mother of Order. The power and rules you control will also surpass the other great Tao divine spirits. This is your opportunity. I'll personally reshuffle the list. Who is the higher god and who is the lower god depends on your efforts. With that, he vanished. The great Tao divine spirits heaved a sigh of relief. They subconsciously turned to look at the Holy Mother of Order, but she had already disappeared. The divine spirits immediately left. They only dared to communicate after leaving this domain. The divine robed Taoist left alone. He wanted to tell Hanju this news. A continent floated quietly under the dark purple starry sky. Han Tuo Etion and the 3 great Tao divine spirits meditated and cultivated. The starry sky suddenly tore open and an eye appeared. It was 10 million times larger than this continent. The 5 new great Tao divine spirits suddenly looked up and saw the eye. They immediately stood up in fear. Being stared at by this eye, they felt a chill down their spines and felt uncomfortable. The primordial ancestor god has already been killed by me. I'm the ultimate god of punishment. I'll be the new leader of the divine spirits from today onwards. The 5 of you will follow me from now on and serve as the 5 great divine punishers to supervise the great Tao divine spirits. The ultimate god of punishment's voice fell softly, but the expressions of the 5 changed drastically. Although they didn't know who the primordial ancestor god was, they understood what he meant. The previous leader of the divine spirits was dead. Impossible. Han Tuo was the most shocked. Could it be arranged by his father? This voice was very unfamiliar to him. Could it be such a coincidence? He had just asked his father for help hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the leader of the divine spirits changed owners? Han Tuo didn't dare to think too much or tell anyone. The hole in the starry sky vanished. The ultimate god of punishment's eyes disappeared and everything returned to normal. Han Tuo and the others immediately met. They began to communicate and were all very shocked. They even guessed that it was a trap. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes, which meant that another 100,000 years had passed. He stood up and teleported to the main Tao field before jumping into the universal hall. Only Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was in the hall. Seeing Hanju appear, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu immediately summoned the other sages. Heavenly Sage, I disturbed you because the situation in the chaos has changed. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said in a low voice. From fellow Taoist Han to a heavenly sage, their relationship had clearly changed. It felt like they were superior and subordinate. Hanju didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he was secretly pleased. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Hanju said, let's wait until all the sages are here. Soon the other sages arrived. The foolish sword sage, Red Fate, great sage Void Soul, and the sacred true martial Buddha also came. After hundreds of thousands of years, They had already obtained the heavenly Tao merit and fused with the heavenly Tao's providence. They could barely come to the outside of the 33 heavens, but they still could not enter the 33rd heaven. They couldn't even create clones to enter the heavenly Tao. This was the heavenly Tao's self-protection ability. The leader of the divine spirits who agreed to fight with the heavenly sage has been killed. The new leader of the divine spirits has ascended the throne. The situation in the chaos is about to change. I'll first talk about what the divine robe Taoist told me. This new leader of the divine spirits, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, scanned all the sages and slowly spoke. The sages were shocked and subconsciously looked at Han Ju upon hearing that the leader of the divine spirits had been killed. Han Ju's expression didn't change. He was reading the emails and ignored their gazes. A thought appeared in the sages' minds. Could the death of the leader of the divine spirits be related to the heavenly sage? That was the leader of the divine spirits who had lived for countless years. He had just agreed to fight with the divine might heavenly sage and then died? Han Ju could guess what they were thinking, but he didn't care. Wouldn't his prestige increase even if they determined that it was related to him? However, there were some things that they could think about but not say. Han Ju would remind them later. Email after email flashed in front of him. He suddenly noticed an email. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, dispersed his will and created the primordial divine clan. Interesting. Han Ju subconsciously checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that the portrait of the primordial ancestor of God was already gone. Was this considered complete death? No, he had probably lost consciousness and couldn't hate Han Ju anymore. He should continue to survive in the form of a race. Han Ju remembered the primordial divine clan. No matter what, the 10 million year agreement was broken. Han Ju could cultivate in peace in the future. However, he couldn't figure out the ultimate god of punishment's attitude. The two of them had no grudge. He hoped that this fellow wouldn't be stupid. In Han Ju's opinion, the ultimate god of punishment was not as powerful as the primordial ancestor god. The ultimate god of punishment did not completely kill the primordial ancestor god even under his full-powered curse. It was enough to show the difference between the two. Han Ju continued reading the emails. Tao Sovereign and the other three were being beaten again. Han Ju couldn't understand them. Weren't they tired of it? Especially Lao Dan. Did he still need opportunities with the three pure sacred world behind him? The sages began to discuss after Heavenly Venerate Xian Du finished speaking. In that case, this ultimate god of punishment is still magnanimous. Indeed, the chaos has developed for so long, but it looks barren and desolate. The great Tao divine spirits indeed have to bear the main responsibility. Can the chaos carry so many living beings if all the living beings cultivate continuously? The chaos is endless. How can you imagine it? I also feel that something is wrong. Everything happened too suddenly. The sages discussed among themselves. The new sages did not speak. They didn't understand the chaos and did not dare to guess. There were more and more heavenly Tao sages now, including unfamiliar faces that Han Ju had never seen before. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "No matter what, it's a good thing for now. It won't affect the development plan of the heavenly Tao. I called you here today for the most important thing. Heavenly Tao will sooner or later collide with the three pure sacred world in this chaotic domain if it continues to develop. Already some worlds in the Heaven and Earth Alliance have joined forces with the heavenly Tao have changed sides." With that, he looked around at the sages. The heavenly Tao sages would occasionally leave the heavenly Tao, and many of them were related to the three pure sacred world. Foolish sword sage snorted. "We'll just fight if we bump into each other. What's there to be afraid of? Only Laozi and the heavenly sect master can make me afraid in the three pure sacred world. The others are just thieves." Red Fate nodded with disdain. Great Sage Void Soul didn't speak. His attitude depended on Han Ju. Qiu Shilai asked teasingly, "Heavenly Venerate, you dare to attack Laozi?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "The battle of the Great Tao has nothing to do with the Tao legacy. The heavenly Tao and the three pure sacred world both want to continue becoming stronger and are close. They'll have to choose one day. One side will have to bow down if there's no conflict. The three pure sacred world comes from the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao has experienced so many calamities. There's no reason to bow down to the three pure sacred world. His words received the sage's agreement. Which branch would annex the main family? Wouldn't that be a huge joke? Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, try your best to rope them in. It's still early to start the war. Currently, the two territories are not connected. Time is the most beneficial to the heavenly Tao. The three pure sacred worlds' rules are not as perfect as the heavenly Tao's. Their development speed is far inferior to the heavenly Tao's. The heavenly Tao was different from other worlds. The various rules and order were already complete. The spirit chi was also abundant. The potential of living beings born was always higher than in other worlds. Rules couldn't be created casually with a high cultivation level. The other sages also gave suggestions. In short, they weren't afraid of the three pure sacred world. After a long while, Heavenly Venerate Xianxia looked at Hanju and asked, Heavenly Sage, say something? With that said, the universal hall fell silent. All the sages looked at Hanju. Hanju said, regarding what the divine robe Taoist said, we will pretend not to know. Just develop in peace and don't talk about it everywhere. As for the three pure sacred world, let nature take its course. When the day comes that we need to fight, the heavenly Tao won't be afraid, but we can't cause trouble in advance. Although we have passed the threat of the divine authority generals, the heavenly Tao's foundation is still too weak. The power above the sages is too scarce. Don't think about devouring others. Think about strengthening yourself. The sages nodded. The heavenly sage said, well, we still have to maintain our original intention. Don't be careless. Su Dudao said loudly with an excited expression. Xianxia added, that's right. Thank you for the reminder, heavenly sage. We're indeed a little arrogant. This is not good. The heavenly sage is indeed the lamp that guides the way for our heavenly Tao. The other sages began to flatter him. The new sages had strange expressions, but they could only follow suit. Hanju was expressionless and felt very comfortable. Heavenly Venerate Xianxia said a few things and then dismissed them. Hanju stood up and prepared to leave. The foolish sword sage came up and said, fellow Taoist Han, do you want to spar? It's only a spar, not a death match. He added more words halfway, clearly feeling scared. Hanju brushed past him and said, actually, killing 20,000 divine authority generals is not my limit. I can kill 10,000 of you. Look for me when you reach perfection. The foolish sword sage's smile froze, but he was not exasperated. He only turned around and looked deeply at his back. The other sages were shocked, but they didn't dare to show it. They didn't even dare to look at the foolish sword sage. The foolish sword sage was also a big shot they could not provoke. The divine robe Taoist sat on the throne. His gaze landed on a figure in the hall and he looked impatient. This figure was Taoist Dragon Head, who had wanted to find trouble with the heavenly Tao. He was killed by the foolish sword sage before he could touch the divine might heavenly sage. Fortunately, he had a method to revive. Exalted God, you'll be threatened sooner or later if you let the heavenly Tao develop, Taoist Dragon Head said in a low voice. The divine robe Taoist said angrily, don't you know that I've already lost? Of course I know. That's why I'm roping you in. If we join forces, we can definitely defeat the divine might heavenly sage. What a joke. You can't even defeat the foolish sword sage. How can you fight the divine might heavenly sage? Foolish sword sage? Wasn't the one who killed me the divine might heavenly sage? Bullshit. The divine robe Taoist became even more impatient. He had never seen such a stupid and arrogant great Tao sage. Taoist Dragon Head fell silent upon learning that he had not encountered the divine might heavenly sage. Impossible. Taoist Dragon Head was shocked. There was such an expert under the divine might heavenly sage. He suddenly felt glad that he did not go rashly and had a way to revive. Otherwise, he might have died in the heavenly Tao. Seeing that he was silent, the divine-robed Taoist revealed a mocking expression. Even the divine authority generals can't enter the heavenly Tao. Who do you think you are? After a long while, Taoist Dragon Head looked up and said, "Exalted God, have you made up with the heavenly Tao?" He was not stupid. Thinking about it carefully, the divine-robed Taoist's tone was more like he was protecting the heavenly Tao. The divine-robed Taoist did not say anything. "Why don't you introduce me to the heavenly Tao?" Taoist Dragon Head asked. The divine-robed Taoist was stunned. "This fellow?" Taoist Dragon Head said seriously, "Since I can't defeat them, I'll join the heavenly Tao. There shouldn't be an existence stronger than the divine might heavenly sage in the current chaos, right? As for the previous ultimate god of punishment, in my opinion, he's only SOSO. After all, the leader of the divine spirits doesn't dare to attack the divine might heavenly sage." The divine-robed Taoist asked expressionlessly, "So, why would you join the heavenly Tao?" The divine-robed Taoist naturally had to think of a way to resolve it if this fellow wanted to scheme against the heavenly Tao. Speaking of which, his help to Hanju was minimal. At most, he would inform the heavenly Tao and take care of it. However, the heavenly Tao itself had Hanju, and its rise was already unstoppable. Taoist Dragon Head said, "Of course, it's to become the strongest. Previously, I wanted to flatten the heavenly Tao only to become famous. I already know that there's a difference between me and the divine might heavenly sage, so I naturally won't seek death." The divine-robed Taoist said in confusion, "Why don't you challenge other sages first if you want to become the strongest? For example, the 3 pure sages of the 3 pure sacred world. There has to be a way to become famous." Taoist Dragon Head felt that it made sense and agreed. "All right, I'll go to the 3 pure sacred world first." With that, Taoist Dragon Head turned around and left. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to say meaningfully, "Exalted God, the primordial fiend celestial might be fake, but the great Tao immeasurable calamity is not fabricated. You should make plans early." With that, Taoist Dragon Head vanished. The divine-robed Taoist frowned. He originally thought that with the death of the chaotic fiend celestials and the leader of the divine spirits, the great Tao immeasurable calamity would not happen. After all, the chaos had already acknowledged that the primordial fiend celestial was only a legend. However, Taoist Dragon Head's words caused him to hesitate. Where did this fellow come from? The divine-robed Taoist muttered to himself. He suddenly realized that he did not understand Taoist Dragon Head. This fellow was too strange. It was as if he knew nothing about the chaos and thought that he could challenge the strongest by attaining the great Tao. Could he have been in seclusion somewhere for nearly 1,000,000 years? Then who was his master? The divine-robed Taoist frowned and fell into deep thought. In the void, Zhang Juesher moved forward quickly, his white clothes fluttering with the wind. There were no traces of him around him. It was as if time had passed. His temperament became more and more extraordinary. A dazzling universe appeared in front of him. Countless galaxies were dotted with starlight, as beautiful as a painting. Zhang Juesher was attracted by this universe. For some reason, he felt that something was beckoning him in this universe. He immediately accelerated. This universe was the universe of stars created by Hanju. He had been waiting for Zhang Juesher to take the bait. Zhang Juesher quickly advanced and entered the universe of stars. He wandered around, his sage sense sweeping through the universe. He discovered that there was no life here, but it contained an aura that made him very comfortable. He couldn't tell what it was. At the same time, in the center of the universe of stars, in the third arena, Liu Bei noticed Zhang Juesher's arrival. He stared at him with a vigilant expression. After all, this universe was newly developed and could not withstand the destruction of outsiders. Liu Bei could sense that Zhang Juesher was very strong and didn't dare to speak rashly. Besides, he didn't have to worry with Hanju around. He was curious about what Zhang Juesher would do. After wandering around the universe of stars for a period of time, Zhang Juesher found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Han Ju's 100,000 years of seclusion arrived. He had long sensed Zhang Juesher's arrival, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he headed to the second Tao field, released the newly born Fiend Celestials, and preached the Tao to them. 500 years passed. Han Ju returned to the third Tao field. He walked out of the Taoist temple and appeared in front of Liu Bei. "What do you think of that kid?" Han Ju asked. Liu Bei opened his eyes and was stunned. Then, he understood that Han Ju was talking about the cultivator who had accidentally entered the universe of stars. "He seems to be a heavenly Tao life form too?" Liu Bei asked carefully. Zhang Juesher's heavenly Tao providence was dense. After all, it had settled for more than 10,000 years. It was not so easy to dissipate it. Not bad. He didn't destroy the place wantonly. Instead, he found a place and entered seclusion quietly. He probably has a cautious and ascetic personality. Liu Bei deliberated. Han Ju told him about his past with Zhang Juesher. Liu Bei was moved. "This child's talent is so terrifying?" Liu Bei asked. "What do you need me to do?" Han Ju must have something to tell him. "You can befriend him and make him stay here." Han Ju smiled. The spirit qi here was still too weak and there was insufficient chaotic qi. Zhang Juesher probably couldn't stay for long. Liu Bei immediately agreed. Han Ju sent a wisp of his will into the tree. "In the future, just say the word when you enter or leave." This will was especially responsible for letting Liu Bei in and out. "All right," Liu Bei replied and watched him leave. Han Ju continued to comprehend the power of creation after he returned to the Taoist temple. He finally had a hint of understanding of the power of creation after hundreds of thousands of years. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Han Ju was very excited and felt that there was hope of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Great Tao Supreme Realm. More than 3,000 years later, the evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? Han Ju opened his eyes and silently chose to accept. The evil heavenly emperor rarely looked for him unless there was something important. Han Ju was secretly looking forward to it. Would he ask for help? Very few could match Han Ju in the current chaos. It would be a beautiful thing if he could show his divinity. The dream was still the forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The evil heavenly emperor saw him and smiled. "How have you been?" "Not bad. What is it?" Han Ju went straight to the point. The evil heavenly emperor was secretly puzzled by his attitude. "The head of the divine spirits has perished. He created the primordial divine clan. This race might threaten you." Han Ju said. "That's it? No, wait. Why did the leader of the divine spirits die?" The evil heavenly emperor rolled his eyes. "Stop pretending. You must have known long ago. If I didn't know who killed him, I would probably think that you did it yourself." Han Ju shook his head. "How is that possible? The 10-million-year promise isn't over yet." The evil heavenly emperor said, "I came to find you today because I have something to ask of you." Han Ju's eyes lit up. Was it coming? "What is it?" Han Ju asked patiently. He blamed the evil heavenly emperor in his heart. "What's our relationship? Do you have to beat around the bush?" The evil heavenly emperor said, "I'm preparing to explore the chaotic domain. I already have a goal. However, this domain has a powerful restriction and needs the help of a great Tao sage. I only know 2 great Tao sages. One is suppressed and the other has disappeared. I can only look for you." Speaking of this, the evil heavenly emperor sighed. Han Ju said, "Summon me." "All right." The evil heavenly emperor did not say anything else. The dream ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "Will I die if I help the evil heavenly emperor? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "No." "Safe." Han Ju was relieved. In any case, he had left his will in the Taoist temple. He could be revived even if he died outside. The question just now was mainly to consider if he would provoke a great Tao supreme existence. But it shouldn't be from the question's value. Hanju continued to comprehend the power of creation and waited for the evil heavenly emperor to summon him. The evil heavenly emperor used the invocation technique to summon him several days later. A black vortex appeared in front of Hanju and he stepped in. In an instant he arrived in the chaos. He stepped out of the black vortex and saw the evil heavenly emperor. Beside him stood a man in silver armor. His aura was oppressive. The evil heavenly emperor immediately smiled upon seeing him. He cupped his fists and smiled. "It's my honor to have the divine might heavenly sages help." Behind the two of them stood rows of heavenly troops. There were at least 10 million of them. All the immortals of the heavenly court looked at Hanju in reverence. The name of the divine might heavenly sage had long spread throughout the chaos. He had killed 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike, which was equivalent to 20,000 great Tao sages being no match for him. Such strength was considered unique in the eyes of all living beings. He was even regarded as the strongest by many cultivators. He was so powerful that even the rules could not restrain him. Hanju said, "You're still talking about these formalities. Could it be that His Majesty wants to flatter me?" The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "I have no choice. The divine might heavenly sage's name is too grand. I don't dare to be impudent. Let me introduce you. The person beside me is called the War Buddha, a Buddhist spirit from the Buddhist world. He's Chu Shuren's disciple and also your grand disciple." Hearing this, the silver-armored man beside him hurriedly bowed very respectfully. Hanju glanced at the War Buddha and said, "Your potential is not bad. I'll teach you a mystical power after this matter is over." "Thank you, heavenly sage," the War Buddha said excitedly and hurriedly bowed. "Oh!" Hanju raised his eyebrows and looked unhappy. The War Buddha was stunned. "Thank you, Grandmaster." "What?" Hanju finally smiled. The heavenly troops behind them were in an uproar. They didn't expect the divine general to be the divine might heavenly sage's grand disciple. Hanju turned around and looked at the void ahead. He already felt a powerful restriction that even ordinary great Tao sages would probably find difficult to break. He used the simulation trial and did not discover any powerful enemies. "How is it? Can you break it?" the evil heavenly emperor asked with a solemn expression. Hanju didn't answer. He just took out the primordial judgment sword and slashed out. Without the sword chi, the void in front of him was instantly slashed into two. A white light split the darkness into two. Immediately after, it began to shatter with the white light as the center. Boom! Space shattered and violent winds wreaked havoc. The great Tao lightning was extremely domineering. Hanju raised his hand and easily blocked all the wind and lightning for the heavenly court. The space ahead began to collapse as seven-colored light burst forth. Hanju narrowed his eyes and looked over. A world was revealed after the restriction shattered. This world was vast, 100 times larger than the entire heavenly Tao. Boundless vitality spread out, making one intoxicated. Hanju scanned with his sage sense and discovered countless living beings in this world, but no sages. The strongest was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. There were many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, but they did not transform. They were like ferocious beasts walking on the ground. "That's right, the legendary first world of the chaos," the evil heavenly emperor said excitedly. Hanju glanced at him in surprise. He hurriedly explained, "Actually, the chaos developed naturally before Pangu created the world. However, it disappeared later. The appearance of this world gave Pangu the idea, so he created the world later. Although the immortal world is not the first world, with the rules of the heavenly Tao, it has already surpassed the first world of the chaos." Hanju asked, "How did you find this place?" The chaos had countless such restrictions. Under normal circumstances, even great Tao sages did not dare to rashly barge in. They were probably the Tao field of other great Tao sages. How could the evil heavenly emperor predict that there was no Tao field behind the restriction? The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "Of course, I was guided by an ancient existence. However, I can't tell you this ancient existence's name. And Hanju's expression didn't change, but he was shocked. Could it be the chaotic consciousness? Thank you, heavenly sage. There's no need to trouble you next. In the future, the heavenly Tao's chaotic heavenly road can also be expanded here and teach the living beings here. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. Hanju nodded and stepped into the black vortex. A beam of light flew out and entered the War Buddha's forehead before he disappeared. The black vortex disappeared. Hanju had already returned to the third Tao field. He sat on the mat and first used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. He was only relieved after confirming that no mysterious existence followed him to the Tao field. Hanju asked in his mind, "Who told the evil heavenly emperor about that world just now? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Tao Creator. Continue. Formless transcendent deity. Cultivation unknown. Chaotic deity. Above order. Transcends everything. Unspeakable name." It was actually not the chaotic consciousness. Hanju frowned. He asked, "How many Tao creators are there? Could it be that there were 7 like the supreme rules? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 5. Hanju was deep in thought. 9th chaos, chaotic consciousness, formless transcendent deity, and 2 unknown existences. It was not many, but it was not few either. Furthermore, the 5 of them had already escaped the chaos. All living beings didn't know this. Hanju asked again, "Be it in the chaos or outside, is the 9th chaos the strongest existence? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. For the time being. Should be now." Hanju set a goal to surpass the 9th chaos. The ceiling was right in front of him. However, the 9th chaos was not his ultimate goal. He still had to break through to the Creator-Lord realm after surpassing the 9th chaos. He wanted to constantly rise to newer heights. Hanju was excited just thinking about it. Wait. The formless transcendent deity told the evil heavenly emperor about the number 1 world of the chaos. Was he going to interfere in the situation of the chaos? That had to be the case. Hanju asked in his mind, "Why did the formless transcendent deity help the evil heavenly emperor? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue." Hanju wanted to see what the formless transcendent deity was scheming. With that, Hanju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes. It was absolutely dark around him. A light suddenly appeared ahead. The light became brighter and brighter. Hanju looked carefully and discovered that the light came from the glabella of a majestic figure. He couldn't see the other party's face clearly and could only see his figure. He seemed to be wearing a robe and sitting in the darkness. Formless transcendent deity? Hanju was secretly shocked. He couldn't see the other party's true appearance even after spending a quadrillion years of his lifespan. At this moment, Hanju suddenly felt a movement behind him. He turned around and saw a terrifying figure 10,000 times larger than the Buzhou divine mountain behind him. This figure floated in the void. He raised his left leg slightly and placed his palms in front of his chest. However, there were countless arms behind him, with as many branches as a huge tree. Hanju couldn't see his true appearance, either. The primordial fiend celestial has yet to be born. Perhaps a variable will appear in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. I think so, too. I've decided to release the heavenly ruins divine world. Perhaps the primordial fiend celestial will be born from it. Yes, that's settled. That evil heavenly emperor can use it well. It's also a fortuitous encounter for him. Perhaps he can grasp it. The 2 transcendent existences chatted for a while before the illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes. Although he had said little just now, he had revealed a lot of information. The Tao Creator seemed to want the primordial fiend celestial to be born. No wonder the chaotic consciousness did not care about the primordial fiend celestial. Instead, it cared about the dark forbidden lord because he couldn't be controlled. Hanju had no intention of telling the evil heavenly emperor about this. The difference in cultivation level was too great. The more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. The evil heavenly emperor definitely knew that the other party had ulterior motives, but just as that transcendent existence had said, although the evil heavenly emperor was being used, it was also an opportunity for him. If there was no formless transcendent deity, the evil heavenly emperor could only cause a small splash in the chaos and not cause a storm no matter how much he struggled. The evil heavenly emperor who had obtained the heavenly ruins divine world would definitely rise after the formless transcendent deity's guidance. Hanju stopped thinking. The current him was not qualified to scheme against the Tao creator. He had to reach the Tao creator realm first. Primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal, freedom primordial chaos realm. Great Tao primordial chaos realm. Great Tao supreme realm Tao creator realm. Every realm was the difference between immortals and mortals. Hanju continued to comprehend the power of creation. Time passed quickly. 300,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The heavenly Tao changed day by day. The fourth chaotic heavenly road was already in the creation stage. There were 4 more heavenly Tao sages. One of them came from the Red Fate world and the other from the Buddhist world, indicating that the 2 worlds had completely fused into the heavenly Tao. The immortal world had also changed drastically. Countless races and cultivation were prevalent. To all living beings in the immortal world, zenith heaven golden immortals were no longer illusory. At the very least, they were existences that they could often hear about. Below the immortal world, the number of mortal worlds had already reached 100,000. The number was still increasing. Without the immeasurable calamity and with too many providence sects running rampant, only by creating a mortal world would it be easiest to obtain great providence and merit. Under the rule of Li Xian'ao and Han Zuetian, the hidden sect still maintained its original rhythm, powerful and low profile. Hanju stayed in the 3rd Tao field. The disciples of the 100-peak Immortal River and the 2nd Tao field didn't disturb him, so his cultivation was very smooth. He suddenly opened his eyes one day. His gaze passed through the universe and landed on a huge star. Jiang Juesher and Liu Bei were discussing the Tao. After more than 200,000 years of interaction, the 2 of them had already become good friends. Liu Bei accepted Jiang Juesher as the master of this universe. At first, Jiang Juesher was wary of Liu Bei. However, he let down his guard when he discovered that Liu Bei indeed had no ill intentions. Liu Bei's body was the victorious fighting Buddha. He looked completely different from Hanju. Liu Bei didn't reveal his identity, either. Hanju was very satisfied with Jiang Juesher. This kid had already reached the early stage of the freedom primordial chaos realm. His potential was indeed impressive. What he had to do now was to keep Jiang Juesher by his side. It was not that one could survive in the chaos just because they had good potential. Otherwise, after so long, there would not be so few great Tao sages. Hanju looked at him for a while before looking away and checking his emails. Your good friend Lao Dan was attacked by the fiend celestial vengeful spirit X78203932. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by the fiend celestial vengeful spirit X90827631. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has grasped the providence of the heavenly ruins divine world. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage has comprehended the sword Tao and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tua has grasped the divine authority. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Etion has grasped the divine authority. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou refined your enemy, 7 Tao Sage, into a divine weapon. His cultivation has increased greatly. The evil heavenly emperor was so fast. He had fused with the providence of the heavenly ruins divine world so quickly. The formless transcendent deity probably helped him. Further down, Hanju was attracted by Zhou Fan. What was this fellow doing? He checked his interpersonal relationships. 7 Tao Sage's portrait was still there. He had not died. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that Zhou Fan didn't face resistance when he refined the 7 Tao Sage. It was the 7 Tao Sage's idea. He suddenly couldn't understand their relationship. After thinking about it, Hanju still sent a dream to Zhou Fan. In the dream, Zhou Fan opened his eyes and immediately bowed when he saw him. Without waiting for Hanju to speak, Zhou Fan took out a long weapon. The 2 ends of the weapon were like truncheons, and 7 thin patterns surrounded it. They meandered on the body of the weapon, looking very mysterious. Master, this weapon is a 7 Tao divine weapon. I refined it with the 7 Tao Sage and it contains the power of 7 great Tao. How about that? Zhou Fan asked proudly. This was a dream. The 7 Tao divine weapon was only a phantom. Its power couldn't be seen. Hanju asked, why is 7 Tao Sage willing to let you refine it? Zhou Fan said, he's afraid of you. Not only is he afraid of you, but he's also afraid of other existences. He decided to change his identity, so he helped me. Help you? That's right. He'll help me attain the Tao. I'll help him revive when I become stronger. Before that, there's no 7 Tao Sage in the chaos. Only I, Zhou Fan, am left. Zhou Fan was very pleased. Hanju didn't want to discourage him and asked, what do you plan to do? Zhou Fan left with the Great Tao Tower and continued to wander the chaos after the Divine Authority Generals were destroyed. Zhou Fan replied, I don't want to be like Chu Shuren and create a world. I also don't want to be like the evil Heavenly Emperor and recruit troops and attack everywhere. I want to explore the chaos and spread my reputation. Hanju said, how can you cultivate by wandering around? Zhou Fan chuckled, the stronger the Great Tao Tower is, the stronger I am. Hanju didn't ask any more and prepared to remove the dream. Master, I recently obtained information from the Great Tao Tower about the primordial fiend celestial. Do you want to know? Zhou Fan leaned forward and asked mysteriously. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Go ahead. Zhou Fan said, the primordial fiend celestial is fake news. The chaos is really afraid of another existence. Some supreme existences want to nurture the primordial fiend celestial to resist him. Who is the other existence? Hanju asked. Did Zhou Fan want to keep him in suspense? This kid had really grown up. Sensing Hanju's dissatisfied gaze, Zhou Fan hurriedly replied, I'm not sure, either. Anyway, there's such an existence that needs the primordial fiend celestial to resist it. Hanju was deep in thought. Could it be him after his bloodline evolved? If nothing went wrong, his primordial fiend celestial bloodline would evolve and definitely affect the future in a few million years. Hanju asked in his mind, is the other existence Zhou Fan mentioned to me after my bloodline evolved? 10 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. I see. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When he evolved, he would directly let his youngest son be born and intercept the position of the primordial fiend celestial. This way, the chaos wouldn't give birth to a second primordial fiend celestial. He would have one less potential enemy without a second primordial fiend celestial. Perfect. The more Hanju thought about it, the happier he became, but he remained calm on the surface. He asked, the Great Tao Tower is so powerful. Are you sure you can control it? There are no other transcendent existences behind it? Have you thought about who created the Great Tao Tower? The Great Tao Tower could even predict the future changes caused by a Great Tao Supreme. It was indeed not simple. I've also been worried about this, but currently, I've already fused with the Great Tao Tower and don't sense anything amiss. Besides, how can there be no danger? Any opportunity is like this. As long as one is too powerful, they will definitely be coveted by mighty figures. Zhou Fan said seriously, Master, don't worry. I know what to do. I'll definitely look for you if I really encounter trouble. He could hear Hanju's concern, so he answered accordingly. Hanju said, As long as you know. With that, he removed the dream. Hanju opened his eyes and muttered, I still have to focus on cultivation. He had already gathered 9 primordial fragments. He wanted to release his youngest son as soon as possible to prevent anyone from really transforming into a primordial fiend celestial. In the blue sky, layers of clouds and countless circular stone platforms floated in the air. Han Tuo, Etion, and the other 3 great Tao divine spirits stood side by side on one of the stone platforms. They all looked in one direction, waiting for the arrival of the ultimate god of punishment. After a while, a black light descended in front of them. The ultimate god of punishment's voice came from the black light. I'm giving you a mission. Han Tuo cupped his fists and said, Leader, please speak. The other 4 also bowed. They were already used to their new identities as the 5 great divine punishers. All these years, the ultimate god of punishment had treated them well and had even taught them mystical powers. It was time to repay him. I want you to visit all the great Tao divine spirits. You can inspect whatever you want. You only need to walk around. The ultimate god of punishment's voice sounded again. Hearing this, the 5 divine punishers immediately accepted the order. The black light vanished. The ultimate god of punishment did not appear from the beginning to the end. Han Tuo and the others turned around and left. Nearly 400,000 years passed quickly. On this day, a notification appeared in front of Hanju. Detected that you are 5 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and promote the reputation of the primordial fiend celestial. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a creation spirit stone, and a primordial fragment. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a primordial fragment. This time, the system acted mischievously again. There was an additional reward on the first option. Unfortunately, Hanju wouldn't be fooled. He silently chose the second option. At this point, he already had 8 great Tao fragments and 6 primordial fragments. Perhaps his stellar primordial body would transform in another 3 million years. Hanju took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of fiend celestial chi. He finally saw the hope of breaking through after so many years of cultivation. Now, the primordial world was already extremely vast. Although it couldn't compare to the chaos, it was already several times larger than the heavenly Tao. The primordial world had yet to reach its limit. As the nebulous primordial chi in it increased, Hanju's supreme power kept increasing. He was probably at most 500,000 years away from breaking through. He was very satisfied with his cultivation speed. Look at the foolish sword sage. He was still at the early stage of the great Tao Supreme Realm. Hanju visited Divine Lord Peacock in his dreams. Tens of thousands of years ago, he sensed that someone had become a great Tao sage in the chaos. It was Divine Lord Peacock. After Hanju attained the great Tao, the chaos finally gave birth to a new great Tao sage after so many years. It was obvious how difficult achieving the great Tao realm was. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes and saw the pitch-black Hanju. He was immediately pleasantly surprised and hurriedly knelt down. He was secretly shocked. It was still so difficult for him to sense the legendary dream of the Dark Forbidden Lord even after reaching the great Tao realm. Although it was a little slow, you succeeded, Hanju said with a slightly praising tone, making Divine Lord Peacock feel ashamed. Divine Lord Peacock hurriedly asked, Forbidden Lord, what do you need me to do? Just tell me. Hanju said, Cultivate for the time being. I'll preach the Tao for you. The great Tao realm can't be your end. With that, he began to preach the great Tao of extreme origin. The great Tao of extreme origin was all-encompassing. All 3,000 great Tao could benefit from his lecture. Divine Lord Peacock already had his own Tao and could not change his allegiance to the great Tao of extreme origin. What Hanju wanted to do was to help his Tao become stronger. So this lecture would not expose the great Tao of extreme origin. The great Tao Supreme preached the Tao. It didn't talk about content but used the Tao voice to guide people into a state of Tao comprehension. Divine Lord Peacock quickly entered a state of Tao comprehension. Hanju controlled the time as he preached the Tao in the dream. It seemed like 10,000 years had passed, but only a day had passed in reality. The dream had already ended when Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes. He was excited. What realm was the Dark Forbidden Lord at? He was already a great Tao sage, but he was still easily lured into a state of Tao comprehension by him. It was obvious how great the difference between the two was. On the other side, Hanju opened his eyes and started to check his emails. Regarding the rules of time, Hanju couldn't use them on himself or speed up the time process of the entire heavenly Tao. After all, the heavenly Tao didn't belong to him. Time was among the 7 supreme rules. However, the definition of time was different from what mortals thought. It was the same as the continuation of the power of creation. The transmission speed of the power of creation was still constant even if the mighty figures accelerated the time of their domain. Therefore, controlling time was meaningless to the mighty figures. However, time was very terrifying to all living beings who did not rely on the power of creation. The emails accumulated over 400,000 years were still very abundant. Hanju read them with relish. In short, the chaos was still peaceful. No major battles occurred. Hanju looked at the third Tao field after reading the emails. The universe of stars was still silent, but the third Tao field was already covered in flowers and plants, like a paradise. Hanju raised his hand and took out a ball of soul. It was the soul of Han Tuo's mother, Qingwan'er. Hanju had been using the nebulous primordial qi to nourish Qingwan'er's soul for millions of years. Although she had been sleeping, her soul was constantly becoming stronger. Hanju naturally had a plan now that he took out Qingwan'er's soul. He wanted her to become the master of this universe. Good things should not go to outsiders. Moreover, Qingwan'er would definitely think of a way to keep up with his immortality if she revived. Otherwise, what was the point of reviving? Hanju didn't lack women. Since he was going to revive her, Qingwan'er had to accompany him completely. Hanju began to use the power of creation. After so many years of comprehension, he finally grasped a trace of the power of creation. Although it was far from being as mysterious as the creation rule, it was not difficult to revive a living being. Qingwan'er's soul was intact. She only needed to recover her body. That day, Qingwan'er's body was created and she became an immortal emperor. Her body wouldn't be able to withstand her soul if her cultivation was lower. Qingwan'er lay on the bed in white clothes. They were casually created by Hanju. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze confused. Memories surged from the depths of her mind, causing her eyes to widen. Was I reincarnated? Qingwan'er muttered to herself. She subconsciously raised her hand and discovered that she was not a baby. What happened? She wanted to sit up, but she accidentally broke through the Taoist temple and landed in the sky. She stopped in the air, her body trembling. What's going on? This spirit energy. Qingwan'er widened her beautiful eyes and sized up her body in disbelief. She could feel a surging power in her body. She couldn't help but think of spirit energy. Although she was immortal in the past, she knew about cultivation. She looked down and discovered a Taoist temple on the vast mountain. After she broke through the top, it was recovering from an illusion. Could it be that I did not die? Qingwan'er frowned and tried her best to control her body to slowly land. She carefully walked into the Taoist temple and asked, "Is anyone here?" Liu Bei was still accompanying Jiang Juesher, so the third Tao field was empty and quiet. Crack. The door to the Taoist temple suddenly opened. Unable to see the situation inside, Qingwan'er became even more nervous, not daring to enter rashly. In the Taoist temple, Hanju stood up and tidied his clothes. If he had not reacted quickly, Qingwan'er would have been lost. The Taoist temple was not brittle enough for an immortal emperor to destroy. Hanju waited for a while. Qingwan'er had yet to enter, so he had no choice but to raise his hand and suck her in. Qingwaner couldn't control her body and was sucked into the Taoist temple. Terror and despair filled her heart. She subconsciously closed her eyes. When she landed on the ground, she opened her eyes and was stunned. Husband! Qingwaner shouted in surprise and rubbed her eyes. Hanju smiled. What? Are you still afraid of me? If not for me, who can help you revive? Qingwaner immediately put down her doubts and pounced into his arms when she heard that. Husband, am I dreaming? You really revived me? Also, why are you so young? Qingwaner kept asking. She had too many questions. Hanju pulled her to a seat and explained, I was in pain after you died. I wanted to wait and die of old age. I didn't expect to encounter an immortal and obtain the opportunity to cultivate. After millions of years of cultivation, I created a world and obtained a great opportunity before reviving you. Wait, millions of years? Qingwaner was shocked and looked incredulous. Hanju said, That's right. About 5 million years have passed. We're no longer in the immortal world. Qingwaner hurriedly asked, What about Tuor? Hanju remained silent. Qingwaner's face instantly turned pale. She asked with a trembling voice, He's already, right? After so many years, even immortals have to die. Hanju sighed. He's not dead. Ha! Qingwaner's tears stopped. Hanju said helplessly, He's still alive, but he's already grown up. He naturally won't follow me. He even has descendants. Qingwaner punched him and said coquettishly, Husband, you're teasing me. Qingwaner was overjoyed upon learning that her son was still alive. She believed Hanju. After all, children had to grow up and live their own lives. She didn't stay by her parents' side back then either. Tell me about your experiences over the years. Qingwaner pulled his hand and urged. Hanju said, Let's talk about it in the future. Get used to your dermic powers first. Then he began to teach her. Qingwaner's body was in its prime. In addition to Hanju, her 100 years of experience were not worth mentioning. Soon, she regained the mentality of a young woman and even acted coquettishly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Qingwaner had completely adapted to the power of an immortal emperor. This year was the sweetest time she had ever lived. Only she and Hanju were together with no worries. Most importantly, she knew that she and her husband could still rely on each other for countless years. She even felt like she was dreaming. On this day, the two of them put on their clothes and sat by the bed. Hanju said, All right, I should cultivate too. I need to cultivate in seclusion for 100,000 years each time. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. You can wander outside, but you can only stay within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. This is my Tao field and is isolated from the outside world. You can't go out even if you want to. 100,000 years. Qingwaner was stunned. Hanju ignored her and closed his eyes. The reason he hid the truth from Qingwaner was that he couldn't be bothered to explain. Furthermore, he wanted to create a sense of urgency so that Qingwaner could cultivate in peace. As for Xinghongshian, Xian Qingjun, and the other women, Hanju was not worried that Qingwaner would mind their existence. Back when the two of them were in the mortal world, Qingwaner had taken the initiative to take in a concubine for him, but he had rejected her. Time passed year after year. Qingwaner was a little impatient after cultivating in seclusion for a few years. Thus, she wandered outside the Taoist temple for a few days before returning to continue cultivating. She finally began to get used to the boring cultivation after 1,000 years. In the void, the 5 divine punishers stepped on the divine light and advanced. Han Tuo stood at the front and frowned. Etian walked to his side and asked in a low voice, You seem to be uneasy recently? Han Tuo said, Indeed. For some reason, I keep feeling a familiar aura, but I can't be sure who it is. He frowned. He had never felt this way. Could it be that your younger brother has broken through? Etian asked teasingly. Back then, Han Tuo felt uneasy because of that mysterious younger brother, and had no choice but to ask the evil heavenly emperor to question that unknown transcendent existence. No, it was very oppressive back then. I just feel that it's familiar now and I don't feel any discomfort. Han Tuo shook his head. He smiled and said, I wonder what realm my younger brother is at now. Itian smiled. He's probably stronger than you. He can suppress you just by relying on his bloodline. Han Tuo did not agree. That's a good thing if that's the case. The other three great Tao divine spirits approached and asked curiously who Han Tuo's younger brother was. I've never seen my brother before. Stop asking. Han Tuo shook his head and smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. His younger brother must have grown up after so many years. He wondered how his character and cultivation level were. Itian smiled and said, Perhaps he will fight with you for the family inheritance. Han Tuo shook his head and laughed. I'm not fighting. I'm not qualified, anyway. What family inheritance? A great Tao divine spirit asked curiously. They had always been curious about Han Tuo's background. Han Tuo smiled and did not say anything. Itian was the same. He pretended to be mysterious. The three great Tao divine spirits looked at each other and stopped talking. Time passed. 100,000 years passed very quickly, but it was very torturous to Qing Wan'er. Han Ju had been cultivating in seclusion and she didn't dare to disturb him. It was equivalent to her living alone for more than 100,000 years. When she was free, she would go to the tree where Liu Bei was previously and talk to the flowers to express her depression. On this day, Han Ju opened his eyes. Qing Wan'er was cultivating at the side and did not notice that he had woken up. Han Ju couldn't help but smile. This girl. He also heard the conversation between Qing Wan'er and the flowers and found it funny. Han Ju called out softly, Wan'er. Qing Wan'er trembled as if she had been electrocuted and immediately opened her eyes upon hearing his voice. She looked at Han Ju in surprise and pounced into his arms. Husband, you're finally awake. She felt extremely aggrieved. She had never thought that 100,000 years would be so torturous. Even now, she did not know how she had endured. Han Ju said earnestly, This is cultivation. I cultivated alone most of the time before I revived you. Qing Wan'er was silent. Han Ju said, I can accompany you to create some living beings if you're lonely. Qing Wan'er asked in surprise, Really? Han Ju stood up, and she followed closely behind. The two of them walked out of the Taoist temple. The two of them came to the tree. Han Ju waved his right hand, and the flowers on the ground turned into men and women. They were all young. There were more than 100 of them. The 100 or so transformed living beings looked at each other in confusion. Han Ju began to preach the Tao and activated their intelligence. Then, he taught them language and cultivation techniques. Qing Wan'er was also immersed in it. Han Ju only spoke for half a day, but the transformed living beings felt like a long time had passed. This is your queen. You have to listen to her here in the future. Understand? Han Ju instructed. More than 100 transformed living beings hurriedly knelt to Qing Wan'er. Qing Wan'er smiled and asked them to stand up. Han Ju turned around and left, leaving the rest to her. These living beings did not have the power of creation, so their cultivation levels were not high. With Han Ju's cultivation level, it was as easy as flipping his palm to turn stones into spirits. However, if they wanted to be like Qing Wan'er, whose body directly had the cultivation of an immortal emperor, Han Ju had to use the power of creation. Qing Wan'er had already reached the deity realm after 100,000 years. The physical potential created by the power of creation would not be bad. Furthermore, Qing Wan'er's soul had been tempered by the nebulous primordial qi for millions of years. It was even more impressive. She was still stronger than the heavenly Tao's chaotic physique, even if she couldn't compare to the chaotic fiend celestial. Han Ju teleported to the second Tao field and called Murong Qi to receive the new fiend celestial. Liao called Tao Comprehension Sword out and wanted to be alone with Han Ju. Tao Comprehension Sword blushed and fled. Han Ju understood Liao's thoughts. Wasn't it just a Tao discussion? 10 years later. Han Ju left, and Liao called Tao Comprehension Sword back. Dao Comprehension Sword asked about the cultivation situation. Liao smiled and said, I'll be able to attain the freedom realm soon. Wow, so powerful. It's all right. I'm still far inferior compared to Murongqi and the other two. They've long reached the mid-stage of the freedom realm. Sister Li, tell me, should I? Dao Comprehension Sword squirmed as she recalled what the Black Hell Chicken had said to her. Liao smiled. I'll create an opportunity for you next time, but whether you can succeed depends on yourself. Sect Master is no longer the same as before. Love in the mortal world can't attract him. After reaching the primordial chaos Dao fruit, the joy was incomparable every time she broke through a minor realm. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded and began to feel nervous. On the other side, Hanju was reading the emails in the third Dao field. Recently, Han Tuo and Etian had been very active and were often attacked, but they were not severely injured. Their providence became stronger through battle. Hanju also noticed an email. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian has absorbed the inauspicious evil, and his cultivation has increased greatly. What was the Ancestor doing? Previously, he had absorbed the dark power. Now, he had absorbed the inauspicious evil. Why did Hanju feel that the Ancestor was constantly turning more evil? He pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that he couldn't deduce Ancestor Shitian. It seemed that this fellow had a Dharma treasure. Interesting. Hanju had no intention of dissuading Ancestor Shitian. Everyone had their own path. No matter who left, the chaos would still exist. Perhaps Ancestor Shitian could create his own path? Hanju looked at Jiang Juesher after reading the emails. He thought for a moment and sent a dream to him using his old image. Jiang Juesher opened his eyes and fell silent when he saw Hanju. Although he was silent, his eyes were filled with nostalgia. Hanju said, Disciple, how have you been all these years? The difference in cultivation level between the two was too great. When Hanju used the Dark Nightmare, he also used the power of the Confusion Fiend Celestial to numb Jiang Juesher's senses and mind. This was not the first time Jiang Juesher had dreamed of his master in the cycle of reincarnation. He wasn't on guard and talked about his experiences over the years. After a long while, Master, I'm doing very well now. I have a place to cultivate in peace. I'll revive you one day. Hanju raised his hand and taught him a mystical power. Jiang Juesher was caught off guard and fell into a daze. He woke up after a certain period of time. Liu Bei, who was beside him, asked curiously, What's wrong? Your mind was not here just now. This is not good. You'd have been attacked if there were enemies around. Jiang Juesher smiled and said, Nothing. I just comprehended a mystical power. This was not the first time he had comprehended a mystical power because he had dreamed of an old friend. He felt that this was the reaction of his Tao heart being stimulated. His great reincarnation creation technique was extremely profound. Even he did not dare to confirm its upper limit, so anything was possible. Liu Bei nodded and smiled. If this universe gives birth to living beings in the future, what kind of creation do you think is better? Jiang Juesher was silent. He had been in the universe of stars for a period of time and also felt that this universe had great potential. We can imitate the heavenly Tao, but we can't walk the heavenly Tao's path, Jiang Juesher said in a low voice. Liu Bei asked curiously, What path do you think we should take? Jiang Juesher replied, The world is divided into levels. Each level is differentiated by more levels. The cultivation level of each major realm is divided into 4 realms. All living beings will put cultivation level and ascension as their goal. This can reduce internal friction. You can arrange the galaxy distribution and form an overlapping state. Every realm has a huge restriction. You have to reach a certain realm before you can encounter the heavenly tribulation and transcend it. Once you succeed, you are not allowed to descend into the mortal world to prevent breaking the rules. Liu Bei fell into deep thought. Hanju had already promised him that he would build this universe in the future, so he would think about this question when he had nothing to do. It had to be said that Jiang Juesher's suggestion was very good. After ascending, they were not allowed to descend into the mortal world. This could prevent experts from occupying cultivation resources and harm the younger generation. Liu Bei said, "I think it's feasible. We can force them to transcend the tribulation. When they reach a certain realm, they have to transcend the tribulation." Jiang Juesher smiled. Not bad, not bad. He became friends with Liu Bei not only because this universe belonged to him. Liu Bei's personality also made him very comfortable, and he even felt that they were fellow Taoists. The more they chatted, the more excited they became. At the same time, outside the universe of stars, rolling black mist was surging over, as if darkness was devouring space. It was terrifying. In the Taoist temple of the third Tao field, Hanju had yet to enter his cultivation state when he noticed the black mist outside the universe. At a glance, he saw countless vengeful spirits roaring silently in the black mist. Inauspicious evil? The invisible inauspicious evil had nowhere to hide in Hanju's eyes after he reached the great Tao supreme realm. Hanju suddenly focused on one of the inauspicious evil. He was different from the other inauspicious evil. He contained dermic powers and his vitality was hidden in the depths of his soul. This person seemed to be the leader of the inauspicious evil. His cultivation level had reached the early stage of the freedom primordial chaos realm and was not considered powerful. Hanju didn't attack. He could use the inauspicious evil as Jiang Juesher's whetstone. Cultivating alone would easily numb him. It was also a good thing to experience battle occasionally. Not long after, Jiang Juesher and Liu Bei sensed an enemy attack. They arrived outside the universe of stars. Jiang Juesher frowned. This was not the first time he had encountered an inauspicious evil. The black mist contained a dense, ominous aura that made him very uneasy. Liu Bei was the same. They chose to escape when they encountered inauspicious evil in the past, so their expressions were extremely ugly now. What should we do? He wanted to escape, but the two of them had been discussing how to build the universe, so he felt a little ashamed now. Liu Bei said, "Let's fight. No matter where we go, we might encounter inauspicious evil unless it's the domain of a mighty figure." He took a deep breath and was not worried. After all, Hanju was here. However, Hanju had yet to make a move. Perhaps he was in seclusion. Thus, they could only resist until he exited seclusion. Jiang Juesher looked at him in surprise. He already knew Liu Bei's personality. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. Liu Bei forced a smile and said, "There has to be a goal to work towards. Otherwise, why would we cultivate?" These words shocked Jiang Juesher. That's right. What was cultivation for? Jiang Juesher wanted to revive his master, but that was only the goal he added later. Before that, he only wanted to become stronger. However, he discovered that becoming a sage was not the end after attaining the Tao. He knew that there was always someone better after coming to the chaos. There was no peak in cultivation. Why did he cultivate? To become the strongest? Jiang Juesher was not confident. He had heard that the chaotic fiend celestials had been completely destroyed by the divine authority generals. Jiang Juesher suddenly thought of the heavenly Tao's divine might heavenly sage. The divine might heavenly sage was also in existence who cultivated diligently all year round. But in the chaos, many cultivators were puzzled as to why he protected the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was created by Pangu and had been fused by the Tao ancestor. No matter how strong the heavenly Tao was, providence would not fall on the divine might heavenly sage. Jiang Juesher seemed to understand at this moment. Liu Bei was the same. Liu Bei's voice floated over, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, can you fight with me? You can escape if you really can't win." Jiang Juesher hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. He twisted his neck and stretched his arms, then smiled and said, "Then, let's fight. I haven't fought for hundreds of thousands of years." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they rushed into the black mist in the depths of the void. Soon, the battle erupted. In the third Tao field, under the tree, Qingwaner suddenly stood up and looked up at the starry sky. The 100 or so transformed living beings did not sense the danger outside the universe of stars. They were still playing. Because they were not humans, their growth cycle was extremely long. They were still young after 10 years had passed. Already at the deity realm, Qingwaner could see the void outside the universe of stars. She saw Liu Bei and Jiang Juesher using their mystical powers in the black mist. Her beautiful eyes widened as she hurriedly returned to the Taoist temple. Husband, outside. Seeing that Han Ju had yet to enter seclusion, Qingwaner said anxiously. However, she thought that Han Ju's cultivation was stronger than hers and he definitely sensed it, so she didn't finish her sentence. Han Ju chuckled. Those two are protecting this universe. Qingwaner was stunned. Protecting? That black mist is an inauspicious evil. The inauspicious evil is an evil, vengeful spirit in the chaos. It specializes in attacking living beings. You can't see them or capture their aura. Qingwaner was surprised. She asked curiously, "Who are those two? Didn't you say that you're the only one here?" Han Ju smiled. "One of them is a clone I created in the past, and the other is a disciple I want to nurture. By the way, this disciple of mine thinks I'm dead." Qingwaner was even more curious and hurriedly asked him to clarify. Han Ju didn't hide anything and told her about Liu Bei and Jiang Juesher's backgrounds. Liu Bei was formed by the enemy's body. Jiang Juesher's experience was more surprising. Hundreds of thousands of reincarnations. How many years did it take? Qingwaner found it unimaginable. They're so powerful. Are they Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals? Qingwaner asked curiously. She had heard of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the immortal world. They were the peak of immortals. Han Ju smiled and said, "They're sages. My disciple even surpassed normal sages." Sage. Qingwaner was surprised again. Han Ju said, "Above the immortal emperor realm is the deity realm, and above the deity realm is the Zenith Heaven realm. Above that are the pseudo-sage, sage, and freedom sage realms." Qingwaner asked in surprise, "Your disciple has already reached the freedom sage realm, but you're still lying to him. Aren't you afraid that he'll take revenge on you?" How could Jiang Juesher, who had experienced hundreds of thousands of reincarnations, treat his master, who had accompanied him for 2 lifetimes, as his family and obey his orders? Han Ju said, "Because I've surpassed the freedom realm." Qingwaner widened her eyes. Han Ju saw the change in her expression and was secretly pleased. He looked at the battle outside the universe and smiled. "My disciple is quite capable. It seems that I don't need to do anything." "Husband, how strong are you now?" Qingwaner grabbed his arm and asked curiously. Han Ju pretended to be profound and said, "I can't tell you. I'm afraid it will scare you. Cultivate well. You will reach my level one day." Qingwaner asked, "What about Tuor?" "He's also a freedom sage." "My son is so powerful?" Qingwaner was extremely excited. She was even more surprised than when she learned of his cultivation. Han Ju curled his lips in jealousy. Indeed, this girl still cared about her son the most. Qingwaner added, "Husband, let's have another child. Tuor has only accompanied me for 20 years. He might have already forgotten what I look like. Another one." Han Ju was helpless. Although he only had 2 children, it was already enough to give him a headache. His eldest son, Han Tuo, was outside and refused to go home. His youngest son's potential was too strong and was stuck in his mother's womb for millions of years. Han Ju said, "Haven't I already created so many living beings for you? Isn't it enough to relieve your boredom?" Qingwaner said coquettishly, "How can they be compared to my own child? Besides, you're so powerful. Aren't you going to think of a way to have more descendants? Not to mention that you've surpassed the freedom realm. Most of the powerful people in the mortal world have more than 2 children." Han Ju hesitated. Qingwaner continued to persuade him. "Husband, I'll take care of the child since you usually cultivate in seclusion." Han Ju couldn't dissuade her and felt that it was feasible. With his current cultivation level, there were not many existences in the chaos that he was truly afraid of. It was not troublesome to have a few more children. Fine. Husband is the best. Qingwaner pounced into his arms and started to pull his clothes. Hanju was speechless. So urgent? The battle outside the universe isn't over yet. You've already surpassed the freedom realm. What are you afraid of? Your disciple is a major realm weaker than you. Even he can resist the inauspicious evil. At that time, you can wave your hand and the black mist will probably disperse. You're quite open-minded. Of course, I've never been worried ever since I married you. Anyway, I'm not afraid even if the sky falls with you protecting me. Forget it. Forget it. As you wish. Outside the universe of stars. Jiang Juesher sat in the void and a huge shadow that emitted a dazzling light condensed behind him. This huge shadow was similar to him. It spread its arms and its dermic powers transformed into white rings of light that swept in all directions. The white rings of light directly dispersed and were unstoppable the moment they touched the black mist. Liu Bei stood beside Jiang Juesher and looked at him in a daze. This kid's potential. Liu Bei was envious and shocked. Han Ju had mentioned to him that Jiang Juesher's potential was terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. At first, the two of them were still being suppressed by the inauspicious evil, but as they fought, Jiang Juesher comprehended it. He used the great Reincarnation creation technique to create a providence mystical power that could suppress the inauspicious evil. Using providence to suppress the enemy. Powerful. Liu Bei was stunned as he stared at Jiang Juesher's side profile. For some reason, he thought of Han Ju. Although the two of them looked completely different, their calm aura before the battle was too similar. It made people involuntarily relax, as if as long as they were around, all danger would disappear. Liu Bei did not disturb Jiang Juesher and waited for him to comprehend the Tao. Jiang Juesher killed the inauspicious evil as he comprehended the Tao. He was like a true god in the sky, insufferably arrogant. A cry suddenly came from the black mist. Who are you? Jiang Juesher did not answer. Instead, he raised his right palm and pushed forward. The huge shadow above him waved his palm. The dazzling light on his body turned into a pillar of light and rushed over, directly destroying the black mist near the direction of the sound. After an hour, the black mist near the universe of stars was completely dispersed. The mysterious existence did not say anything and quietly left. Jiang Juesher slowly opened his eyes. Not a bad mystical power. Jiang Juesher muttered to himself, extremely excited. Although he often created mystical powers, those that could destroy inauspicious evil were definitely ranked in the top 3. Liu Bei praised him. Fellow Taoist Jiang, what a good mystical power. Jiang Juesher smiled. Do you want to learn it? I can teach it to you. More inauspicious evil will definitely attack again in the future. Really? We're brothers. Why would I lie to you? Thank you, fellow Taoist Jiang. Ha ha ha. What are you saying? You're welcome. True. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. They were both in a good mood. Inside the Taoist temple, Qingwaner and Han Ju tidied their clothes. Qingwaner rubbed her abdomen and looked happy. Han Ju could see that she was already pregnant. Because he already had 2 sons, Han Ju deliberately chose to conceive a daughter this time. Her potential was at most comparable to Han Tuo. Qingwaner's cultivation was too weak. Han Ju even sealed her bloodline potential, just like he did to Han Tuo back then. A third primordial fiend celestial couldn't be born with Xing Hongshuan's son around. Han Ju said, by the way, she can only be ranked 3rd if my daughter is born. I have a wife who is also pregnant with a son. Qingwaner was stunned when she heard that. She couldn't help but ask, where is she? Why isn't she with you? She was not angry or jealous. It was normal for men to have multiple wives in the immortal world. As long as they were strong enough, even women could have many husbands. Moreover, 5 million years had passed and she was already dead. It was not unreasonable for Han Ju to find another wife. In another Tao field, She's busy cultivating, Hanju replied. Qingwaner smiled. Then, it seems that I have to work hard. I can't let you think that I like to slack off. Hanju smiled and touched her head. I'll go back to cultivate. The battle outside has ended. Qingwaner nodded and walked out of the Taoist temple. Hanju smiled. He was looking forward to his youngest daughter. Qingwaner gave birth to her daughter in Hanju's Taoist temple a year later. She didn't feel any pain with her cultivation level. She was fine after giving birth. The youngest daughter was very lively. Her cries were loud, causing the other living beings outside the Taoist temple to discuss. They all knew that the queen was about to give birth to a daughter, and they were also looking forward to it. Hanju rarely ended his cultivation early. He took his swaddled daughter and showed an expression of adoration. Did we disturb you? Qingwaner asked. Hanju smiled. It's fine. I'll spend 100 years watching her grow up. It's fine. Qingwaner was pleasantly surprised. Hanju said, let's call her Han Qinger. What do you think? Qingwaner understood the meaning of the name and smiled happily, nodding in agreement. I'll bring you back to the immortal world to have fun when she starts to learn. You've been revived for so long. It's indeed boring. It's been hard on you. It's good that you know. Qingwaner curled her lips. She was indeed a little aggrieved. She had the mentality of a mortal before. Who could withstand letting a mortal cultivate alone for 100,000 years? However, Hanju could say it. Her grievance instantly turned into sweetness. Then, Hanju and Qingwaner walked out of the Taoist temple and introduced their daughter to the other living beings in the third Tao field. These living beings were very excited and wanted to hug Han Qinger. Just like that, Han Qinger grew up happily being loved by many people. Although her potential was sealed by Hanju, she was still outstanding. She could fly at the age of 1 and breathe in spirit chi at the age of 3 to cultivate. At the age of 5, she had already reached the nascent soul realm. On this day, Hanju brought Qingwaner and Han Qinger to the main Tao field. The 5-year-old Han Qinger wore a green lotus dress. Her small face was exquisite and cute. She had inherited Hanju's appearance. Although it was still inferior to Hanju, it was enough for her to be loved by everyone. Hanju first brought the mother and daughter to the Taoist temple next door to see Xianxia. Hanju saw that Xianxia was still meditating after he entered the Taoist temple. Qingwaner was nervous, but Han Qinger did not show any fear as she stared at her. Xianxia opened her eyes and saw the three of them. She immediately stood up to welcome them. She smiled and said, "This must be Sister Qingwaner?" Hanju had already sent a voice transmission to tell her about this a year ago, so she was already prepared. Qingwaner immediately relaxed upon seeing her smile. The two women chatted enthusiastically. Xianxia looked at Han Qinger behind Hanju and smiled. "Qinger. Call me eldest mother." Han Qinger tilted her head and asked curiously, "What do you mean by eldest mother? Isn't there only one mother? Eldest mother?" Hanju found it funny. Xianxia picked her up and smiled. "Your mother and I are both your father's wives. I'm also considered your mother." Qingwaner was secretly puzzled. Eldest mother? Xianxia met Hanju earlier than her? She suddenly thought of something. Before he met her, Hanju's identity was very mysterious. Could it be that Xianxia was already following him back then? It was very likely. Qingwaner did not ask. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. She was not jealous of Xianxia because she was very passionate. She even took the initiative to chat with her daughter and showed them kindness. After chatting for a long time, Qingwaner asked curiously, "Where's your son? Didn't husband say that you also have a child?" Xianxia touched her abdomen and smiled. "Here. He's not born yet." Qingwaner was dumbfounded. Not born yet? She couldn't help but look at Hanju. Hanju said, "This child is a little special. He has been nurtured for a long time and has yet to be born. However, according to the time he was nurtured, he should indeed be Qinger's elder brother." "Ah, my elder brother?" He's still in the womb? Then, shouldn't he be the younger brother? I want to be the elder sister. I want to be the elder sister. Han Qing'er shook her head and shouted. She reached out to touch Xing Hongshuan's abdomen with a look of surprise. Xing Hongxian smiled and said, "All right, you can be the elder sister. But as the elder sister, you have to take care of your younger brother. In the future, you have to give in to him in everything. If he's the elder brother, he has to take care of you and give in to you in everything. Do you want to be the elder sister or the younger sister?" Han Qing'er tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, "I'll be the younger sister." Qing Wan'er couldn't help but laugh. Xing Hongxian rubbed Han Qing'er's nose and smiled. "Looks like our Qing'er is very smart." "Of course, I'm the smartest." Han Qing'er smiled proudly. Han Ju stood at the side and smiled at them. They left 2 hours later. Han Ju brought the mother and daughter to Xian Qingjun's Taoist temple. Xian Qingjun was also his Tao companion. The two of them had already done it as husband and wife. He had also told her about this a year ago. Unlike Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun was already waiting for them in the Taoist temple. Although Xian Qingjun was not as lively as Xing Hongxian, she still made Qing Wan'er feel close to her. She even gave her a Dharma treasure. However, Han Ju felt Xian Qingjun's meaningful gaze before leaving. Xian Qingjun also wanted a child. She had been rejected by Han Ju before. Now that she saw Han Qing'er, she naturally had some thoughts. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to comfort her before leaving with Qing Wan'er and her daughter. He secretly used his will to replace his body and jumped into the immortal world with his wife and daughter. The three of them came to a human town. Looking at the passers-by, Qing Wan'er was stunned. Too long. The scene in front of her made her want to cry. After 5 million years, her old friends and relatives had long turned to dust. Han Qing'er was very excited and kept shouting. Han Ju brought them around. The immortal world was vast. Han Ju planned to travel the world while waiting for Han Qing'er to grow. A year later, they returned to the city they had lived in back then. However, this place was already barren. There were mountains and weeds everywhere. Qing Wan'er stood on the cliff in a daze. Han Qing'er flew around in the forest and even asked Han Ju to chase after her. But he ignored her. Han Ju came to Qing Wan'er's side and said meaningfully, "Time is like this. One day you will get used to it." Qing Wan'er turned to look at him and asked, "So you were also very calm when facing me back then?" Han Ju replied calmly, "That's right." "Humph. Then why did you lie to me and say that you only encountered an immortal encounter after I died? Then, do you want to hear my story? In any case, I still have to accompany you for decades. It's enough for me to talk slowly." "Sure." Qing Wan'er's low spirits vanished and her eyes lit up. Han Ju looked at the sky in despair and said, "I was born in a mortal world below the immortal world. My parents were slaves in a herb garden outside the sect. When I was young, they fled the herb garden and left me there alone." Qing Wan'er frowned. She didn't expect him to have such a miserable background. Han Ju recounted his past in detail, but he hid the names of the system, the hidden sect, and the divine might heavenly sage. Time passed minute by minute. Dusk descended. Han Qing'er appeared behind the two of them with a wronged expression. She had left for half a day, but her parents did not look for her. Han Ju held her hand and continued talking to Qing Wan'er as he walked. Qing Wan'er seemed to be listening to a story. She was so engrossed that she didn't even care about her daughter. Han Ju finally finished several days later. Qing Wan'er sighed. "I didn't expect you to have so many rough experiences before you met me." Qing Wan'er looked at him with an extremely gentle gaze. This man was always so calm. He faced all the tribulations of time alone, but he had never complained of suffering or exhaustion. She suddenly felt ashamed. Han Ju tried his best to revive her and let her cultivate, but she couldn't tolerate it. In the past, Han Ju didn't have anyone to protect him. Unlike now, she only needed to cultivate and didn't have to worry about anything. "Father, Mother, are you done chatting? I'm bored to death." Seeing that the two of them were finally silent, Han Qing'er immediately threw a tantrum and shouted unhappily. These days she spent most of her time sleeping. She had no choice. She didn't understand her parents' words and was not the least bit interested in them. Hanju pinched her face and smiled. Qing'er, how about I bring you to see your niece? Niece? What is a niece? Your brother's daughter. Ah? I want to go. Bring me there. Han Qing'er immediately became excited. Qingwan'er asked in surprise. Tor has a daughter? She's still alive. Hanju smiled. That kid is like me. He doesn't care about his daughter at all. If not for my help, your granddaughter would have died long ago. By the way, you originally had a grandson who died millions of years ago. Qingwan'er frowned. Hanju didn't say anything else and brought the mother and daughter to the netherworld. They arrived at Yang Tiandong's King of Hell Hall. Yang Tiandong was cultivating. The hall was silent and there was no ghost servant around. Father, who is he? He looks so terrifying. Han Qing'er's voice woke Yang Tiandong up. Seeing Hanju, he was stunned and his mind went blank. Master. 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 After a moment of shock, Yang Tiandong hurriedly came to the King of Hell's table and knelt in front of Hanju. Qingwan'er and Han Qing'er were both a little nervous. After all, Yang Tiandong had been the King of Hell for millions of years. His pressure was still very strong. Ordinary people's legs would go weak when they saw him. Hanju said, "Get up. How have you been all these years?" He could deduce Yang Tiandong's experience, but it was better for him to say it personally. Yang Tiandong suppressed his excitement and said, "Day after day. I deal with the reincarnation of the netherworld. Although it's boring, it's safe. I can also spend time cultivating." For some reason, Yang Tiandong inexplicably wanted to cry when he saw Hanju again. He was the King of Hell. How could he cry? However, he couldn't control his emotions. He thought that Hanju had already forgotten about him after millions of years. That's right. There were many geniuses in the hidden sect, and there was no lack of heavenly Tao sages. What was he? Although he usually pretended to be lazy, he was actually very disappointed and regretful every time he heard about the geniuses of the hidden sect. Hanju said, "This is my wife and this is my daughter, Han Qing'er." Hearing this, Yang Tiandong looked at Qingwan'er and her daughter and hurriedly bowed. Qingwan'er was caught off guard. When she first saw her disciple, she should give him a gift, just like Shen Qingjun. Hanju smiled and said, "All right, there's no need to be polite. Call Han Xinyuan over." Yang Tiandong hurriedly agreed and went to summon her. Han Qing'er asked curiously, "Father, who is he? He looks so fierce." Hanju said, "He's Father's first disciple, but Father hasn't seen him for a long time." "Why not?" "He's like you. He likes to run around too much." "Huh." "That's right. Daddy will never see you again if you run around in the future." Hanju's words frightened Han Qing'er. Her eyes instantly turned red and tears welled up. Qingwan'er rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "Why are you scaring her?" Hanju smiled. "I'm not scaring her." Qingwan'er was stunned, while Han Qing'er cried in fear. Hanju was amused. This girl was usually too lively. He should teach her a lesson lest she ran away at 17 or 18 and brought a man back to propose marriage. Although Hanju didn't want to care too much about his children, he hoped that Han Qing'er could focus on cultivation. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more good men they would encounter. Of course, there were bad men no matter what realm they were at, but at least Hanju hoped that she would suffer less. She would find someone weak to marry if her cultivation level was too low. They wouldn't be able to escape death. At that time, she would have to beg Hanju to save her husband. He brought Han Qing'er to meet so many old friends to nurture her judgment. It was not that Hanju looked down on mortals. In any case, when he was a mortal, if a fairy loved him, he would definitely be afraid of attracting trouble. He wouldn't dare to accept it unless the other party forced him. Qingwan'er comforted Han Qing'er. Not long after, Yang Tiandong brought Han Xinyuan over. He walked out and waited outside after leading her into the hall. Han Xinyuan was puzzled. but she was suddenly stunned when she saw Han Ju. Han Yu. Her descendant was already a sage. No, it was not Han Yu. A face that had almost been forgotten by Han Xinyuan appeared in her mind. Her father, Han Tuo. She asked curiously, "You are?" She thought that Han Ju was Han Tuo's son, but he was definitely not simple to be able to call the king of hell and make him avoid suspicion. Qing Luaner looked at Han Xinyuan and her heart melted. She seemed to see Han Qinger growing up. She immediately went forward and wanted to hold her hand. However, Han Xinyuan dodged warily. "Oh, you're my granddaughter. Why are you hiding?" Qing Luaner pouted. "Granddaughter?" Han Xinyuan was stunned. She subconsciously looked at Han Ju. Han Ju said, "That's right. Han Tuo is our son. The king of hell who just went out is my disciple." Han Xinyuan widened her beautiful eyes. Her past doubts were immediately resolved. No wonder Yang Tiandong took such good care of her. In the past, she had been worried that Yang Tiandong would have improper thoughts about her. Later, she discovered that Yang Tiandong was a little careful when taking care of her, afraid that he would cross the line. She had thought that it was because of Han Yu, but in the end, it was not. Han Xinyuan was at a loss for words. Han Qinger came over and smiled. "Are you my niece? Niece?" Han Xinyuan looked at the young Han Qinger and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could tell at a glance that this girl was only a few years old. Han Ju said, "I've come to see you in the past and even taught you a mystical power. It's just that you didn't realize it and I didn't want to disturb your life." Han Xinyuan was enlightened. She had been puzzled before and thought that she had obtained the heavenly Tao comprehension. Han Qinger began to talk to Han Xinyuan, interrupting her thoughts. Qing Luaner also stared at her with pity. The three women chatted happily. Han Ju didn't want to disturb them and walked out of the hall. He appeared at Yang Tiandong's side, frightening him so much that he knelt again. Han Ju raised his hand and forcefully lifted him with an invisible force. "There's no need to be like this. Are you really distant from me?" Han Ju said helplessly. Yang Tiandong did not know how to explain. He indeed did not dare to relax. The person in front of him was the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage, the most powerful existence in the entire heavenly Tao. How could he be rude? Han Ju said, "I'll make you a sage. After so many years, your temperament should have been tempered. You have to cultivate diligently in the future, understand?" Yang Tiandong was flattered and hurriedly thanked him. Han Ju was speechless. Why was he kneeling again? He couldn't be bothered with Yang Tiandong. Instead, he asked about the heavenly race and the calamity race in the netherworld. When Yang Tiandong talked about the netherworld, he immediately became familiar with it and talked nonstop. He was now the leader of the king of hell, so the merit of managing the netherworld was naturally on him. Han Ju listened quietly. 2 hours later, Han Ju left with Qing Luaner and her daughter. Yang Tiandong and Han Xinyuan stood in front of the King of Hell's hall and looked in the direction they had left for a long time. Han Xinyuan asked, "King of Hell? Who is my grandfather? Why haven't I heard of Han Ju?" Yang Tiandong laughed secretly. "You've never heard of Han Ju? But have you heard of the divine might heavenly sage?" However, Han Ju didn't take the initiative to say it, so he naturally couldn't spill the beans. "He's very powerful anyway. Not to mention you, even your father benefited from his reputation. Otherwise, your father would have long died and not even had the chance to give birth to you. Han, you should have been wiped out, too. It was also my master who helped him," Yang Tiandong said meaningfully, causing Han Xinyuan to fall into deep thought. Sage. However, there were too many sages now. Han Xinyuan didn't know which sage it was. Yang Tiandong said, "Qinger will probably come again in the future. At that time, you have to take good care of her." He knew that Han Ju didn't come here just to show off. He wanted them to remember Han Qinger. If she came to the netherworld in the future, they had to take care of her and not slack off. Yang Tiandong had no complaints about this. Instead, he was very happy. His master became more human-like after gaining a daughter. "Father, how old is Han Xinyuan?" "Father, Where is my brother? Father, I want to find my brother. Father. Above the clouds. Hanju was annoyed. He really wanted to throw this girl down. Qingwaner saw through him and smiled. Your father will throw you down if you continue to cause trouble. Han Qinger smiled proudly. I'm not afraid. I can fly. Hanju glared at her and didn't mention Hantua. Han Qinger was so angry that her eyes turned red. After that, Hanju brought his wife and daughter to the immortal world. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Qinger had already grown into a young girl. She wore a beautiful red dress and her long hair was tied behind her head. She was in high spirits as she walked with Qingwaner. They looked like sisters instead of mother and daughter. Hanju stood in front of the two women and looked at the sky. Father, where are we going next? Han Qinger asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Please, reading on mybox N0VL. Calm. Ever since she was young, she had been very happy and had no worries. She could see new things every day and didn't need to spend any energy on traveling. It was very easy. Hanju said, to the mortal world. This is the last time. After that, you should leave the immortal world and go home. It will be difficult for you to come out in the future. You have to cultivate well. Han Qinger curled her lips and said, so be it. I'm so talented. I'll surprise you when the time comes. Over the years, Han Qinger had also understood the cultivation situation in the immortal world. After comparing, she discovered that she was extremely talented, so she also had expectations for cultivation. Qingwaner smiled and said, Qinger's potential is indeed not bad. Back then, your brother didn't have your talent, but he still resolutely left alone to seek immortal encounters, even if his potential was mediocre. At the mention of Han Tua, Han Qinger became interested and asked, Mother, what's my brother's cultivation level now? Didn't you say that he lived for 5 million years? Is he a zenith heaven golden immortal? In the immortal world, many living beings had lived for 5 million years but could not break through to the deity realm. Her mother was also only at this realm. She thought that Han Tua was stronger because she had always been looking forward to seeing the brother she had never met. And she even worshipped him. Qingwaner shook her head and laughed. She glanced at Hanju and, seeing that he didn't want to say it, could only say, perhaps. Hanju had instructed that Han Qinger could not know the realm above the sage realm to prevent laziness. Qingwaner could understand this. At least after she knew that Hanju had surpassed the freedom realm, she felt that it didn't matter if she cultivated or not. In any case, she couldn't catch up to him. She wouldn't be in danger or cause trouble for Hanju as long as she stayed by his side. Han Qinger curled her lips and said, if we can't see Big Brother, then we'll see Second Brother. Father, can we visit Second Brother before we go home? He might already be born. Hanju didn't even turn around. Of course, I have to go back and take a look. But your second brother is still not born. Why isn't he born yet? Could it be that eldest mother is not human but a demon? Of course not. It's just that your second brother is too talented. Too talented? Han Qinger's eyes lit up. Hanju snorted. Stop asking. He waved his right sleeve, and the three of them arrived at the reroll world. Below were the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, but the landscape had long changed. Han Qinger asked curiously, what is this place? Why is there no one here? Qingwaner also looked at him in confusion. Hanju said, this is the place where I was born. Hearing this, Qingwaner and Han Qinger became interested. The three of them landed on the ground. Hanju walked in front and his thoughts returned to 5 million years ago. Qingwaner and Han Qinger looked around and didn't disturb him. Hanju came to a cliff and looked at the mountains. The glorious appearance of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect in the past appeared in front of him. Endless disciples ran rampant in the mountains. Hanju thought of Elder Iron, Li Qingzi and Taoist Nine Cauldrons. Everything had become the past. His old friends had long reincarnated. Father, there's someone on the opposite mountain. Han Qinger suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed. Following her gaze, he saw someone cutting trees in the forest opposite. There was no one in a radius of 10,000 miles. It was indeed strange for a woodcutter to appear here, but this didn't attract Han Ju's attention. Han Qing'er rolled her eyes and leaped into the forest opposite. Qing Luaner did not stop him. That woodcutter did not have any cultivation. Even a bad person couldn't hurt his daughter. Han Qing'er landed behind the woodcutter and snorted. The woodcutter trembled in fear. He turned around and staggered, falling to the ground. The axe slipped out of his hand and accidentally cut his palm. Blood instantly flowed out. The woodcutter frowned in pain. Han Qing'er panicked. Sorry. She noticed that the woodcutter was also young. He looked to be in his early 20s. The woodcutter picked up the axe and asked warily, "Who are you? A demon?" She was so beautiful and wore a red robe. She was definitely a demoness. The woodcutter's face turned pale and he broke out in cold sweat. Demons ate humans. Han Qing'er curled her lips. "I'm not a demon. I'm a fairy." She waved her right hand, and the wound in the woodcutter's palm instantly healed. The woodcutter stood up and ran away. Han Qing'er raised her hand and waved, using her spirit energy to move him back. "Why are you running? I'm really not a demon. I came to ask you why you're the only one nearby," Han Qing'er said angrily. The woodcutter said with a trembling voice, "I live nearby. There's indeed no one else around here." Han Qing'er asked in surprise, "You're so timid, but you still dare to stay here alone?" The woodcutter gritted his teeth and did not answer. He began to think of a way to escape. "Why are you here?" Han Qing'er asked. She added, "I won't make things difficult for you if you answer truthfully. I can even teach you cultivation techniques." The woodcutter's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "It's said that there are inheritances left behind by immortals in this area. Every 1,000 years, someone will obtain an immortal's cultivation technique from here and become famous. I just wanted to try. I've been here for more than half a year and haven't found anything." "Then, why are you cutting trees?" "I have to start a fire. There are many beasts at night. I'll die without a fire." "Oh." This was the first time Han Qing'er had seen a true mortal. She was filled with interest and began to ask all sorts of questions. The woodcutter told her everything he knew. Han Qing'er also learned of his background. The woodcutter's village was slaughtered by fiendish cultivators, and all of them were refined into dried corpse puppets. He was lucky to escape. He had always wanted revenge and had been searching for immortal encounters since he was 10 years old. However, he did not have any cultivation potential and the various sects did not accept him. He could only pursue the illusory legends of immortals. Han Qing'er couldn't bear it when she heard this. Just thinking about it from the woodcutter's point of view, she felt despair. "How about I help you take revenge?" Han Qing'er asked. The woodcutter's eyes lit up. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "No, I want to take revenge personally. Please teach me the cultivation technique." Han Qing'er looked helpless and spread her hands. "Actually, I don't know any cultivation techniques, but I can ask my father." After living for so long, she had never cultivated seriously. She relied on her talent. The woodcutter immediately knelt and kowtowed. "Thank you, fairy. As long as your father is willing to teach me the cultivation technique, I'm willing to be your slave and serve you forever." Han Qing'er didn't answer the woodcutter. Instead, she flew to Han Ju's side and told him his background. "Father, should we avenge him? He's too pitiful," Han Qing'er said indignantly. She had never encountered such a calamity, so she didn't dare to imagine what she would do if she faced such a situation. Han Ju said, "Many people are suffering in the world. Do you want to help them one by one?" Han Qing'er was stunned. She didn't expect him to reject her. Qing Wan'er shook her head and said, "Qing'er, you've been protected too well by us since you were young. You've never seen the suffering of the mortal world. People like him are everywhere in the world. There are tens of thousands of mortal worlds below the heavenly Tao." Han Qing'er was silent. Han Ju looked at the woodcutter and said softly, "There are indeed cultivation techniques here. Let him find them. As long as he finds them, he will have a chance to seek revenge himself. Isn't that what he's looking forward to? Han Qinger asked, where are the cultivation techniques? Let him find it himself. He won't give up if you tell him there's one here. He'll find it sooner or later. Fine. Han Qinger curled her lips and flew back to the woodcutter to inform him. Qingwaner sighed. This girl is so innocent. How can we let her go out alone in the future? Daughters were different from sons. They always made parents more worried about safety. Hanju smiled. That's why I brought her here. Qingwaner asked in surprise. Could it be that you already know of this person's existence? Of course. Otherwise, why would I bring you here? Only I can reminisce upon the scenery. You can't empathize. Hanju shrugged. Hearing this, Qingwaner looked worshipful. Could the legend of the Immortals here be? Yes, it's the cultivation technique I left behind. Qingwaner was even more surprised. However, she calmed down when she thought of Hanju's cultivation. In the forest. After Han Qinger explained, she said, as long as you're willing to find it, you will definitely find it. Good luck. The woodcutter hurriedly said, how should I repay you? Han Qinger smiled. Take care of yourself first. How is following us now repaying you? Although she had little experience, she was not stupid. Wasn't taking this person in as a slave the same as protecting him? Han Qinger leaped and quickly flew away, not giving the other party a chance to speak. She landed in front of her parents and smiled. I've already explained it clearly. Hanju nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Han Qinger's performance. She was not unreasonable and disobedient, nor was she kind-hearted and controlled by the other party. You still have to be careful if you encounter such a thing in the future. How do you know that what the other party said is true? Qingwaner reminded. Han Qinger said, he shouldn't be lying to me. I don't think he's lying. She looked at Hanju and asked, Father, what do you think? Hanju said, I don't think it's important. I wouldn't care if he was telling the truth if it were me. Han Qinger curled her lips and muttered, what are you saying? Nothing. Han Qinger shook her head and left for the nearby forest. Hanju smiled and didn't say anything. He left with Qingwaner and strolled around the forest. They left on that day. They arrived outside the 33rd heaven and entered the Buzhou Palace. Han Yu was meditating and cultivating when he heard footsteps. He opened his eyes and hurriedly stood up and bowed when he saw that it was Hanju. Greetings, ancestor, Han Yu said respectfully. He then glanced at Qingwaner and Han Qinger, secretly curious. He didn't dare to deduce, afraid that he would offend Hanju. Han Qinger's eyes lit up when she saw him. Her gaze moved back and forth between Hanju and Han Yu in surprise. Qingwaner was also stunned. Compared to Han Tuo, Han Yu was more like Hanju's son. They were too similar. The one beside me is Han Tuo's mother, Qingwaner. The other is my daughter, Han Qinger, who is also Han Tuo's younger sister. Hanju introduced simply, scaring Han Yu so much that he hurriedly knelt and bowed again. Even sages had to bow to their ancestors. Qingwaner hurriedly helped him up. Her eyes lit up as she stared at him and smiled. Too similar. I didn't expect Tuor to have a descendant like you. I heard that you've already attained the Tao. You've really done us proud. Han Yu was extremely nervous and said, it's all thanks to ancestors' help. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. Han Qinger asked excitedly, you're a sage? Qingwaner's eyelids twitched. She knew that something was wrong. She had let it slip. Han Yu did not answer immediately. He was a sage after all. After being around for so long, he could naturally understand the implied meaning. Han Qinger asked because she didn't know. He noticed Qingwaner's expression and couldn't help but smile. What sage am I? I'm just cultivating here. In the immortal world, a zenith heaven golden immortal can also be considered to have attained the Tao. Han Qinger was enlightened. Hanju looked at Han Yu in a different light. This kid is so eloquent now. It was unknown what Qiu Shilai or another sage would do in this situation. In any case, Li Daokong was not so smooth. Han Qing'er began to pester Han Yu, asking about his cultivation experiences. Perhaps because she had been following her parents, she was especially interested in other people's stories, but she was very uninterested in her father's story. Han Ju shook his head and laughed, not stopping her. He had brought Han Qing'er here because he wanted Han Yu to recognize her as his disciple. In the future, Han Yu would take care of her when Han Qing'er came to the heavenly Tao. He believed that Han Yu could do it. Han Yu was very nervous when facing Han Qing'er. Although he could tell that Han Qing'er was not even 20 years old, the pressure of seniority made him unable to breathe, especially with Han Ju beside him. He was afraid that he would be negligent and offend him. Every word was said after careful consideration. Several hours later, Han Ju bid farewell to Han Yu. Han Yu, you have to receive me when I come to the heavenly Tao to play in the future. Han Qing'er giggled. She had a good impression of Han Yu. He was different from the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal she had imagined. He was very gentle and spoke nicely. Of course, she also understood the reason. So, she was even more curious about her father. She suddenly realized that she didn't know her father's identity. Han Yu heaved a sigh of relief after sending Han Ju and the other two off. With a great-grandmother above him, Han Yu's mood was rather strange. However, this great-grandmother was lively and smart. She was very easy to get along with. Han Yu couldn't help but think of Han Tuo. His emotions became complicated again. He wondered how that ancestor was doing. Han Yu actually felt very guilty ever since he knew that Han Tuo didn't leave him in the lurch. But he did not say anything. He didn't have the chance to see Han Tuo again. Ancestor, where are you now? Why aren't you returning to the heavenly Tao? Han Yu thought silently. With Han Ju's cultivation level, he was already guarding the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was developing so well now, but Han Tuo did not return. He suspected that he had hurt him. Back then, he had said proudly that he wanted to surpass Han Tuo. Han Tuo might be afraid of hurting him and decided not to return. Han Yu sighed and sat down again. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. After leaving the 33rd heaven, Han Ju and the other two didn't stay long in the main Tao field before they teleported to the 3rd Tao field. It's been a long time. I almost forgot about this place. Home is still the best. Han Qing'er walked out of the Taoist temple, stretched, and looked around with a nostalgic expression. Beside him, Qing Wan'er covered her mouth and laughed. You'll regret saying that. Han Qing'er asked, Why? Qing Wan'er sighed. Your father is going into seclusion next. So be it. It means that you can't leave. It's fine. He'll bring me out after his seclusion ends. Do you know how long he'll be in seclusion? How long can it be? Wait, mother, do you mean that father will be in seclusion for a long time? How long? 100 years? 1,000 years? No way. Han Qing'er's face turned pale. She had encountered many cultivators in the immortal world. When cultivators mentioned mighty figures, they said that they would enter seclusion for 1,000 years. Although Han Qing'er had just returned, she was still looking forward to the immortal world. She had been thinking that after cultivating at home for a period of time, she would go to the immortal world alone. She would have freedom and feel more excitement without the company of her parents. Qing Wan'er shook her head and laughed, revealing a mysterious smile. Han Qing'er was shocked. Could it be more than 1,000 years? All right, go and meet the disciples of the Tao field. You have to start cultivating in a few days. At that time, I'll teach you how to cultivate. Qing Wan'er patted her head and smiled dotingly. Then, she walked towards the 100 living beings under the tree in the distance. These living beings still looked like boys and girls after 10 years. Han Qing'er was attracted by them. She did not expect them to still be so young after so many years. She immediately jogged over. On the other side, in the Taoist temple, Han Ju started cultivating again. He felt that these 10 years were longer than hundreds of thousands of years of seclusion. His thoughts settled when he entered seclusion. Time passed very quickly. In these 10 years, he had brought his wife and daughter to travel and saw and learned every day. Naturally, he felt that it was long. Hanju felt inexplicably uneasy after not cultivating for too long. He was afraid that he would slack off. He had to maintain his cultivation attitude forever. Otherwise, he might fail even if he became the strongest. Since ancient times, countless people had changed at the peak of the strongest. Juniors would always rise when the strongest person wasn't paying attention. Just like Hanju now, he had casually entered seclusion for 100,000 years. If it was another talented cultivator, they would have already risen in this time. Someone like Pangu might appear after 100,000 years. Hanju's Tao heart stabilized as he thought of this. In the depths of his soul, the primordial world expanded even faster. In a palace. The divine-robed Taoist's expression changed when he looked at the 5 figures in the hall. 5 great divine punishers. Dressed in silver armor, Han Tuo stared at the divine-robed Taoist and said, "You should understand why we came." Etienne's expression was mocking. Their mentality had begun to change ever since they became divine punishers. No great Tao divine spirit dared to bicker with them. Anyone would become arrogant, let alone Etienne. "Understood. I won't stop you," the divine-robed Taoist said. He sighed in his heart. Master was really powerful. Even his son had become a divine punisher, and he was their leader. Although the 5 divine punishers were free, they had already begun to appear in the chaos. Han Tuo said, "We want to stay in the chaotic domain under your jurisdiction for some time. Gather the freedom sages and the great Tao sages. We'll give you 10,000 years." The divine-robed Taoist nodded and had no objections. He only pretended to be aggrieved. Han Tuo was very obedient in his heart. He thought that Han Tuo was a pawn planted by Hanju in the great Tao divine spirits, so he didn't dare to appear close, much less reveal his relationship with Hanju. The divine-robed Taoist closed his eyes and began to send voice transmissions to the freedom sages and the great Tao sages. Etienne looked at Han Tuo and asked, "The heavenly Tao is in this chaotic domain. Should we go back and take a look?" Heavenly Tao. The other 3 divine punishers were curious. The battle of the divine authority generals shook the chaos. The divine might heavenly sage was even lauded as the strongest person in the chaos. They were naturally curious. They didn't dare to underestimate the divine might heavenly sage even if they became divine punishers. 20,000 divine authority generals had been killed by the divine might heavenly sage. This was a true battle record. Every divine authority general was equivalent to a great Tao sage. Han Tuo hesitated. A divine punisher smiled and said, "Go take a look. Now that you're the divine punisher, you can be considered to have one honor for the heavenly Tao. Perhaps you can ease the relationship between the heavenly Tao and the divine spirits." Yes, this is a good opportunity. Perhaps this is also the intention of the ultimate God. The 3 divine punisher experts agreed to go to the heavenly Tao. They even believed that this was the ultimate God of punishment's main goal. Exploring the great Tao divine spirit domain was only a pretense. What they really needed to do was to build a good relationship with the heavenly Tao. Han Tuo said helplessly, "All right, we'll return with the heavenly Tao sages after meeting the chaotic sages." Etienne chuckled. "Don't forget to recommend me to Godfather." Han Tuo rolled his eyes. The other 3 divine punisher cultivators teased Etienne. Universal Hall. The sages gathered. Everyone present was a heavenly Tao sage. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Pan Xian, and the other freedom sages were not present. The sages chatted among themselves. Dozens of heavenly Tao sages gathered here, looking quite lively. The current sage circle had already been divided into several small circles. It was worth mentioning that these small circles were mainly made up of old-school sages. They seemed to be roping in factions and fighting openly and secretly. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him, revealing Heavenly Venerate Xiandu. The hall instantly quietened down the moment he appeared. "We're about to return from the divine Tao field. This time, 5 great divine punishers are accompanying us. They're transcendent existences who supervise all the great Tao divine spirits. Everyone, be prepared to receive them, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said. The sages were in an uproar. They had been worried that the divine robe Taoist was plotting and wanted the freedom sage to go with his main body. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and the other freedom sages were also worried at first, but they were no longer worried after learning the identities of the 5 great divine punishers. 2 of them were actually from the heavenly Tao, and one of them was the son of the divine might heavenly sage. They naturally did not have to worry. In fact, that was the case. All right, everyone, don't worry. The 5 divine punishers are only here as guests. They're most likely afraid of the divine might heavenly sage and want to ease the relationship between the chaos and the heavenly Tao. There's no need to be so tense. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du comforted them and disappeared. Yang Che looked at Qiu Shilai and asked, Senior, should we tell the heavenly sage about this? Qiu Shilai said, Of course not. Do we need the heavenly sage to personally receive them? They need to perform well. Besides, to put it bluntly, the 5 of them are just freedom sages. The heavenly sage killed 20,000 great Tao sages with his sword. Do you know how strong a great Tao sage is? Senior Foolish Sword Sage is a great Tao sage. It's equivalent to killing 20,000 Senior Foolish Sword Sage with a single strike. Why can the 5 great divine punishers directly see the heavenly sage? Qiu Shilai's words were firm and powerful, immediately sweeping away the uneasiness in their hearts. That's right. The heavenly Tao had the divine might heavenly sage. What was there to fear? That's right. With the divine might heavenly sage around, we don't have to be afraid at all. The heavenly sage has always been in seclusion, but he'll definitely sense it if the heavenly Tao is in trouble. Speaking of which, even the chaotic mighty figures didn't dare to mistreat me when I mentioned my identity as a heavenly Tao sage when I traveled the chaos previously. That's right. The development of the heavenly Tao is already unstoppable. This time, we have to receive the 5 great divine punishers to show our heavenly Tao's magnanimity. The sages discussed and the atmosphere became lively. The new sages was very curious about the divine might heavenly sage. To the recently promoted heavenly Tao sages, the divine might heavenly sage was a legend. It was extremely mysterious and fascinated them. The 5 great divine punishers arrived thousands of years later. They entered the 33rd heaven under Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's lead. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was secretly shocked. The power of the heavenly Tao actually did not stop the 5 great divine punishers. Why? Pan Xian and Heavenly Venerate Wufa's eyelids twitched. The group arrived at the Universal Hall. The sages gathered here. Their gazes landed on the 5 great divine punishers. They were all curious and did not bow. Itian glanced around and smiled. The development of the heavenly Tao is indeed not bad. There are already so many sages. Fong Liang looked at him with a complicated expression. Itian was the reincarnation of a chaotic fiend celestial obtained by the heavenly Tao spirit. It was equivalent to the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. Fong Liang, who had created his own heavenly Tao sect, naturally felt a sense of familiarity. However, the current Itian had already surpassed Fong Liang in both power and cultivation. The son of the heavenly Tao defeated the heavenly Tao, so Fong Liang was naturally a little embarrassed. Han Tuo's gaze landed on Han Yu. The 2 of them looked at each other silently. Han Yu did not expect Han Tuo to be one of the 5 great divine punishers and be at the front. Naz. Han Tuo was very glad to see Han Yu become a sage, but he did not show it on his face. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du led the 5 great divine punishers to the front. The sages sat down. Han Tuo said, I was born in the heavenly Tao. I didn't come with any special intention. You don't have to worry. The words worry made the sages nervous. The divine punishers smiled. They had been out for some time. They would be nervous no matter who saw them. As time passed, they naturally developed arrogance. Han Tuo was the same. The 5 great divine punishers had arrived, but the sages did not bow. They were even more arrogant than the great Tao divine spirits. This was not good. Once the heavenly Tao sages developed a disdainful attitude towards the great Tao divine spirits, it would only cause endless trouble for the heavenly Tao. Today he was leading the 5 great divine punishers. He could ignore it. But what if other great Tao divine spirits came in the future? They couldn't always let his father clean up after them. Han Tuo felt that there was a need to teach them a lesson to prevent these sages from causing trouble again. Pan Xian smiled and said, "We're naturally not worried. We're not afraid of anyone in the chaos with the divine might heavenly sage guarding the heavenly Tao." The other sages smiled. They were not afraid of offending the great Tao divine spirits. They were already irreconcilable enemies. The current peace was just that the great Tao divine spirits could not do anything to the divine might heavenly sage. Since they were enemies, why should they bow? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "I forgot to introduce you. This divine punisher is the divine might heavenly sage's son, Han Tuo." The heavenly sage's son? The sages were moved. Itian chuckled. "My name is Itian. I'm the divine might heavenly sage's divine spirit son." The other 3 divine punishers rolled their eyes. This fellow was too shameless. He was really damaging the 5 great divine punishers' reputation. However, the other 3 divine punishers were convinced by Han Tuo and Itian. Their combat talent was too terrifying and had long defeated them. Han Tuo shook his head and laughed, but he did not say anything. "So, you're the heavenly sage's son. Then, your family. May I know how fellow Taoist Han became a divine punisher?" The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked with a smile. Han Tuo didn't hide anything and talked about his background over the years. He and Itian were both born and died. Becoming the divine punisher was open and aboveboard, so he was naturally not afraid to say it. The other 3 divine punishers also had their own bumpy experiences, but they were not familiar with the heavenly Tao and naturally would not share them. For a time, only Han Tuo's voice was left in the Universal Hall. The sages listened to him. The hidden sect sages looked at him with pride. Han Tuo was Han Ju's son and would definitely inherit the hidden sect in the future. They would naturally be aggrieved if he was a good-for-nothing. Now, Han Tuo's performance made them very satisfied and even pleasantly surprised. Indeed, dragons gave birth to dragons and phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes. The news quickly spread to the hidden sect. The personal disciples in the second Tao field also learned of this through the myriad worlds projection. They gathered together to discuss this matter. Murong Chi sighed. Grandmaster's hands extend really far away. They landed on the 5 great divine punishers, and his son even became the leader. Great Loose Heaven's eyes flickered. Not necessarily. Perhaps this is also the leader of the divine spirit's plan against Sect Master. Everyone thought about it and agreed. Han Ming frowned. It won't be good if the divine spirit's leader can control Han Tuo's will. Guan Bubi shook his head and said, "How can Sect Master not know what you're thinking? Since he knows, it means that he has absolute confidence." After reincarnating freely, Guan Bubi, who was born with an invincible heart, worshipped Han Ju the most. In his eyes, Han Ju completely matched the name of invincibility. How could an invincible person be plotted against? How could someone who could be plotted against be invincible? At this moment, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial walked over and shouted, "Guan Bubi, enter the simulation trial and fight." The chaotic Fiend Celestials were naturally combative. The simulation trial had already become their greatest hobby. As the strongest among the Fiend Celestials, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial could only find Guan Bubi to fight because the other Fiend Celestials did not dare. Only Guan Bubi was headstrong. Guan Bubi immediately stood up and said, "So be it. Today, I'll remove your title as the strongest Fiend Celestial." The others who were chatting about Han Tuo looked at each other and found it funny. Their worries vanished after being reminded by Guan Bubi. That's right. Who could scheme against Han Ju? Time passed quickly. In the third Tao field, Han Ju opened his eyes. It meant that after 100,000 years, his cultivation level had improved greatly again. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through. He had wanted to break through in one go, but his heart softened when he thought of Han Qing'er. He sent a voice transmission to her, asking her to enter the temple. Bang! The door of the Taoist temple was pushed open. Dressed in red, Han Qing'er blew in front of Han Ju like a fire wind. "Father!" Han Qing'er shouted, her voice filled with grievance, resentment, and surprise. She had waited too long for this day, 100,000 years. She was about to go mad. Many times, she wanted to barge in forcefully, but she was stopped by Qingwan'er. In order to defeat Qingwan'er, she had no choice but to start cultivating. Qingwan'er also worked hard to cultivate to not be surpassed by her. The mother and daughter fought for some time. Han Qing'er had already become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, while Qingwan'er was at the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. "You're already 100,000 years old, but you're still in such a hurry. What's going on?" Han Ju stared helplessly at his daughter who had completely grown up. This girl was still so rash. Indeed, maturity had nothing to do with age or experience. Without experience, she would still be a child even if one was 100,000 years old. Han Qing'er suppressed her anger and said aggrievedly, 100,000 years? You're basically locking me up. How can a father be like this? The word lock was used well. Han Ju felt a little ashamed. Han Ju could cultivate diligently because he died early in his previous life and had a trauma. Han Qing'er had no friends since she was young. She didn't suffer at all. In terms of happiness, it was nothing much. Other than not having forced labor, she was no different from a prisoner. Han Ju remained silent. He could feel that Han Qing'er was really aggrieved. She had always been by her parents' side since she was young. After growing up, she had been locked at home. He probably would not have been able to stand it if it was him in his previous life. Seeing that Han Ju didn't finish, Han Qing'er's eyes turned red and tears fell like beads. She was so angry that her body trembled. Seeing his daughter cry, Han Ju asked, "You're already a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal?" Han Qing'er immediately smiled through her tears and said proudly, "That's right. I'm powerful, right? Not bad, but not as good as me. TCH. Then, what was your cultivation level when you were 100,000 years old?" Han Qing'er was diverted by him and asked unhappily. Han Ju said seriously, "You might not believe me, but I had already attained the Tao at 100,000 years old." "Indeed not." Han Qing'er curled her lips, feeling that her father was bragging. Although she knew that her father was very powerful, she did not know his identity. Ever since she was born, she had never seen her father attack, so she naturally did not know his strength. Han Ju smiled and said, "Cultivate beside me. You will gain powerful abilities. Father won't stop you wherever you want to go. You have to know that this is something that all the living beings in the heavenly Tao don't dare to hope for. The other cultivators wander around because their cultivation has encountered a bottleneck. They need opportunities and Tao techniques. You don't need them." Han Qing'er snorted. The Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm is already very strong in the immortal world. Won't it be fine as long as I don't provoke those existences who surpass the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm? Han Ju smiled. He couldn't say that this girl was naive. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of him. "The ultimate god of punishment sent you a dream. Do you accept?" Was this fellow finally unable to sit still? Han Ju chatted with Han Qing'er while asking the system, "Will I be in danger if I accept the ultimate god of punishment's dream?" He would definitely not die. He was afraid that this fellow wanted to scheme against him. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Good. Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he left a wisp of his will to chat with Han Qing'er and entered the dream. The dream was a void. Han Ju saw the ultimate god of punishment. This fellow did not look like the leader of the divine spirits. He looked more like a god of slaughter who had killed his way out of the abyss. He wore blood-stained armor and had disheveled hair. His eyes were also sharp. The two of them sized each other up. The ultimate god of punishment was the first to speak. As expected of the divine might heavenly sage, I can't see through you. No wonder you can force the primordial ancestor god into a corner. Who is the primordial ancestor god? The previous leader of the divine spirits. I see. Then, I only forced the primordial ancestor god to be helpless, but you killed him. The ultimate god of punishment was not fooled by his flattery. He smiled faintly. Not to mention 20,000 divine authority generals. Just 10,000 is enough to suppress me. Apart from his cultivation level being top-notch among the great Tao sages, the divine authority generals could also use the power of the divine authority when combined. It was the power of the supreme rules. Back then, the ultimate god of punishment was suppressed by the primordial ancestor god with 10,000 divine authority generals. That was the first time the divine authority generals had attacked and suppressed the ultimate god of punishment for 1 trillion years. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Hanju that the ultimate god of punishment could escape. The divine authority generals seemed undying and indestructible, but they required the dermic powers of the primordial ancestor god to be activated. The divine authority general was only a power that the primordial ancestor god borrowed from the supreme rules. If not for the primordial ancestor god, the divine authority generals would not have been born at all, much less attack the chaotic lifeforms. Hanju asked, "Why did the leader of the divine spirits come to me?" The ultimate god of punishment said, "I want to tell you that the chaos I control is different from the past. The heavenly Tao will no longer be targeted. The divine spirits of the ancient sects, led by the primordial ancestor god, are afraid of being surpassed by all living beings, so they always think of ways to suppress the latecomers. However, I'm different. I want the entire chaos to develop and constantly surpass the past. It might even reach a new realm. You should be able to see that there is a blank domain outside the chaos. In the long years, I discovered that the chaos has been expanding. I can't see its limit. No one knows how big the blank domain is. I want to see the limit of the chaos." The ultimate god of punishment smiled, his eyes filled with spirit. It had to be said that his words were infectious. His tone was filled with confidence and heroism. Hanju said, "That's naturally a good thing. The chaos doesn't target the heavenly Tao, so the heavenly Tao naturally won't become enemies with the chaos. I only want to cultivate in peace. I wouldn't have made a move if not for the enemy attacking at my door." Although Hanju was not afraid of the ultimate god of punishment, it was better to avoid trouble. There was no need to make enemies. The chaos will be peaceful if you and I can reach a consensus. It will be the blessing of all living beings. Hanju said, "I don't deserve it. How can I affect all the living beings in the chaos? I'm only a Tao pursuer. I don't want fame and fortune. I only want to pursue the Tao. It's the fortune of all living beings in the chaos to have a god like you. So tired." Why did they have to flatter each other? Hanju was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, he wouldn't hit a smiling person. It was obvious that the ultimate god of punishment wanted to please him. It would be perfect if it was really as he said. Your son was promoted by the primordial ancestor god. His intention was to scheme against you. But I won't. This child's tenacity has already obtained my recognition. He'll reach our level sooner or later. The reason I set up the 5 great divine punishers is not as simple as supervising the great Tao divine spirits. I want to support the juniors. We need fresh blood and more geniuses to protect the chaos. The ultimate god of punishment said with a confiding expression. Hanju almost believed him. Hanju asked, "Protect the chaos? What else can threaten the chaos?" "The primordial fiend celestial." The ultimate god of punishment shook his head and smiled. Primordial fiend celestial? That's only a rumor. However, the primordial chaos does exist. The ones who threaten the chaos are naturally the primordial lifeforms. The primordial chaos was destroyed, the chaos was born, and all the primordial lifeforms died. However, their grudges have always existed. There at the bottom of the chaos, firmly suppressed so they can't harm the chaos. I was suppressed by the primordial ancestor god under the chaos previously and have seen the primordial vengeful spirits. Although they're only vengeful spirits and can't threaten me, they can't be destroyed. This is the possibility of harming the chaos. By the way, the birth of the inauspicious evil came from these primordial vengeful spirits. A long time ago, during the battle of the 3,000 fiend celestials, the chaotic cheese providence weakened. A primordial vengeful spirit escaped and transformed into an inauspicious evil. It constantly absorbed negative karma and grudges to strengthen itself into a race.